94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey sports station. This is Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome on in. It's the Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio. You got to us. 215-592-9494. Kyle Quinn behind the glass. You guys with us on a Friday. We got a lot to do today. The Tri-Day Friday, we got tickets to give away to the Eagles draft party. Fransky later in the show, a Daily Mock. We'll check in with you people.
You people.
Yes, we will. Good morning, Hugh.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Philadelphia. Hey, I just want to say this real quick, man. Y'all need to do a better job, folks, of what y'all get mad about. Like, it's just, I find it interesting and funny what gets people going. And the reason what I'm talking about when I say that is the Fantastic Four trailer dropped yesterday.
How was it?
I thought it was decent, but people were upset. Me and Max were talking about it. They were upset because for a number of different reasons. They didn't like the CGI when it came to some of the characters like the Thing and the Silver Surfer. And Joe, there were people on the internet, check this out, that were mad that the Silver Surfer's boobies weren't as big as they should have been. Like, seriously. Like, you got to look like some of the chats that I was looking at, man. They were mad because in the comic book, like, it looked like she had double D's.
And not in
the movie,
gotcha.
She got an A cup. Okay. And people were like upset. I'm just saying, man. I just find it fascinating what people get mad about and will get bent out of shape about. They're mad about a fictional character with little boobies.
Well, some people, everyone has things that they get upset about. I'm not going to spend much time getting upset about that, but to each their own. All right. Well, you may have let us into the show today with what people are going to get mad about because we got something big to talk about. First, though, great win by the Phillies yesterday.
Yes.
Needed a split. Sanchez is so good, Hugh. There's been a lot that happened.
Do you feel better, though?
Well, because there's a lot that hasn't gone right with the Phillies so far this season. Sanchez has gone right. How about this? Not only did he have a career high in strikeouts yesterday, most by a Phillies left-handed starter since Cole Hamels. But, they have lost the game before he's pitched every time this year, and then he's won each of his starts.
He's a stabilizer.
He's the stopper. Cristopher Sanchez, big-time start yesterday. Offense was good in the first inning, and then they held on for a victory. So they get a split. All right, let's move on to the Marlins starting tonight. We'll get to some more Phillies, including more on Sanchez, who really has become one of the most important Phillies and really one of the best contracts in Philadelphia right now. 215-592-9494. But, Hugh, you mentioned people getting upset. Well, sometimes there's a story that's important for us to talk about. And, I have a feeling where people are going to come down. I know one person in particular who's going to have a strong emotion about this. But I am curious what people think today about this story and this idea. So, our friend who we worked with for a very long time, Howard Eskin, he put out a report yesterday.
Howard.
Yes, Howard tweeted something yesterday, and he was linking up a story about a trade idea. And he was basically saying this particular trade idea that is in this article, that's not happening. But he threw this at the end of his tweet. However, this is a quote. However, I had heard A.J. Brown's name in some trade talks with the Eagles possibly moving into the top 10. So Howard's point was, trade conversations happen all the time before the draft, and Howard had heard the Eagles and whatever team, some team inside the top 10, maybe some trade talks there for the Eagles to move off of A.J. Brown for a high pick in the draft. All right, so let's use that as the backdrop of this. I saw it yesterday. I knew we would talk about it today because it's a huge potential story with the draft less than a week away. My first thought on this is I would trade A.J. Brown for a top 5 pick if Travis Hunter or Abdul Carter are on the board. If they're on the board when they get up on the draft, when the Eagles call a particular team, like if those guys slip past the first 2 or 3 picks, and let's say the Patriots are on the board at 4, we know the A.J. Brown stuff there, Vrabel, and they need a receiver. If that's a possibility, I would trade A.J. Brown. And before everyone freaks out, and I know they just won the Super Bowl, so here comes the syndrome and all that. Let me just say a couple things. Okay, let me just say a couple things. A.J. Brown's a great football player.
Yes, he is.
This isn't, I don't think A.J.'s that good. Let's trade him. Like, this is not a Trey Turner thing. I think A.J.'s a wonderful football player. But, Hugh, a couple things stand out to me. One, that you look, and I've said this for a couple months, that you look at the Eagles the way they're set up with all the money on the offensive side. Mm-hmm. And at some point here, and it doesn't have to be today.
It's going to catch up with them.
And they're going to have to even it out, right?
Yes.
When they start to have to pay Jalen Carter and Quinyon and Cooper and Nolan, they're probably going to have to take someone off the offense and move the money to the defense. So this is a way to do it earlier. I think you get big value for AJ right now. A year or two from now, he's a little older, a little more expensive. Maybe you wouldn't get as much. And I do think Carter and Hunter are great, great prospects that if you could get one of those to move off AJ, I would do it. And the last thing I'll say, and we'll say a lot today, is I think about how the Eagles won last year. They ran the football. Like, do I need two $25, $30 million a year wide receivers to run the football as much as they did? I don't think so. They were bottom of the NFL in terms of passing yards per game, towards the bottom of 28th, 29th, whatever they were. They were towards the bottom of the NFL. They're a run-based team who won on their defense. If I could get a special prospect, still keep my first-round pick, I could draft another receiver the way you crazies want to, because now I need a receiver, or I can take Travis Hunter and play him both ways. If this is possible, I would do it. And then you have the specter of last year, Hurts, Brown, that dynamic. I don't know if those guys are in a great spot. I know they won the Super Bowl, but if this is possible, if Hunter or Carter are on the board, I'd pull the trigger. Hugh, curious to think, and this is where we do our daily long talk. And Hugh,
I was about to say we need to get this section. We need to get this segment sponsored because
long talk.
This is the long talk section of the show.
All right, what do you do? Would you trade AJ for a top 5 pick?
Can I have to tell you my thought process when I heard this, and I know that initially a lot of people aren't going to agree with what you said, Joe, because they're not thinking about it in the way I think you should be thinking about it. I look at it like this, and Howard's right. Shout out to Howard Eskin. Teams call about everybody. They do. And as a former NFL player, I know for a fact that you're always looking to upgrade your team. You're always looking to do better and get better players and evolve. And a lot of times you have to evolve and change in spite of the talent that you have. And what I mean by that is money plays a huge factor in some of the decisions that you have to make. Okay, so I set all of that up to say this, that in a short form, yes, I would trade him, but this is why I think there's a lot of factors that go into this. You look at his production from last year and the money that he's being paid, and you're looking at it and say, okay, we were able to still be an effective team without him, not taking anything, diminishing anything from what he brought to the table or anything like that. That's not what I'm doing. Just listen to what I'm saying, people, because I know y'all probably in the cars. I'm like, what the hell are you talking about, Douglas? He was on the field and we won games with him and all that stuff. Yes, we did. But I think there's another dynamic that plays into this, the locker room dynamic. Because I think back on some of the things that were said in the past. I think back on some of the things that were said by Jalen is talking about how, Saquon Barkley was the glue and how he held this team together.
Yep.
I'm also thinking of, okay, what if this conversation has legs, because maybe, just maybe, the relationship between Jalen and AJ has deteriorated to the point where they can't coexist in the locker room.
Yep.
And the fact that the Eagles right now, they're not showing it, but they're strapped for cash a little bit.
Well, I think this offseason shows us that.
Yeah, like they're strapped for cash a little bit. And coupled with that and the fact that there's been a paradigm shift in the NFL. Like that's the biggest thing for me, Joe. There's been a paradigm shift, and it feels like we're going to see more of that this year. I'm looking at the draft now. Ashton Genty is a guy that's probably going to be a top 10 pick. It's probably safe to say that. And you look at some of these other running backs. What is it? Skeeter
Yeah, from Arizona State.
He's not going to. He's not going to be he's probably not going to be a first round pick. But the point that I'm trying to make is, I think it's starting to shift to more of a running attack in the NFL. And you look at the Eagles and the fact that we have two high paid receivers on this team, and one of them, it can't coexist with the quarterback.
Yeah.
So it makes sense. And you got to get cheaper. You got to start spreading that money around a little bit. And you got to get cheaper.
Yeah, well, let's listen to Howie Roseman. He talked about that, the financial situation and why they need young players here in Philadelphia.
We have a lot of good players that have earned their paychecks. We have others coming up through that will be in position to earn paychecks. And so we want to get as many young, talented players on this roster as we can to add competition, which is one of Coach's core values. And also because of the financial situation that we're going to have going forward in our effort to try to win another championship for the city.
Well, Howie said it there. And Hugh, let me give you an example of when we've already seen this. I mean, we've seen a trade like this in the NFL. Hugh, remember when the Chiefs moved off of Tyreek Hill?
Yeah.
To the Miami Dolphins?
Didn't miss a beat.
Like the idea was, Tyreek Hill was a huge part of why they won a championship with Patrick Mahomes. But they said, we're looking at the future here. How do we win the next few Super Bowls?
Yeah.
And they said, we got to even this thing out.
They went out and got
Karlaftis.
Karlaftis.
They had their first round picks the year after they traded Tyreek Hill were Trent McDuffie and Karlaftis.
Yes.
They built the backbone of their next championship team by trading away Tyreek Hill. And look, I like AJ. I'm not trading him because I don't think he's that good. This is not like I think he's overrated. No, I think he's properly rated as a top 5 to 10 receiver in the game. He's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
I just look at it as I think this day's coming. Someone on this offense that's here now is not going to be here 2 years from now. They're going to move money to reimagine this team. So if I could do it for a special value, which is a top 5 pick, which is maybe Carter or Hunter, I'd rather do that than 2 years from now we're like, oh, man, we got money problems.
Yeah.
We got to trade AJ for a third just to get off the I don't want to be there. I'd rather do it now, jump ahead of this. And the point you bring up, Hugh, about the idea of the locker room stuff, I mean, they won the Super Bowl, which is maybe means all things were fine, but it also took Brandon Graham whistleblowing, a situation in that locker room. I mean, that was an entire day here at WIP for an entire week because of what he said about those two. There might be more to it. 215-592-9494. Would you trade A.J. Brown for a top 5 pick in the draft next week? Hugh and I are aligned on this one. We would. I think I know someone here that would not. Kyle, what are you feeling this morning? Would you trade AJ for a top 5 pick?
So just first of all, thank goodness that it's Friday because I'm going to need a beer after the show.
Yep.
Because I'm gonna have a massive headache.
A beer?
10 maybe. You
I was
guys
gonna
are
say,
out of your
handful of beers.
minds.
Oh, come on now.
You want to trade our best offensive player for a guy who, I mean, let's say Abdul Carter, Travis Hunter, whatever. We don't know who any of these guys are really going to be in the NFL. They are just prospects, right? Don't give me the crap about how they won last year. I don't care how they won last year. I want to win again next year. The page is turned, right? We're not going to be able to count on Saquon Barkley to do what he did again next season, especially if you get rid of A.J. Brown, by the way, who took away some attention from a guy like Saquon Barkley. I think the defense is going to take a little bit of a step back considering all the guys that they lost there. The Eagles next year, if they want to win and be competitive, they're going to have to throw the damn ball. I know they weren't good at it last year, but they're going to be even worse at it next year if you get rid of the wide receiver who they were 16-0 with when the starting quarterback played. There's so much evidence to suggest that this Eagles offense stinks without A.J. Brown. And I know they had Saquon last year, but they went to the Super Bowl as soon as they got A.J. Brown without Saquon Barkley. He's their best offensive weapon. We already lost so much on defense, and now you want to lose. Yeah, the defense is going to get worse next year, and now you want to make the offense worse next year. Abdul Carter might be a great player, but even Jalen Carter took a couple of years to come into his own and be the guy that he was. Like, if you get rid of your best offensive player and you get a guy in the top 5 who's going to be on your defense, Abdul Carter, they're just not going to be as good of a team next year. I mean, maybe I would see like 10 wins, 9 wins next year if you let all these guys on defense go and then your best offensive player. This whole idea is absolutely insane.
So I don't think it's insane. I know you're frustrated about it. I don't think it's insane. And so you said it's about winning the next one, right? It's not about what has happened. And you're kind of talking about the point of, well, they ran their way last year. They might have to throw their way this year. Well, guess what, guys? We don't know how AJ is going to look as he ages. The guy has had knee issues. I mean, remember the postseason last year? Did we forget how invisible he was for 3 of the 4 games? And I don't think it was just because he was a decoy. He couldn't run much. 1 catch for 10 yards against the Packers, 2 catches for 14 against the Rams. That wasn't he's being triple covered. Prime AJ he had a knee issue. In the Super Bowl, he had the touchdown, and he had 3 catches for 43 yards. In 3 of the 4 playoff games, he didn't look right. Now, maybe he had a knee sprain and he's fine now, and that was just a small thing. I don't know. This guy's had knee issues a couple times in his career. I'd rather do this now. I'm telling you, they're going to do this 3 years from now anyway, or 2 years from now anyway. Someone on this offense won't be here. And if you just wait, you're not going to get much for that guy.
Why would you jump? Okay, so you're saying it might happen in 3 years. Wouldn't you rather have 3 years of your best offensive player? And I mean, like, if you end up getting 3 great years out of A.J. Brown,
maybe,
then why do I care if they end up losing him for nothing? Like, in 3 years, I don't know what the Eagles are going to look like in 3 years.
Well, hold on.
I do know that they have a much better chance of winning next year with A.J. Brown on the team than no A.J. Brown and a draft pick.
Sure, but they might get something special back. I mean, these players might be special. I mean, 2 days ago, the whole city told me Howie Roseman has figured out drafting. We'll give him a top 5 pick.
Oh, I don't think he has.
Well, I know you don't. So at least it's consistent. But everyone told me he's figured this out. Give him a top 5 draft pick. I mean, look, where have most of the Eagles' best players come from? Lane Johnson, Saquon Barkley, Devontae Smith, Look at Jalen Carter. They're blue chip players.
You're
Blue
avoiding A.J. Brown, who
Well,
they
I know,
traded for.
I know. Well, but they used the first-round pick to get him. But
Yeah.
But most of the best players in this team are blue chip talents. That's what Carter is. Abdul. That's what Travis Hunter is.
What A.J. Brown is.
Well, he was, but he
is.
Yeah, no,
he's
is.
still one of the best receivers in the league. Like you said, we might get something special back. You know who's special? A.J. Brown.
Yeah,
he is special.
Last year, he didn't get the ball that much. I mean, let's be real. I mean, he didn't. I mean, he didn't have a special year.
I
last year.
understand that, but they're going to have to change that next year.
Yeah,
he's going to have to get the ball next year.
I just think it'd be incredible value. I don't want to give away A.J. Brown. I'm not trading him away for a second-round pick or third-round pick. I'm not in the business of just giving away A.J. Brown. I don't think you are either. I think we both see him as a similar player. He's
a phenomenal player. It's just the economics of the situation that we're in, Joe. And I think that a lot of times people can't see that. And that's why we're here. We're here to try to give you a little insight of how this thing might go.
Class is in session
today.
I'm
trying to teach y'all, man. But y'all don't want to listen to what your
Aren't
brother,
you
your boy
defense is a luxury guy?
Yeah, I am. And
you want to get rid of our best offensive player?
Hold on. What if Travis Hunter said you can play both sides?
I don't even.
What if he plays both ways?
First of all, I could be like Travis Hunter. There's 0 chance. Abdul Carter, 0.1% chance.
Oh, you mean being there for the
No, I'm saying like in terms of if the Eagles had to deal A.J. Brown and it was for one of the two players, I would much rather be Abdul Carter than Travis Hunter.
I would take both in a heartbeat.
I think there's a lot at play here when we even have this conversation or we even consider it. And I think the number one thing that I don't think people are looking at is the growth of Jalen Hurts. Now, I don't know if everybody believes that Jalen has grown to be the quarterback that you don't need to have a whole lot of talent around you. That still remains to be seen. But think about it like this, people, and I think this is where we need to be. If this conversation is being had, think about all the parameters in this that the Eagles are dealing with. Joe Banner came out about a month ago, right? Said that the Eagles might be in a little bit more cap trouble than you think.
Yep. And he understands that situation better than we do.
Intimately more so than any of us. He understands that. The locker room dynamic has probably deteriorated to a point where they feel like, maybe it is time to move on from A.J. Brown. I'm just hypothetically saying this. I don't know this to be true.
Well, before you go on.
That doesn't jive with me because they did just win the Super Bowl with whatever this locker room
But
dynamic was.
Let's not forget one thing, though. He was upset to the point where Brandon Graham had to go on these airwaves and say these two need to talk in the best Eagles season of all time.
And did it ruin the season?
No, but I think you're missing this. It's going to be choppier in other years, right? They're not going to win 14 straight weeks, right? Most years are a little choppier than last year. They didn't lose a game when they were at full strength from September on. And
That's right, with A.J. Brown.
But he was still annoyed.
The two games they lost that Jalen didn't play, A.J. was out.
But like when you get insurance, it's not for when things are good, it's for when things are bad. And I think to you, I'm playing off of what you're saying. If I look at it and say, this is supposed to be I'll use an analogy. We do analogies here. If you're upset on your honeymoon, what are you going to do when the rocky times hit? Right? That was a special year, and we still had issues. He's still reading the book, which I know we've spun into.
I'm upset on the honeymoon.
But if they're upset in their best moment. So to Hugh's point, they may say, "Wait a second, he was annoyed at our best season ever. What's going to happen when we hit real turbulence?"
Well, okay, I got a solution to that.
What?
Throw AJ the damn ball next year because you're going to have to.
Well, guess what? They won without throwing him the ball.
I know, but they're not going to be able to do it again.
All right, go ahead, Hugh. You're finished.
Well, it's one of those things where I think as fans we have to step back and look at, okay, realistically, why this might be a conversation.
Yes.
And that's kind of where I'm at with it. If it puts us in position to get an Abdul Carter, isn't that kind of what we wanted? Because we lost so much on the defensive side of the ball, and it puts us in a position to get generational talent to put with another generational talent that we already have.
Let's not forget on with this conversation, we've done some mock drafts, our daily mocks, where they take a receiver at 32. We're not giving away the 32nd pick. This is AJ for a top 10 pick, right? So they could take Carter, right, at 4, whatever. Yeah. And they could take a wide receiver at 32 to replace A.J. Brown.
Because I'm looking at this, and I don't know how many wide receivers are mocked in the first round, but the last time we did our little evaluation, I didn't see a whole lot. So there's a good chance that you could get a good a good receiver in a later round. So I think that a lot of times you just have to think outside the box just a little bit and wonder why this thing has legs, because this isn't the first time that we've heard any AJ name associated with any type of trade. This is not the first time we've heard that. And if there's a lot of interest for him, strike while the iron's hot.
Well, I think you bring up something really interesting there with the AJ, just specifically AJ, because we all realize they have a cap issue, right? We've all realized they're spending a lot on the offense. You know whose name never comes up in this? Devontae
Smith.
It's the same principle. It's you subtract a receiver to reimagine the team in a different way. That never gets brought up.
The Eagles will be a much worse offense if they trade A.J. Brown next year.
That's why
we should be ready for that.
They'll be a different offense, but I think they'll still be effective.
They'll be worse.
But they could be a better team.
They're not going to for a rookie.
They could
on
be.
defense.
They could be.
If we trade A.J. Brown for Abdul Carter or whatever, I guarantee you they're not going to be as good of a team next year.
Why can't Abdul Carter be Jared Verse? Jared Verse came here. Jared Verse came here in the playoff game and pushed Jordan Mailata around for 3 hours.
That's awesome.
Why can't Abdul Carter
that's
do that?
not a regular occurrence, though.
I know that.
It's very rare that draft picks come in and make an immediate impact.
Sure, but you also don't usually get a player of this ilk. I mean,
we have a player. A.J. Brown is a player of this ilk.
For now. I mean, the Chiefs traded away Tyreek Hill and haven't missed a beat.
Yeah.
It's that they have Patrick Mahomes.
Sure, they do.
Yeah.
But
that's what I'm
Jalen
saying.
needs A.J. Brown.
Right, that's why the conversation is how do you feel about Jalen? Because
I think he needs A.J. Brown.
So there it is.
Well, but also, hold on. But Patrick Mahomes has been appreciably worse without Tyreek Hill. He's won more. But look at his numbers.
You're talking about his throwing numbers, passing numbers.
Their offense has been way worse without Tyreek Hill. They win more.
But they're not winning. They're not winning without Patrick Mahomes.
Right, but
I don't care who. You can tell me that their defense is better. It is. But without Mahomes, they're not the Chiefs.
But their football team is better.
But they're not where they are without Mahomes. It's a different story.
Well, I can make the argument we're not where we are without Jalen.
I'd make an argument that we're not where we are more so because of AJ than Jalen.
Well, I would probably say more so.
Guess what? They can win. They can win with Jalen. They have to have a big defense behind them. Like they don't win with Jalen and wide receivers. They win with Jalen and defense. That's when I'm
just warning you. You take AJ Brown away from Jalen, it's going to be a rude awakening.
All right, 215-592-9494. Where do you come down on the idea of trading AJ Brown for a top 5 pick? I would do it. I understand. And this isn't. I don't think AJ's good. I think he's very good. I think he's an excellent player. But I think the idea of reimagining the team, adding a star-level player, if Travis Hunter, who I love, and Abdul Carter, who I love, are on the board and the Eagles could trade into a pick to acquire one of those two, I would surrender A.J. Brown to do it. Hugh would do it for a top 5 pick.
Not so much Travis Hunter, though.
You're more Carter.
Yeah. Because, I think this is my personal opinion. Yeah. I think with his demands and what he wants to do, he'd be more of a problem. Then he would be more of a liability than an asset.
Yeah, I mean, who you want is the one thing, but would you do it for the top 5 pick? Kyle wouldn't, we would. 215-592-9490 for your phone calls here. Plus, some names that could be available if they make this move. That's all coming up. It is the Midday Show and a Tri-Day on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hey, baseball fans, there's no better place to bet the long ball than BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. Swing big on your home run bet with BetMGM's Home Run Boost Token. No opt-in is required. Just log into your BetMGM account to receive your Home Run Boost Token. Then activate your token when you place a bet on any player to hit a home run. If that player goes yard, you'll score a bigger payout. No matter the showdown, BetMGM is the best place to bet the long ball. Claim your MLB Home Run Boost Token today and don't miss your chance at a bigger payout on the winning home run bet. The action is on deck at BetMGM, the king of the big swing. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 1 to 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Natural Lawn of America gives your lawn the natural care it deserves. With organic fertilizers and safer, eco-friendly weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn ensures your lawn thrives year after year. Act now and get free seeding every year. Time is running out. Call 800-FREE-SEED today.
Experience the action of the Sport of Kings with the Naira Bets horse racing app. Bet the Kentucky Derby. It's fast, easy, and secure. Get your free $25 Derby bet plus a $200 deposit match for new members at nairabets.com/Philly25. I
can't believe you scored tickets para Nati Natasha.
After saving so much at T-Mobile, I thought, ¿por qué no darnos un gusto?
There she is.
Nati, can we get a picture?
Claro que sí. Wow, that's a nice picture.
The S25 takes awesome selfies.
Tag me and I'll follow you.
Get a new Samsung Galaxy S25 phone with Galaxy AI at T-Mobile and 4 lines for $25 a line.
with auto-pay discount plus taxes and fees. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines plus $5 per line without auto-pay. Debit or bank account required. See details at T-Mobile.com.
Spring savings have arrived at Conacelli Autoplex on Ridge Pike and Conshohocken, and you don't want to miss out. Conacelli has over 2,000 new and certified Toyotas, Hondas, Hyundais, Genesis, Nissans, and quality pre-owned vehicles of many makes and models. Gas, hybrid, plug-in, or electric, Conacelli has it all, and at the right price. Low financing, incredible lease offers, top dollar for your trade, and so much more. Search Conacelli.com or visit our family-owned and operated dealerships on Ridge Pike and Conshohocken to see why Conacelli is a nice place to do business.
Did you know that not all oil changes are the same? Putting the wrong oil in your car can cause a serious problem. That's why it's important to take your vehicle to experts who know what oil is best for your vehicle. The experts at Meineke. And right now, Meineke is offering a full synthetic oil change for only $59.95, plus a free tire rotation. And while your locally owned and operated Meineke dealer is rotating your tires, he'll check to make sure your brakes are safe. Because even if they aren't making noise, they can be worn. Meineke, doing car care right.
Lexus of Cherry Hill, an elite of Lexus dealer and a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. Why would you buy your Lexus from anyone else? The 2025 Lexus models are here and moving fast. Tony and his team at Lexus of Cherry Hill are your source for the Lexus of your dreams. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Face it, you deserve a Lexus, and you deserve award-winning customer service. Start your journey at lexusofcherryhill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Spring is back at Dick's House of Sport. Baseball, softball, and golf season are in full swing, and you can find the hottest gear that'll take your game to next level performance. Test your skills or schedule a fitting in our golf simulators and multi-sport cage. Plus, fine-tune your gear with repairs, re-gripping, customization, and more expert services in store. And while you're here, score the latest spring clothing and shoe styles from the brands you love, like Nike, On, Kalia, and Adidas. Sport happens here at Dick's House of Sport.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out?
It's Spruce, the new hard-working, worry-free weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people and pets. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Weeds die by the next day. Find Spruce wherever weed killers are sold.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Hi, everybody. It's Brian Green from the Commercial Break Podcast. It's likely you've heard of the show if you're directly related to me or you follow our MySpace page. But I'm not here to talk to those 3 listeners. I'm here to appeal to people who haven't heard the show. Along with my co-host, Kristen Joy Hoadley, we're taking a deeper look at the topics that are affecting our youth today. Like, who are the people who are dating ghosts? Where did all these pickup artists come from? And why doesn't my preacher have a nicer private jet? We understand that these are the issues you really want to get to the bottom of. The Commercial Break is now available on the Odyssey app or wherever you find your podcasts.
Former Eagle Hugh Douglas, current minivan driver Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIB.
Welcome back, Midday Show.
Hugh Douglas, Joe Gill, you guys put us 215-592-9494. Good win by the Phillies yesterday. Sanchez was awesome. Scott Fransky,
7 of them things, man.
12, career high in strikeouts. He was mowing down. Velocity was all the way through. Great start by Sanchez. Phillies get a win. Back at it tonight. Marlins with Wheeler on the mound.
It'll be a nice night, too.
70 degrees out there. Thinking about going to the game?
No.
No, okay. All right. Scott Fransky joins us at noon for a little Fransky Friday. We'll get to you people in a daily mock at 1 o'clock. Who knows? Maybe that mock draft will have the Eagles trading into the top 5. Howard Eskin reported he had heard the Eagles had some conversations with teams about moving into the top 10. A.J. Brown's name had come up. Now, this isn't the first time something like that has been out there. Remember this, Matthew Berry, who writes for NBC Sports, he's been the fantasy guy for years, but he does a lot of stuff, NBC Sports and podcast scene. And he was out at the Combine in Indianapolis in February, and he wrote this in his column post-Combine, quote, and this is about the Patriots. I heard they are knocking on all doors, seeing what they could possibly trade for. And one person told me they heard the Patriots called Philly asking if A.J. Brown was available. He said, shrug emoji, I don't know if that's true or what Philly's answer was, but this much seems certain. New England will aggressively try to upgrade its wide receiver room this offseason. They did sign Stephon Diggs for what that's worth, but to me, he's not a number 1 at this point. He's probably a 2 or a 3. But Barry said that in February. Howard said what he said yesterday. Then now let's listen to Todd McShay, draft insider, and what he's heard with the Patriots and what could be going on as they get ready to pick 4th as of now.
The agent doesn't let Abdul Carter travel to Foxborough, Massachusetts, if he thinks there's a chance. So the agent's getting the same information that I'm getting, that NFL teams are getting, that Shedeur could be in play at 3.
You don't make the flight. You don't make the flight unless you think you might have to, right? Yeah.
So that part's fast. So if you're a Patriots fan and you're like, yeah, I like Will Campbell a lot, offensive tackle, and I'm told it's either Abdul if he falls to 4 or it's Will Campbell. That's another bit of information. Again, not all information is accurate, but it's coming from pretty good sources that just wouldn't say I have a good feeling or sense or a good source on that.
All right, Hugh, let's dive into this for a second. Then right back to your phone calls, 215-592-9494 this hour on 94 WIP, fueled by Sunoco 94 Octane. If you demand peak performance from your vehicle, nothing less than Sunoco 94 Octane will do. Treat your car 94 only at Sunoco. So there's 2 parts to this, right? One is, would people even be willing to think about AJ for a top 5 pick? And then the other part, and you mentioned it for our break, is if the Eagles did this, what could they get, right? What would be there within this range?
What's the end game?
What's the end game? Who could they select? So the way McShay framed that, the Giants feel like the wild card of this draft. The Browns and Giants, right? The quarterback's going to go 1 with Cam Ward. Giants and Browns 3 and 2, 2 and 3. Are they taking Hunter and Carter, or is one of those teams going to take a quarterback? Like if the Giants take Shedeur Sanders, that means either Travis Hunter or Abdul Carter has to be on the board when the Patriots pick at 4.
Yeah.
And to me, Hugh, after all the smoke with AJ and the Patriots the last couple of years, that, like, if I'm trying to connect dots, if I had to guess what Howard heard, it's probably the Patriots. The 4th pick feels like,
and they've been on it. And let's put this out here too, because there's some monetary things that are tied to AJ.
Yeah, if they trade
as far as the cap hit and all this other,
hit.
But we've seen in the past teams that take that cap hit.
Russell Wilson trade.
Yeah, they'll take the cap hit.
I mean, the Eagles took a $36 million hit to get Wentz
out of town. So it's not a big a deal as it once was.
Well, think about what you're saying though. 2020 Carson Wentz and Russell Wilson at the end of his Seahawks career. Those are players you take the dead cap hit on.
I understand what you're saying.
You're not getting a top 5 pick for those players.
Yeah, you're not.
Well, you got a 1st round for Wentz.
Sure, but this is a top 5 pick.
I understand that, but like you do that with a player like the Browns would take the cap hit on Deshaun Watson if they could.
Sure, I just think Hugh's point is dead cap hits.
It's not that. Yeah, that's the point. I'm just saying the dead cap hit is not a big deal now.
Shouldn't that be your last resort? Like, we're not at last resort with AJ Brown.
I look at it like this.
But you'll never be offered a top 5 pick for this player again.
I don't want one.
Well, that's your prerogative.
I look at it like this, Kyle. When outside of your quarterback, who else on this team do you think is worth what the Patriots or whatever is asking for?
Carter, Jalen Carter.
Yeah, you're definitely not giving him up.
Right.
So AJ's the guy.
Why does he have to be the guy?
Like, because I'm not giving up Jalen Carter.
I'm not giving up AJ Brown. Let's think about it. If a team is willing to offer a number 4 overall pick for AJ Brown, you have a pretty damn good player on your hands.
And you're just
willy-nilly giving him away.
Because hypothetically,
Right.
Would you like
obviously.
to see? Would you like to see? Did you like to see the Carter twins play together?
Yes.
Would you like to see that? Like
Yes.
Kyle, think about
Not
it. Like
as much as I want to see AJ Brown on this offense again next year.
You know what, Kyle? I think you do.
I don't.
I
really don't.
I think you do. I think you're just afraid of the unknown.
No. Look, if I can get Abdul Carter here without having to trade AJ Brown, of course I would do it.
Let me try to help you out. Let me put your mind at ease.
It's not going to work.
Think about it like this. AJ Brown was a second-round draft pick, right? Phenomenal receiver.
Mm-hmm.
There's a good chance in this draft you could find somebody that's comparable. I know we don't like.
Why would I want to take that chance?
We're afraid of the unknown. I know we're afraid of the unknown. I'm talking about
we should
my
be.
therapist.
I know.
voice.
I could hear that.
We're afraid of the unknown, Kyle, but you can't be afraid of the unknown. Bro.
I am. No, known commodities are important, especially if you're going to try and go win a Super Bowl.
Bro. We didn't know.
I am afraid.
We didn't know who AJ Brown was.
Everyone should be afraid. I don't
be
care.
afraid.
I'm not worried about what AJ Brown was. I'm worried about what he is.
Can't be afraid of change, bro.
I am.
So, all right. So the point
I'm afraid of getting worse.
The point you brought up that if the Patriots are willing to offer the 4th pick, or someone's willing to offer a top 5 pick, what does that say about AJ? That's a very good point. It's a fair point. It means he's a special player, and they want to go up top dollar. Again, and I know you'll scream Mahomes back, but the Chiefs probably said to themselves, wow, we found a team willing to give us 2 1s for Tyreek Hill. Tyreek Hill's awesome. You know where Tyreek Hill's going to end up? The Hall of Fame. So is A.J. Brown potentially.
Yeah.
But it doesn't matter. It matters just how the Eagles build the next great team. And if they think they could build it with a top 5 pick here, then I'm okay with it. Like, if they think Abdul Carter is the next, I know everyone hates Micah Parsons, but the next Micah Parsons, that's a great trade.
I don't think I also don't think it's good practice to look at what the best dynasty in football over the last, however many or so years did one time, because they have one best offensive coach in the league, best quarterback in the league, and say, well, we can do that too.
No,
That's just not like I don't think that's a good way of looking at it.
But there's a reason they did it, because they needed to reimagine their team because it was getting too expensive on offense. It's the philosophy more than they pulled it off. 215-592-9494. And let's not discount what Hughes talked about a lot of times. What if the dynamic between Hurts and Brown is worse than we think? And I know they got through it and they won 6 more games after they had the whole Brandon Graham thing. But they got to deal with this for years and years and years.
What about my solution though?
Which is?
Throw him the damn ball next year. They're going to have to.
I'm not interested in keeping him happy. I want to win football games.
But acting like throwing AJ Brown the ball is not conducive to winning football games. Like those go hand in hand.
Well, sometimes it didn't last year.
A lot of times.
It did not last year.
When he's on the field, they don't have to double team Devontae. They don't have to stack the box, or they have to. They can't stack the box against Saquon Barkley. Like, you understand, having one of the best threats at wide receiver out there changes things for Saquon, changes things for AJ, it changes things for Devontae, it changes everything. They were undefeated, 16-0 with him.
I could also argue 2 years ago, they got themselves in trouble forcing the ball to him. We all went crazy about those 125-yard games, and then Jalen kept forcing it to him and throw 15 picks.
Well, they had one of the worst defenses in the league.
But offensively, they forced the ball to AJ that year. They did. I mean, that was the whole offense, and it didn't flow as well.
We have a much larger sample size of the Eagles being great with AJ Brown than we do without him. By the way, that Tampa game in the playoffs, you know who wasn't on the field?
AJ Brown.
AJ Brown.
He might as well not have been out there for the Packer game, and they still won the game. I mean, like, he's a receiver. Jeff in Wilmington. Hey, Jeff.
The callers have entered the chat.
Here we go. Go ahead, Jeff. What's up, buddy?
I'm on Kyle's side on this. There's no way I'm trading a bona fide Pro Bowler, possible Hall of Famer, for a possible top pick. Like, are you sure the Eagles even want to do this, Joe? Because you're saying that all these other teams are looking for possible trades to get trading up there or trading down or whatever. But nowhere did I hear the Eagles actually want to do this.
So Jeff, I don't. It's a fair point. I don't know what the Eagles want to do. And again, based on the 2 reports we have out there, right? Matthew Berry at the Combine and then Howard yesterday. If I had to read into them, like just kind of pick them apart, it sounds to me like the calls were probably initiated by the other side, right? Like by the Patriots. But what is interesting is this name keeps coming up, right? There's not been any report that the Eagles and there's talks about Devontae, which leads me to also connect the dot that they're at least willing to pick up the phone when an AJ call comes in. I don't know if they want to trade him, but it seems like they're not like blocking these calls.
Well, in my opinion, the name keeps coming up because of the rumored and possible rift between Jalen and AJ this past year. I mean, that's an easy way to go, oh, wait, you got a guy that's causing trouble? Oh, we'll take him.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
So they're not asking about Devontae. They're not asking about Jalen. They're asking about the guy that possibly had an issue with his quarterback.
So I think that's
easy.
the other part to add in. I'll let you finish, Jeff. Is obviously the Eagles haven't traded him, right? So he's still here. So we can assume they don't really want to. But there's also another element, like maybe the Eagles are. I'm just trying to imagine the conversation. Maybe the Eagles are like, nah, probably not. But let's see what's there when you're on the board on Thursday night with the 4th pick, right? If the Eagles may look at Abdul Carter and say he's the best pass rusher to come out of a draft in 6 years. If he's on the board, call us back. If he's not, forget it. This is silly. Let's all move on. We wouldn't. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know what the Eagles are thinking. But I do think there's something going on here that's beyond just the normal trade stuff.
What Howie doesn't normally do is trade bona fide starters that are, for possible picks. He's traded picks to get up to other picks. He's traded mid-level players to move up. I mean, he kind of did that with Wentz, where he just kept moving up step by step by step until he got to the top. So I just don't see the Eagles doing that. I wouldn't want to do it. I mean, I got a guy in hand right now, and yes, as much as people were complaining that they weren't throwing the ball enough last year, and now we're hoping that they do. And your argument about, well, they threw it to AJ 2 years ago, and look what happened. It didn't work. Just his threat of being on the team to take some of the pressure off of Devontae and Saquon, that's enough for me. That is enough for me.
And I think, Jeff, it's a lot for a lot of people. I mean, I imagine most people, and Jeff, good phone call. Hugh, I imagine we're fighting uphill on this. I think most people don't want to do this, but that's okay. And I don't think it's a matter of they're trying to trade him, but I don't think there's any player that you just hang up the phone, especially when the value's this high.
There's not. And that's the premise that I'm operating from, Joe. It's like when I heard this, I mean, there's a lot of moving parts to this, no question about it. But I think that it's important that you look and see why this potentially might be a thing.
Right.
And you look at the production. I know AJ's a phenomenal player, and I'm not trying to sit here and say that he's not an intricate part of this offense. But being strapped for cash and trying to be relevant and go to another Super Bowl, that changes the dynamic of everything. And the Eagles did something that was unprecedented at the time when they signed both receivers to like $20 million contracts. We saw that Cincinnati just did it. And look what they're doing. Trey Henderson is on his way out the door.
Mm-hmm.
So now the Eagles have won the Super Bowl. They don't want to do a whole hard reset, but you have to account for the fact that you don't want Jalen Carter to go anywhere. So they want to make sure they take care of him. Like I said before, when you look in this draft, you could find a good receiver. That's the thing that I don't think people want to wrap their mind around, because you want to hold on to what you know. But I can name you a bunch of receivers that were good in the NFL that weren't first-round draft picks.
Oh, tons, yeah.
A ton of them.
You also have the 32nd pick, which is a first-round pick.
Yeah, right? And you have the opportunity, if you wanted to replace that guy. Now, I know that every time that you draft, you're drafting an unknown. And that's where I think a lot of people are afraid of, because you don't know what you're getting.
Yeah. The whole AJ Brown was drafted in the second thing means nothing to me.
Yeah, but we didn't know. But listen, I could say AJ Brown probably reached his pinnacle when he got here. He would have never reached it like that in Tennessee.
But what does that tell you then?
That means it was
him.
a symbiotic relationship.
Sure, but Jalen needs AJ Brown.
Well, we can get Jalen another receiver. That's all I'm saying.
But not one as good as AJ Brown.
It's Kyle, it was a symbiotic relationship.
That's so beautiful and cute. And I hope they're frolicking through the flowers today. But I think we're totally diminishing what AJ Brown does for this offense.
No,
we're not.
And to say that you could find an AJ Brown in the second round is hogwash.
No.
What
You're
are you
not finding
talking
AJ
about?
Brown, but are you making a better team? Like if AJ's an A, is he an A receiver? I think he's an A.
Of course he is.
But if I get an A pass rusher at 4, and I get
it's a maybe A, by the way.
Okay, if I said if, so that takes care of the maybe.
Right.
If I get an A pass rusher at number 4 and I use my 32nd pick on a receiver and that guy is a B receiver,
you have a worse team next year.
Does an A pass rusher and a B receiver equal an A receiver? I think it makes you better.
No, I don't agree, because I think the defense is probably like he can be an A pass rusher, maybe not next year though.
Maybe not.
You have a worse team next year. If you're gonna lose now.
I've accepted that anyway. They're not going to be as good next year.
But I haven't.
I know,
right?
I know.
I think the Eagles' best path to winning next year is by relying on the passing offense. I mean, they're going to have to, whether or not you think they can, is whatever. But they have to.
So I don't disagree with you. The best path to winning next year, but with this, are the Eagles prioritizing winning the Super Bowl next year. This offseason so far tells me they're not.
Well, if they trade A.J. freaking Brown, they're definitely not.
Well, but okay, and we can argue about that all day, but maybe this trade helps them win the Super Bowl in 2027, in 2028.
I don't think it does.
Well, I think it certainly could.
Like, you have A.J. for what, 3 more years in this contract before he's a free agent?
Yeah.
Like the Tyreek Hill thing. Tyreek Hill was demanding a new contract from the Chiefs.
I know.
We don't have this. We just paid A.J. Brown.
But they have money issues. I mean, however.
They're going to have even more if they trade him.
Well, then for 1 year, it's a cap hit. Then you move forward, and the cap clears out.
I just don't know why we should be eager to do that, though.
Well, I'm eager because I think the value is enormous. Again, if the trade conversation was, if someone put out a rumor, whether it be anyone we know or Matthew Berry or Howard Eskin, if someone put out a trade thing, the Eagles have taken a phone call on AJ for a 2nd and 3rd round pick, I'd say that's ridiculous. This guy's put up insane numbers. One of the best receivers ever play here.
If AJ Brown came out of this year's draft, he's 27 years old, by the way.
Yeah.
Knowing what he was right now, where would he get drafted?
Top 5.
Okay.
I know. He's a great player.
So why would we take a maybe top 5 for a guaranteed top 5?
Because that's the NFL in a nutshell.
No, it's not.
Well, it is, but
it really is.
But it's not. We won the Super Bowl by having as much talent as possible.
You won the Super
Bowl. You're going to lose talent just for maybe talent.
I think you're ignoring a little bit the economics, the money.
The money's a big part of it.
The player they're going to get is going to make $40 million over the next 4 years. AJ is going to make that almost by himself each year.
Okay, the Eagles the Eagles just paid AJ Brown last offseason, right?
Yes.
So all of a sudden, you think the Eagles are that dumb to where next year it's like, oh crap, we have a financial issue and it's AJ Brown?
No, they're not dumb.
Like, what are we talking about?
But smart teams get ahead of it. They don't
get ahead of it. They just paid him. Right. Why would they extend him for 4 years and then the next year get out ahead of something?
Well, hold on.
Didn't they do that with Carson? Well, obviously,
they did. But
that's
they did.
what happened
Carson
with Carson.
sucked.
But wait.
We have to stop doing Carson comparisons.
When they signed AJ, was that draft day? And then it was draft day.
Yeah. When they signed, was it draft day? When they signed him?
When they gave him the extension I think it was draft day last year because I remember that. They didn't know then. Like, heck, we're about to draft 2 players that are going to be $25 million a year players in a few years. It hit right. They just got Quinyon Mitchell. Like, these teams don't think about this like day to day. They think about it year in, year out. Like Quinyon overnight looks like a player that could be worth $25 million a year.
Awesome. I love it. But the lever to pull isn't getting rid of your best player on offense.
Fine. And we can wait and we can do it your way. And then 3 years from now or 2 years from now, they get a 4th round pick for AJ. That's the way the NFL works.
I don't care. I want AJ Brown for 3 years.
I know you do.
And I care about the return for AJ Brown. I don't want to get rid of AJ Brown.
Then you don't have to. But I would for a top 5 pick. You would as well. Self in North Philly. What's up, Self?
Yo, what's going on?
Hey, Self. What's up?
Hey, look, first off, shout out to my daughter. I'm giving her driving test. She passed the permit yesterday.
Congratulations.
Oh, that's awesome. Congratulations.
Yeah. I had to tell her to stop because, I want to live. But listen, first off, y'all, have I not told y'all that Nola's on a decline?
You have.
And y'all hang up on me, all that stuff. But what's the conversation?
No, you say he stinks. Yeah, he's on the decline. I see. I'm with you. I got it.
There's Nola on the decline, right?
Yes.
And now we're making now. Cal said once again, Cal wrong. He said, the argument is we rip it. No, you don't. We make excuses for Nola. Now he can't pitch in the cold. He gets too much money.
Did anyone make excuses for him yesterday besides you?
Secondly,
besides company man.
No, your nonsense was that we rip Taiwan when he stinks, but never say anything on Nola.
Right.
Wrong.
We'll come back to this stuff. What do you got on AJ? Let's keep it AJ. Yeah, we'll come back.
Dope.
As far as did I not say AJ is a cancer? Get rid of AJ. What's the conversation there? Well, we trade AJ. See, y'all don't hear me and listen to what I'm saying. I don't want to argue with y'all. I'm just giving y'all a point, right? Now, you was dead right. I wouldn't go get the Travis ball because he already showing that he's going to be a problem. If you don't use him in enough of the offense, he's going to be a problem. You know what I'm saying? If you don't use him enough in the defense, he's going to be a problem. We don't want that problem. I would definitely, did I not say, let's go get the Penn State ball and add some Lions to these Bulldogs? I said this stuff. So if anything, yes, I will get rid of AJ and go get Abdul Carter and let him play next to let the Carter boys have their way. You know what I'm saying? That I'm dubbing that name, the Carter boys. Go get him. Let the Carter boys wreak havoc on offenses next season.
The Carter boys, South. I hear you, man. And you have been on this. We appreciate the phone
That's
call.
an L for you guys, by the way.
That's okay. I'll take. You can't win them all, but I needed some. Sometimes you lose the battle to win the war, right? And that's what you got to do.
You got Self on your side.
Yeah, I
hope you're happy.
I needed a win there, and I got it from Self. All right, 215-592-9494. Hugh. Who knows? Maybe something big like this goes down during the draft next week. We're going to be at the draft party doing a live draft show, special show at 6 p.m. next Thursday night. You could be there starting at 7 with us. We have a 4-pack of tickets. This is sold out. Eagles 2025 draft party at the link. And you know what we're going to do today? It's a Friday. So we're going to do a little Tri-Day Friday for these tickets.
It's a Tri-Day Friday. It's Tri-Day. Hugh and Joe on Fridays.
All right, it is a Tri-Day Friday here on the Midday Show. So it's Easter this weekend, right? Sunday is Easter. You spoke yesterday about the egg situation.
Yeah, there's a lot of people. Somebody said, shout out to the lady that said they're paying marshmallows.
Oh, that's a good, interesting idea.
It's creative. It's creative and it's cheaper.
Easter egg hunts. You got the dying of the egg. So we got eggs on the mind today. So for Tri-Day, give us your favorite egg dish. Way to make eggs, eat eggs. I mean, you can go simple. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of simple ways to make eggs, or a little bit spruced up. Favorite way, best way, creative ways to eat an egg. The best answer we get, most delicious answer we get on a Tri-Day that we want to try wins the 4-pack of tickets to the Eagles draft show. I'm a big egg guy. You an egg guy?
Not really.
Are you anti-egg or you just don't have them that often?
No,
he was worried about the price now.
No, eggs like what, $5 a carton or something like that? Probably more than that. All depends on where you go.
It depends on and if you want to get like they have the cage-free ones or just the regular
the free-range eggs or whatever.
Yeah, they probably range from like, I don't know, probably some in the $6 or more.
It's a great source of protein, but lately, no, I haven't. The last time I bought some eggs, I made some tuna, right?
Okay.
And when I went to the store and bought them, they had a 2-carton minimum of the eggs that you could buy. So yeah, it was people were trying to, fighting each other over eggs.
I'm an egg guy. All right, best answer we get today wins this 4-pack of tickets to the Eagles draft party, I should say, next Thursday night. Man, we're 6 days away from the first round of the NFL draft, and there's A.J. Brown rumors out there. 215-592-9494. All right, simple premise today. Would you trade A.J. for a top 5 pick in this draft? Both Hugh and I, we're aligned today. Trying to get everyone on the right side. I would do this. If Carter or Hunter is available, I would do it. Hugh more in the Carter camp. But if you could get a top 5 pick for AJ, would you do it? Kyle is screaming at both of us today, and that's okay. Where do you come down on all this? Your calls on the other side. We'll get your phone calls up here. Plus, we'll get to Cristopher Sanchez's evening last night. He was excellent, one of his best starts of his career. He's been a stopper for this team. And I think he's morphed into something here. He belongs on a list in Philadelphia sports we'll get to next. Your favorite way to eat eggs for a Tri-Day Friday. 215-592-9494. It is the Midday Show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's time to make it official. Sports Radio 94 WIP is celebrating the man, the myth, the strip-sacking legend.
Brandon Graham rips the football out of the hands of Tom Brady.
May 5th is now BG Day.
Fly, Eagles, fly.
All day long, 94 WIP is honoring Brandon Graham with classic stories, special guests, and the best BG moments of all time.
Oh, was he walloped by Brandon Graham?
Live all day, May 5th.
I just want to thank everybody.
Then cap off the day with BG Live, a special one-time event with Brandon at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. Get your tickets for BG Live at 94WIP.com.
What up, Philly?
Wawa's new $2 for $6 menu is here. Craft the order you want and save big while you're at it with your favorite options now priced at $2, $4, and $6. Grab a $4 smoothie and $6 classic turkey hoagie, or a $2 iced coffee and $4 roasted chicken sandwich. From built-to-order hoagies to snacks, drinks, and more, pick one deal or try them all. Wawa's $2 for $6 menu. Available now for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5, win or lose. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Benefits, HR, hiring, payroll, it's also complicated, but it doesn't have to be. Hi, I'm Joe Carfagno from Clear Employer Services, and we can expertly handle benefits, HR, hiring, and payroll for your small business. You don't have to wing it. Let me take the headache out of HR. No time for payroll? HRuncomplicated.com. New medical plans, new talent? HRuncomplicated.com. Let Clear Employer Services show you how to make HR uncomplicated so you can go back to running your business.
Preferred vendor of Independence Blue Cross. Visit HRuncomplicated.com.
Hey, navigation? Take me to Kia of CherryHill.com.
Kia of CherryHill.com is offering super low lease payments on Telluride, Carnival, Sportage, Sorrento, and the all-new K4. Kia of CherryHill.com is home to over 300 new Kias available for immediate delivery. Kia of CherryHill.com has a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles with a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Available 24/7 at Kia of CherryHill.com.
Attention kingdom-seeking business professionals, entrepreneurs, and investors in Philadelphia. Are you ready to experience a life-changing event that will elevate your faith, finances, and future in 2025? Then you won't want to miss this. Join us for Life Search featuring Champions of Faith, Saturday, May 31st at the Wells Fargo Center for an extraordinary one-day event that will empower you to transform every area of your life through the power of faith. Be prepared to be inspired by an incredible lineup of champions, including National Football champions Saquon Barkley and Cooper DeJean, National Football champion head coach Nick Sirianni, Hall of Fame legend Brian Dawkins, best-selling author and coach John C. Maxwell, and more. These champions have experienced firsthand how faith transforms lives, and they'll join Life Search to share their powerful stories and insights on how to integrate faith into your business, finances, and every aspect of your journey. Seats are selling fast for this unforgettable event, so don't wait. Head to lifesearch.com now to secure your tickets before they're gone. Life Search featuring Champions of Faith, Saturday, May 31st at the Wells Fargo Center. Don't miss out. Your transformation begins here. Visit lifesearch.com today.
Is today the day? The day you try something beyond your usual at Wawa? The day you decide to live a little closer to the edge? The day you put dill pickle ranch on your crispy chicken sandwich? Or your panini? Or your pizza? We dare you. We dill pickle dare you. Try Wawa's new lineup with dill pickle ranch and crispy pickles. Now for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
Hey, weekend warriors, how's a little trail therapy sound right now? Hop in. Let's go for a ride in the all-new Nissan Armada Pro 4X. Tune out all those work emails and turn up that twin-turbo V6 engine. Instead of letting the kids play online, show them some epic inclines. Turn your 8-person family dinner into an exhilarating off-road adventure. The all-new Nissan Armada is here. Intelligent four-wheel drive cannot prevent collisions or provide enhanced traction in all conditions. Always monitor traffic and weather conditions.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Bring spring to your door with Target Circle 360. Get all you need for Easter hosting, spring get-togethers, and more with unlimited same-day delivery through Target Circle 360. From Easter basket goodies to fresh florals, getting everything the same day is easy. Open the Target app and bring the magic of the season to your door with unlimited same-day delivery through Target Circle 360. Visit target.com/circle or the Target app for more details. Subscription required. Same-day delivery is subject to terms. Applies to orders over $35.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like to check for your wallet first before hitting the drive-thru.
$6.
Sorry, forgot my wallet. I have change, though. Here's 40 cents, another 40. Ooh, a bicentennial.
What's that?
Oh, gosh.
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. No player faces more pressure this spring than Connor McDavid. He's the best hockey player in the world, maybe the best we've ever seen, but he's still chasing his first Stanley Cup. The Oilers have loaded up around him, and the West is wide open. This is McDavid's 10th season in the NHL, and every year that ends without a title cranks up the heat. This isn't just about legacy. It's about proving greatness can translate to glory. I'm Maggie.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. Every Phillies game.
And it is gone.
Just listen to 94 WIP on the free Odyssey app.
Welcome back. Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Gilly, you guys with us. 215-592-9494. That's how you hop aboard here as we discuss, well, a big one. The idea of A.J. Brown being traded for a top 5 pick in this draft. Would you do it? I would. Hugh would. Kyle would not. Howard Eskin yesterday said he had heard the Eagles had some, conversations about a trade involving
Conversations.
Yeah. Well, it happens around draft time, but A.J. Brown's the name that keeps coming up here. Would you do it? I would. 215-592-9494. All right, a lot of layers to this. We'll keep taking your phone calls. Egg dishes, your favorite way to eat eggs, the most creative egg dish we hear today. Best one that gets us to want to try it on a try day wins a 4-pack of tickets to the Eagles draft show next Thursday night, the Eagles draft party at Lincoln Financial Field. Doors open at 7 p.m. We'll be there doing a live show. All right, I want to get to Cristopher Sanchez in a little bit here in this segment because he was awesome yesterday, and it really hit me where he's moving up a list in Philadelphia sports. We'll try to find the right spot for him on that list coming up. First, back to the phones on AJ and the Birds. Joe and Mayfair. Hey, Joe.
Hey, Joe. I thought you were a little bit of an idiot earlier, but more and more I think about it. And by the way, hello, Hugh. I haven't heard you much today, so I want to say hi to you, Hugh.
What's going on, man?
Hey, Joe. Go ahead.
We're living the dream. So I'll run this scenario by Kyle. And I know, Kyle, you don't want to get rid of AJ, and I don't either, but in the perfect world, if you could trade AJ to the Patriots for the 4, then you flip the 4 and get a ransom. If Abdul Carter's there, and you can get a top 10 pick from the Bears or the Jets and add another 2 and another 2 in another year, because it does take you're going to get a lot for that 4.
Mm-hmm.
If I could trade A.J. Brown and get the 9 pick and their 2nd round pick and then draft a Williams kid from Arizona and a receiver and get there's still 2 picks for A.J. and gain $25 million in the cap.
You playing like 10-dimensional chess? Why? Like
how he could pull this off?
Oh my God! No, stop.
That's a lot of moving parts.
Keep it simple.
Joe, it is as you would say, it is brain wrestling, but I like the brain wrestling. But Joe, he is good at.
Howie is good at trading the chip. If you have the 4, and a lot of people want to move up and get the 4, you can get a.
I only got so much time on the
clock. 4 and turn it into multiple picks?
No.
I'm open to doing that as long as I can get that Williams kid from Arizona.
Well, you know what's funny about this, as Kyle screams now? I'm thinking back to Howie, right? And this is how we ended up with Jalen Carter. They pushed that first-round pick back an extra year, and it became Jalen Carter. So, yes, I mean, Joe, and in your idea, we're getting future stuff. Plus, we're turning AJ into a top 10 pick and an early 2nd-round pick, and we have our own 32 anyway. We're getting 3 top 40 players this year.
And if you could do that, and as long as you're getting the kid Williams from Arizona, who is 6'4", 215, who is unbelievable, if you can get a younger version of AJ, pay him less for the next 4 years, and gain a 2nd, and have your own late 1st, I'm willing to do that, but I'm not willing to do it just to get Abdul Carter. If you can turn AJ into 3 picks, a 1 and 2 2s, I'm willing to do that 100%. Because again, AJ is a great player, but you got to pay. You're going to have to pay Cooper DeJean, Quinyon Mitchell. You're going to have to pay Carter. I don't want to have the Eagles have nothing around this team the next 2 to 3 years. But if you can't replace AJ you can't do it.
Yeah, you probably can't.
Yeah.
Because the reason you can't do that is because you're going to double Devontae, who is the Slim Reaper, a big 6'1", 175, 185, and now you're singling the other side, and now you're just playing 8 in the box, which is going to kill Jalen Hurts, kill your offensive line, and kill Saquon. If you can replace AJ with that top 10 pick, but in a younger version of AJ, and get 2 other 2s, I'm good with it. Other than that, the answer is no.
Sounds like you're living in fantasy
So, Joe,
land.
so when we throw this out, right? So I don't think you are either. So, Joe, when we throw this out, you could do whatever you want with the 4th pick, right? Like we're giving it to Howie. But, like I want Carter or I want Hunter, but that's okay if you don't, right? You just give the pick to Howie and let him figure out. Maybe he trades back, Joe. I think it's interesting. All right, Joe, what do you got for us for an egg dish?
Well, it's the best way to eat. I've never tried it till last year. You got to make the homemade ravioli. You got to put the over easy egg in the ravioli, little salt, pepper, little olive oil. Homemade egg ravioli is unbelievable taste.
Wow, I never had that.
Wait a minute, what now?
Homemade egg ravioli, the over easy egg.
Oh yeah, Gordon Ramsay. I learned how to make it with Gordon Ramsay. You open the egg in the middle of a ravioli and you boil them. The taste is unbelievable. You put a little olive oil spread on it with a little bit of salt and pepper. Oh, my gosh, it is heaven.
I'm in, Joe. That sounds good. That's a good phone call by Joe. He's giving Howie – I mean, it is – whether it's brain wrestling or not, like if we trade AJ for a top 5 pick, Howie could do whatever he wants with that pick.
But, okay, hold on. But then you're banking on all of these different outcomes to work out for you. Like AJ Brown for Abdul Carter, Abdul Carter becoming a great player is a much more realistic possibility than you – replacing A.J. Brown with next year's pick, getting another great player, and then getting another guy in the second round. That's just way too much.
Sure, it's like splitting your hand in blackjack.
It's even dumber.
Well, I mean, you could think of it that way, but
I do.
I know. Well, but you could do that, right? I mean, we're giving again. I just find it interesting. Not you, Kyle, because you've been consistent on this. 3 days ago, everyone told me Howie Roseman has figured out the NFL draft. Now I'm giving him a huge asset to use in the NFL draft. It's like, nah, it's too risky. Well, if he's figured out the draft, then we should be all into this.
I don't think he has.
Well, I know.
I mean, like the only way that I could ever be talked into, if they ended up trading AJ Brown tomorrow, or on draft day, and they got Abdul Carter, I'd be like, okay, I hate that they got rid of AJ Brown, but
you warm up to it.
I can warm up to the idea of Abdul Carter being on the defense.
What'd I tell you, Joe? Didn't I tell you that earlier? I caught it, didn't I?
But we're all gonna feel the effect of losing A.J. Brown in this offense next year.
So, okay, let's play off of that for a second. Hugh, you said something in the first hour that we didn't really flesh out much. We're anticipating, I think, as a fan base, they're going to throw more next year, right? Mm-hmm. Just in general. But you said something in the first hour that maybe the league is changing. And sometimes smart teams see trends
ahead of the curve.
Now, last year, the Eagles were ahead of it, right? They signed Saquon, and they ran their way to a Super Bowl. I know Saquon's not going to be able to run like that every year, but maybe the Eagles want to run their offense, running the football more, and in that case,
you don't need the top receiver.
You don't need 2 top receivers.
No, and you can win with the Slim Reaper, because I look at it like this, man. And I think a lot of times people are reactionary because they hear what's being said and not look at the pieces that are already there. Well, I got AJ Dillon. Now he's been hurt. He had the neck thing. As Kyle puts his head back, like, what are you talking about? You got 2 backs in the backfield that they're probably going to play off each other. Saquon Barkley's not going to have the season that he had last year. He's not going to rush for over 2,000 yards. He's still going to have a good season, but it might not be to the volume that it was last year. But he's still going to be a very serviceable back. Now, still don't know what's going to happen with Dallas Goedert. Still don't know what that is. So that's still in play. With as far as the tight end is concerned. So you could still get some pretty good receivers later in the later rounds. Puka Nacua was a late round draft. Mm-hmm. So that's where I'm kind of looking at. You could find some late round talent and still be an effective offense. Oh my goodness. Your quarterback is the catalyst. And he is the catalyst.
I'm sorry. No, he's not. They were the 29th ranked passing offense last year.
He's the catalyst though, Kyle. And because you're not hearing what I'm saying. You're going by what you saw last year.
No, you guys are.
No,
You're
I'm
saying
not.
they run the ball. They didn't throw as much to AJ.
You're not,
Well, no, I'm
You're
asking-
going to have to change
You're
that.
not listening. You're not listening to what I'm saying.
I'm asking
I
the
am.
question if the Eagles want
You're
to win a
not.
different way now. I mean, you may say they have
Well,
to do it this way.
Yes, they do.
But but part of the reason we all think they're going to have to throw it more is why? Because the defense is going to be worse. If I add
And
to the
Saquon's not going to be as good.
if I add to the defense, perhaps the defense won't be as big of a drop as we
We're
anticipate.
adding a rookie to the defense.
I understand that, but right now we're not adding anything to the defense.
I understand that. So I think they need to and then you're going to lose on offense too.
Yeah,
You're going to make both sides of your team worse.
Some rookies last year that ball.
I don't, dude, don't care. I mean, honestly, if we lose
Can't be
AJ
it.
Brown and you're going to sit here and tell me we got AJ Dillon, that's Super Bowl syndrome to the max.
Well,
That is
I
not
didn't
the
say
lost.
that. I didn't say that.
That is not the Super Bowl syndrome.
Yes, it is.
Will Shipley has burst. Okay,
Don't give me no AJ Brown,
it
AJ
is
Dillon will
not-
be fine.
See, when I say stuff like that, you get triggered because you're not hearing what I'm actually
Because
saying.
it's a joke.
It's not a joke.
It
It's
is.
a tandem running tree. It's a tandem running trio.
Dude,
if you want
I don't.
duo,
All right,
trio,
hold on,
whatever you want to
hold on,
call
hold
it.
on. Put AJ Dillon on the side for a sec because we don't know what his neck.
Please do.
The concept is, what if the Eagles they want to run the football now? Then we don't need, I've been saying this since the middle of the season. If we are a running team now, it makes no sense to have two receivers at this money.
But it makes
long-term.
more sense to have three running backs.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. They were a running team last season.
By
you
accident.
know, right? But you know the history of teams or of running backs who get that many touches and what they do the very next season. Don't give me AJ Dillon. We have no idea what he's going to be. You need as much firepower and offense you're going to get. And by the way, you brought it up. Dallas Goedert's probably going to go too. You're going to lose two weapons on offense.
I understand, but all right, let me just ask you the question then. Forget all the names. If if the Eagles say to themselves, we want to run our way to another Super Bowl, you may say it's dumb. Why are we paying two receivers?
I mean, look, I think the Eagles, but you said they ended up stumbling into the running back thing by accident.
But maybe they want this to be their
They
identity.
did it as a necessity. I don't think they do.
All right, then.
And even if they do, I think that's the wrong way to go about it.
Well, then maybe
they need to pivot. Like AJ Brown was talking about it himself. They're going to need to change their offense next year. He knows. Everyone with a brain knows they're going to have to change their offense next year.
Yeah, unless they don't. I mean, I don't know. I mean,
if they don't, they're not going to be as good.
Right, but bottom line is this. I've compared Jalen Hurts to Russell Wilson at times. The Seahawks were better when they ran the football at Russell, and he was a complementary piece. They turned the football over to him, and they didn't win as much. Maybe the Eagles look at Jalen the same way. Like, we could win with this guy with defense and running the football. I don't know. I don't know what the Eagles are going to do. All I know is this. If I can get a top 5 pick for AJ, I'm in. 215-592-9494. Let's go to David in Wilmington, and then we got to touch on Cristopher Sanchez and a list he belongs on now. What's up, David?
Man, you guys got Kyle hyped up today, don't you?
It was. I think the Eagles did. We just lit the match here. We told him what was going on. What's up, David? What are you feeling?
He does know keeping A.J. Brown isn't going to make Jalen Hurts magically pass the ball better, right?
Well, I'm not sure, actually. Go ahead.
And,
I'm not sure if he knows that. I mean, I understand your point, right? Jalen is Jalen, whether AJ is there or not. I mean, he's going to throw the ball well or he's not.
And it's going to cost more than just A.J. Brown for the 4th-round pick. It's going to probably Dallas Goedert in with him.
It might, and a lot of people have been saying, like, that's not enough. I'm just saying, if you could get a top 5 pick for him, would you do it?
Yeah, I would definitely do it.
Dynamite.
I'm with you. All right, what's your egg dish for Try Day?
Nothing beats an old-fashioned Eggs Benedict.
Eggs Benedict. I was wondering today how many people ever had an Eggs Benedict?
Don't think so.
Look it up, Hugh. I
don't
think. I think Hugh's not an egg guy. I mean, I think we realize
you're clearly
this.
not.
Well, how do you like your eggs?
Scrambled.
That's it, straight.
Yep. Boiled. That's it.
Boiled, ew.
Scrambled and boiled.
Anyone comes with boiled eggs, I'm not voting for it.
I mean, if I had to say how I usually eat eggs, it's usually just regular scramble. I make it myself. But if I'm out somewhere where someone wants to make me an egg dish, I'll have them a bunch of different ways.
By the way, the point about what you said, it's not going to make Jalen Hurts throw the ball better. Do you think Jalen Hurts is going to throw the ball better without A.J. Brown? What does he have a better chance? What gives Jalen Hurts the best chance of succeeding on offense next year?
Sure,
A.J. Brown? No A.J. Brown.
Yeah.
Nonsensical.
Well, but they had A.J. Brown and Devontae last year, and they were the 29th ranked passing offense.
They'd probably be 32 without A.J. Brown.
Not that much of a difference.
And they might be a worse running team, by the way.
Maybe, yeah.
Like, A.J. Brown takes
I agree with that.
You can't undersell the impact of A.J. Brown on the
I think we need to start looking at Jalen different too. And I think that's the thing that most people are afraid of, because Jalen's not your traditional quarterback in the sense of the high volume passer and that cat right there. So I don't think it's fair to look at him and say, well, he has to have this, that, or the third to win, because he's shown that he can win without that. I mean, seriously. And he did throw the ball all around the schoolyard in the Super Bowl.
Played great.
So I think that we have to be open to this offense looking different than it did in the past few seasons that he was here.
I agree with that. I mean, I wonder if the Eagles get to the point where they say our best path with Jalen, we can win with him, is defense, running the football, and Jalen's legs, instead of trying to throw the ball the way we did a few years ago, and it didn't really work out. I mean, I think that is on the table, and if they get a top 5 pick, I would do it. Where do you come down? 215-592-9494. And, of course, a 4-pack of tickets to the sold-out Eagles 2025 draft party at the Link, presented by Lincoln Financial Group, next Thursday, this coming Thursday, 6 days from now, April 24th at 7 p.m. Okay, so we'll keep taking your calls on all this, but we got to talk about Cristopher Sanchez for a second here. He was awesome yesterday. How about that, Hewitt? He had the most strikeouts a lefty pitcher's had here since Cole Hamels. This guy's becoming a star in front of our eyes.
And it was right on time, man, because the one, like, coming off of the mound appearance that Nola had the other day, and him coming out and giving you 7 strong the way that he did, 7 strong. I thought it was phenomenal. It was real. It was what this team needed. It was what this city needed at the right time, especially when you talk about all the vitriol that we had for them yesterday, the Phillies the other day. Yeah, it was right on time. It was good to see.
All right, let me throw this out because I thought about this as I watched him. So last year, Hugh, the Phillies gave Sanchez an extension on his contract, right? He got a 4-year, $22.5 million deal. It bought out some arbitration years, but that's his contract. 4 years, 22, and that's total, not per year. Cristopher Sanchez makes 4 years, $22.5 million. He has options on his deal at the end for an extra $14 million and then an extra $15 million. So if they play this whole contract out, he would have a 6-year, $51.5 million deal. The more I think about it, I think this has now become, if not the best, right up there as the best contract in the city right now. So, like, you have Bryce Harper, but that's a different kind of contract, right? That's a 13-year, $330 million deal.
You're talking about the time, the length, and the money.
What he meant for the franchise.
Yeah.
That's probably, the most important contract in the city. Okay, put that there. Kyle Schwarber feels like a steal. They got him for 4 years, $79 million. That's a great contract. I would say on the Eagles, now before last year, maybe a few more of these look like steals. Now I think a lot of these deals are fair. Like Saquon's deal, they paid him more money, so he gets paid fairly. AJ gets paid fairly. I think Jordan Mailata's got an incredible contract. I think it was 3 years, $66 million for what he is at left tackle. But Hugh, Sanchez might be the best bang for the buck in the city. He makes on average $8 million a year. He looks like a Cy Young, or at least an all-star, if not a Cy Young contender.
He was focused too yesterday, man. He was doing his thing. And like I said, the biggest thing that jumped out to me, Joe, is the timing. You needed that. You needed. He calmed everything down yesterday, and it was just great to see. The people enjoyed it. The people were excited about it. So, yeah, it was great to see. It was perfect timing.
I just think it's funny because when we usually bring up contracts, we bring up the bad ones, like Tobias, right, back in his time here with the Sixers. When we bring up Trey Turner, we're not usually kind about the contract. Christopher, that's a win for Dombrowski. I mean, Sanchez he's become for a while now, over a year, a top of the rotation arm. He was awesome yesterday. And you're right about the timing because they had lost. So he's pitched after 4 Nola losses because he follows Nola. He's won all his games.
Yeah.
They need it.
You need that.
Yeah, I don't think the Phillies planned that, but it's worked out that he pitches after Nola and he's got to clean up the mess afterwards. I don't know who would be 5th on this list, Hugh, because I was writing down the best contract. So I wrote Mailata, Harper, Schwarber, Sanchez.
I would say, who did you say? Mailata, Schwarber, Sanchez.
Mailata on the Eagles, Bryce, Schwarber, Cristopher Sanchez. I'm just thinking like good contracts. So like the team's getting a real good deal.
I would say, and just because of what transpired, Jalen, for the money that you paid the quarterback and him to win the Super Bowl, 2 years after you paid him, that's pretty decent.
So I would say during the season, most people would have pushed back on that. But you look now, I think he's...
Well, that's what I'm doing. Revisionist history.
Well, he won the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And
don't laugh at that, man. Because Kyle about the clip. I knew it was coming.
Where does he rank now? Like 10th in average quarterback salary?
Something like that.
Yeah. I mean, and probably 2 years from now, he'll rank 12th, 13th. I mean, they might redo his deal, but...
Yeah, like we're talking about the financial situation for the Eagles. I don't necessarily view Jalen as one of the guys that's like holding things up cap-wise.
Not now. Maybe 3 years from now, but not now.
So, I mean, in terms of a quarterback deal,
that's what. Yeah,
it looks really good.
Yeah,
Like you're getting bang for the buck. Yeah. I mean, look, the Mailata deal was great. The Bryce one is obviously one that changed the Phillies. Schwarber was a steal considering what they paid him. Sanchez, and we could put Jalen in there. 215-592-9494. Brandon in Brookhaven is up. Hey, Brandon.
First thing I'd like to say, give a shout out to my friends driving home from the Flyers game in Buffalo. They went on a tour trying to find the best Buffalo wing. So just want to give a shout out to them first.
Did they find them?
Well, they reported back that Anchor Bay was probably the best.
Anchor Bar.
Anchor Bar. I've been there.
Kyle, you're familiar with it.
They do have some good wings. Have you ever had them, Kyle, the Anchor Bar?
No, but I know that's like the famous wing
I've been
spot
there. It's a good spot.
Okay. Well, anyway, now I'm going to rip you and Hugh.
Okay, go
this
for
is
it.
absolutely ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
You want to trade A.J. Brown for a top pick, which I get that, but you don't know if these guys are going to be available at that spot. Then, not to mention, how did it work out for the Titans? I heard Hughes say that, we'll get another receiver in the second round. Well, the Titans traded for a first-round receiver, and it didn't even work for them.
Mm-hmm.
So why would you trade him? He's going to be a dead cap hit. He's given great value now. He's probably arguably a top 3 receiver in the NFL. He is involved, and you said the running offense, he's involved in that because these guys have to worry about A.J. Brown on the RPO. It just makes no sense to me. I'm on Kyle's side.
I mean, and that's fine, but what about the financials about the situation? I mean, because that's like when
he is great value. Right now, he's great value.
When I'm talking about this, I'm talking about the monetary value as far as, you're going to be in, like, the Eagles probably are in worse cap trouble than we know. And that's kind of how I was looking at it, and the locker room dynamic. And if there's an opportunity to go out and move up and get a guy like Abdul Carter, I don't see a problem with that, especially when you talk about how much we've lost on the defense. Really don't.
Well, I mean, we're not in the locker room. I think it's overblown. So, but I can't argue that. Because
yeah,
I'm
you're
not
right.
in the locker room.
And I have been in one. I mean, no disrespect to you, but I have been in one. And I think that when you look at everything that has happened this year, when you talk about Brandon Graham saying what he said, and the fact that this is even a conversation being had, you have to factor in that might be a situation where it's unattainable. They can't fix it.
Then I see them get a touchdown and they're doing a dance together. I mean, we don't know.
Well, I mean, none of us know, Brandon.
I'm not disagreeing with anything you're saying, Stu. I mean,
these are hypothetical.
It is all hypothetical. But now, Brandon, your point on value. Look, he's a great player. I don't think this is not about how good he is. But you said value. I mean, they pay him a lot of money, and he does not. Last year, at least, he did not get a big amount of targets. I mean, he just didn't.
Well, do you see how much all these other receivers are now getting?
Right, but if I'm paying
you compared to them, he needs a top 3 receiver.
But we're saying he's top 3, but they don't throw him the ball that much. Not that he's not good. The way the team worked last year, they didn't.
The next year, we change in the offense, probably to throw the ball.
Maybe, or we could keep running it
in the Super Bowl.
Well, that's because the team shut down Saquon Barkley. I mean, I think the Eagles went in with the idea that
look, now we have an offensive weapon to throw the ball.
Absolutely,
that helps with A.J. Brown and the dynamic between a big, strong receiver who can power through you and jump up at the ball, and an excellent route runner in Devontae Smith.
Let me ask you a question, Brandon, because I don't have any argument that A.J. is a big part of this team and he helps them win a lot of football games. A year or two from now, and you mentioned the point that they have cap issues down the line. That's why they've let a lot of these guys go on defense. If they have to pay Carter $40 million a year, and Nolan $20 million a year, and Quinion $25 a year, I think you'd agree with me, Brandon. Someone on the offense is not going to be here. They're going to have to even it back out. So who's leaving?
Yeah,
who's leaving?
I don't know, but Howie's going to figure that out.
Well, no, but I think what everyone's missing today is Howie could wait 2 years, and then whoever he decides to move on from, AJ, Devontae, Jalen, they'll get far less than if they do it now. You're not getting a top 5 pick 2 years from now from A.J. Brown. You might get a 4th round pick.
I mean,
Brandon, can I ask you a question real quick? Brandon, I'm sorry to cut you off, bro, but can I ask you a question real quick?
Go right ahead. I mean,
what? no. I just wanted to ask, what do you think that we feel the genius of Howie Roseman is?
Managing the cap.
Exactly.
And his ability to get ahead of things like this, correct?
Listen, I know you're trying to set me.
No,
up
I'm not
here,
like Brandon. I'm not trying to set you on. I'm trying to have a conversation. And all I'm saying is this. Now, I'm not saying that this is real, but just say if it was, don't you trust Howie enough to know that this might be a way for him to get in front of it because he's like to your point, he sees things that we don't.
Well, also too, like the 10-dimensional chess caller I heard, Howie's going to be maybe not just restructure Hurts contract, restructure all these contracts.
That's the one. Now, if you wanted to say like that was where I was going. If you want to save some money, that's the contract that you probably could restructure, add some more years, and kick the can down the road. But when I heard this morning, that was one of the first things I thought about. I'm with you. I don't want to trade AJ. I really don't. But
sounds like you do.
But no, when you listen to what's being said and everything that has happened, it doesn't sound as crazy to me as it does to everybody else.
All right, Brandon, what's your egg dish? What do you got? Favorite eggs?
Mine's very simple, and I'm going to try to please Hugh here with the bacon part. But a hard-boiled egg sandwich on sourdough bread with bacon. Nice crispy bacon.
Wait a minute, what did you say again?
Hard-boiled egg sandwich on sourdough bread with bacon. Excuse me.
Bacon.
Sourdough.
I'm a sourdough guy, Brandon.
I don't know.
I hate hard-boiled eggs, man.
Yeah, I don't have them often, but I'm in. I sourdough bread though. I'm in on that.
I don't know if I like sourdough bread.
I'm a big sourdough.
I like
guy.
brioche.
Brioche is good.
Brioche hits hard.
Sweet, yeah.
Brioche.
Yeah.
With the with some bacon in the brioche and the egg.
Yeah, I hear you on that.
I didn't change this man's sandwich. That ain't even what he said.
You totally made your own. 215-592-9494. All right, your phone calls. I'm willing to trade A.J. Brown for a top 5 pick in the draft. Maybe for Abdul Carter or Travis Hunter. If they're there on the board, that'd be my stipulation. If they're there on the board, I would trade AJ for those. You can win draft party tickets for your favorite way to eat eggs. Scott Franzke at noon. Your call's next. It is the Midday Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The Phillies welcome the Marlins to the bank. Leading off starts at 5:45. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. First pitch is at 6:45. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Bryce Harper unloads and lines one into the lower seats.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
When your AC loses its cool or your water heater loses its heat, it throws your whole day off. You can't think straight. You're like, what grade are my kids in? I'm not left-handed. There's only one cure. Hutchinson Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Heating will show up same day and get your AC or hot water back in shape with 100% satisfaction and no emergency service fees ever. Hutchinson will get you thinking straight until you forget your internet password again. Schedule now at hutchcomfort.com.
At IHOP, you can get a satisfying, craveable breakfast for only $7 with IHOP's House Faves. Enjoy fluffy buttermilk pancakes, your choice of hickory smoked bacon or pork sausage, and eggs your way with the Breakfast Faves combo. Or enjoy a savory ham and cheese omelet, French toast breakfast, or house scramble, all for just $7 each. Stop by today and try any of IHOP's House Faves. Available weekdays from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., all for just $7. For a limited time, dine-in only. Price and participation may vary by location.
John Ritchie here. Are you looking for a lawn care service that delivers great results and is safer for your family and pets? That's why I choose Natural Lawn of America. That's my lawn care company. Their custom approach uses organic fertilizers and safer weed and insect controls, ensuring a healthier lawn season after season. Right now, take advantage of their limited time offer. Free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED today. Choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
If you're serious about what's under your hood, then you need the highest octane on the market. New 94 Octane, available exclusively at Sunoco. Nothing else will match it. Go to Sunoco.com to find a participating station near you.
Stop! Where's everybody going? Club Risque, the Delaware Valley's premier gentlemen's club, where there's always something happening. Free lunch weekdays, happy hour specials 6 days a week, the hottest entertainers in the world 7 days a week. And this week, it's adult film superstar Giselle Blanco, appearing in all 3 Club Risque locations, Philly, Bristol, and Northeast Philadelphia. Giselle Blanco, tonight through Saturday. Club Risque, your home for all UFC and championship boxing, shown on their multiple TV screens. ClubRisque.com.
Breaking news. Newsflash. Just announced. TurnersvilleJeep.com is celebrating massive savings all month long with their employee pricing for all event. Take advantage of true employee pricing this month only on a huge selection of Jeep Grand Cherokees, Jeep Wranglers, Ram 1500 trucks, Dodge Durangos, and more. Don't miss your opportunity to save thousands this month at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Just minutes from all bridges. Drive a little, save a lot at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
If you need to replace those old drafty windows and doors, then it's time you call my friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida is offering interest-free financing options that are sure to fit your needs. Depending on the scope of your project, you can take advantage of 0 down and paying 0% interest for up to 36 months, or take even as many as 72 months. Yeah, that's right, up to 6 years of low monthly payments with no interest. This kind of financing will keep your monthly payments affordable regardless of the size of your project, while you benefit from expertly installed energy-efficient windows and doors that lower your energy bills and increase the value and comfort of your home. And not to mention, Guida will help you save on the price by giving you 20% off all their products. Restrictions apply, minimum purchase required, financing subject to credit approval. This offer is for a limited time only, so call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Hereeth my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
43 overnight, tomorrow mostly sunny, high 74.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunkt Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on 2 wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Hugh Douglas.
Shark meat is not good because they pee through their skin.
And Joe Giglio.
Well, you could have told me that before I ate the shark.
On Sports Radio 94 WIP.
What are some things you think that the offense needs to improve on?
Passing.
AJ, I know everybody wants to get in a rhythm. And Devontae was acknowledging that, receivers, just like running backs, want to get in a rhythm. How hard is it as a receiver to get into a rhythm when you guys are only throwing the ball 20 times?
Incredibly tough.
The voice, A.J. Brown, Eagles wide receiver, talking about the passing offense last December. I was just thinking about how wild of a week that was around here. BG said what he said on the Brandon Graham show, and then they went from there. He wasn't wrong. I mean, I didn't disagree with AJ what he said about the passing offense. It got better. Jalen was great in the Super Bowl, and now we discuss the future of it all. 215-592-9490. Would you trade A.J. Brown for a top 5 pick in this draft? I would. So if you just hopped in, it's like, what are they talking about? Well, a couple things. Matthew Berry at the Combine in February said he heard the Patriots had called the Eagles about the number 4, about A.J. Brown. They have the 4th pick. And then yesterday, if you missed it, Howard Eskin, our old friend who we love, tweeted this yesterday. He was tweeting in reference to a story about A different trade idea someone wrote up, but he wrote, this is from Howard, quote, however, I have heard A.J. Brown's name in some trade talks with Eagles possibly moving into top 10. So that's the backdrop today. I would trade A.J. for a top 5 pick. So would Hugh. All right, let's listen to Howie here, because the Eagles have the 32nd pick, but the way Howie framed it didn't seem like this draft is one where it's abundant in great players throughout the first round, and they don't seem to have that many of them on their board. Here's Howie.
The way we go into looking in the draft is we always take worst case scenario and work back from that. And we got to be really comfortable with whatever is our worst case scenario, which will always entail getting a good player. There's never 32 first round grades on our board. We don't have 32 first round grades in this draft. So obviously it depends on how things go. You go through a lot of hypotheticals. You try to put yourself in any possible position so that you're ready to execute. Just even looking at last year, the guys that we thought were most realistic being available at 22. We feel like we got fortunate to get one of the guys that we didn't have in a lot of the scenarios. So, luck plays a part in it. Obviously, everyone's looking at things differently. Everyone has a different vision for what they're looking for their team. Everyone has a different vision for the particular players that they're looking at. And you just hope that, kind of makes sense for your football team.
Hugh, it's interesting the way he framed that, because he's saying last year that someone fell to them they didn't expect. That doesn't happen every year. And that's why the conversation today, I don't know how many players the Eagles think are first rounders in this class, but I'm sure they have at least 5, right? If they get up to the top 5, they're going to get one of the players they consider the best in this whole class.
And I think that when you listen to some of the stuff that's being said and you listen to some of the hypotheticals that we like to throw out, I think you have to be a little bit more open-minded than a lot of people are, Kyle. Because listen to what Howie's saying. There's not 32 people that are picked that they have 30 first round grades on.
Right.
So that says to me that they're probably looking to be a little bit more aggressive. And a lot of times when you're being aggressive, you have to look at your team and say, okay, in order for me to ultimately get what I want that I think is going to make my team better, I might have to give up something that I might not want to give up.
Mm-hmm.
He said, we'll work from worst case scenario. We'll start there. What is the worst case scenario?
Losing A.J. Brown.
Okay.
It's not.
well, to his point, that's where I was kind of going.
Yeah, I know.
That might be the worst case scenario. You lose A.J. Okay, but what are you gaining? You're making your defense, like hypothetically, making your defense better.
Yeah.
You're banking on your quarterback evolving, because when you look at, I know that's the sticking point for you.
Well, it hurts to evolve without one of the best receivers in the league. I'm sorry,
how about
that
this?
doesn't work for me.
As good as Patrick Mahomes was, a lot of people felt that when Tyreek Hill left, that there was going to be a little bit of a fall off.
And statistically, there has been.
But they were still successful
because they've created a better overall roster.
Exactly.
That's how they won.
Okay, hold on. If they had that roster and not Patrick Mahomes, we're not talking about them as the Chiefs.
But see, this is a
big part of it, guys.
There's been 2 versions of the Chiefs with Mahomes. One with Tyreek and one without. They've won
and
more without Tyreek.
All with the best quarterback in the league.
Right, but
say we won about statistically the best. He is still the best quarterback in the league when it comes to crunch time.
But
here's the thing.
They've won differently. He hasn't dominated the league the way he did with Tyreek Hill.
But we all know the reality of it. If they don't have Patrick Mahomes, they're not doing the winning at all.
But here's the thing, and this is where, for me, this is the question that you have to ask yourself as an Eagles fan. Seriously, you ready for this?
Mm-hmm.
How much do you trust Jalen has evolved as a quarterback?
It's a huge part of this.
Yes, because that's what, like, Kyle, you haven't said it, but I hear it in your voice. You don't trust Jalen.
I don't trust him without A.J. Brown.
Thank you. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, is that a crime?
That's not. I'm not.
I mean, act like that's a bad thing.
Crime? Sound like Sade over there. Is it a crime?
Well, so,
no, it's not a crime.
Okay, but I think that's very reasonable to think that your quarterback might not take a step forward without his best receiver.
It is, but okay, just for a second, if they're considering this trade, if they're considering it,
which we don't know if they are.
Okay, we don't, hypothetically. But if they are, then to me that says that they think that he can survive without him.
May I point something out? And I know I can already hear the responses. Well, he takes pressure off and he takes attention.
Yeah.
Okay, can I just give you facts? In the biggest wins the Eagles have had with Jalen Hurts and A.J. Brown, the biggest victories, A.J. hadn't done much in these games.
But I think that's the opposite of what the point you're trying to make is, because the impact goes beyond his numbers.
No,
let's
frame it this way. My mind might be changed if I picture big wins, AJ making huge plays. That hasn't happened.
You don't need to do that. All you need
Yes,
to
I
look
do.
at, no, you don't. All you need to do is look at the games when they don't have AJ Brown and what they look
Well,
like.
there's not many of those. It's a small sample.
Right, but it's pretty drastic.
Sure.
The drop off.
Sure,
it
sure
is.
it is. Again,
the 2 games they lost with Jalen Hurts healthy, who wasn't on the field.
Right, but I also make the case neither was Cooper DeJean. I mean, like, neither was Lane Johnson in Tampa Bay, right?
Okay. Well, you know what? I'm glad that you brought up Cooper DeJean because I want to use some of you guys' own arguments against you. You keep saying we could find an AJ Brown in the second round.
No, I never said that.
Okay, but Hugh did. You can find a replacement in the later round.
I threw that out there.
You threw out Joe.
Yep.
Jared Verse. Not even the best defensive, not even the top defensive end taken in the draft last year.
Who was?
It was Latu.
Right,
Verse was the 3rd defensive end taken in the draft.
You meant who was selected.
Yeah.
I thought you meant, he
so
was the best.
the idea here is that there's talent all over the draft, right?
Sure.
We can find a contributor who, may not be as good as Abdul Carter, but can make your defense better. Maybe not next year. I don't know if Abdul Carter will either. But you can still build the roster with a lot of draft picks and keep your best receiver.
Yeah, you can. I mean, and again,
okay, I'm just.
But
is it a
well, we're thinking long term on this. You're thinking short term.
We're playing checkers, man.
Yeah, we're
AJ
playing
Brown
checkers.
is still here for 3 years. That's long term enough. Like we're in a window right now. Why are we resetting?
They already are.
Not on offense. Not on offense.
Not yet.
But they might double down on the offense.
They could.
They might need to.
Would you trade AJ Brown for Travis Hunter straight up?
Absolutely not.
I would.
Seriously?
I think you're out of your mind.
I'm just asking.
I would.
Okay.
Well, I mean, obviously Travis Hunter's going to be the 2nd or 3rd pick in the draft, so
Okay,
that's the value.
But there's a lot of. I mean, we can get into Travis Hunter thing. There's a ton of risk with Travis Hunter.
Sure,
I'm not sure he's great at one particular thing.
No,
if he is great at one thing, he's probably a
just
better corner than a receiver.
Yeah, I hear
and
you.
more
I
of
was
a
just
gadget receiver.
curious. I was
By
curious.
the way, we're talking about AJ Brown's knee. Way higher of an injury risk with Travis Hunter. He's going to play every snap.
Also,
or both sides of the ball.
There's more, a huge upside. I mean, you had the GM yesterday. One of the GMs in the league said he could be Shohei Ohtani.
That's bold.
That's insane.
Well, maybe it's not. I mean, people thought this about Ohtani. I mean, no one thought this was going to happen.
Ohtani is Ohtani hasn't even been able to pitch.
Right, but he's obviously been the best
He's
player.
still wearing that elbow thing.
But that's kind of my point. Like you have the Ohtani, but you only have Ohtani the hitter.
I know. But
are you going to get just Travis Hunter the corner for a while?
There's all ifs in this. We're also assuming
football, by the way.
AJ Brown is just going to stay at the level he has been. Did you see him run in the playoffs? Are we sure that he's going to continue to be a great football player for the next 3 years?
I am. In fact, I'm more sure that AJ Brown is going to be a good football player for the next 2 years than a draft pick that the Eagles take is going to be great and an immediate contributor.
And he also is
We're
more
all
expensive.
making assumptions here.
We are.
You're a little afraid.
I know.
Of course I am.
Don't be afraid.
I'm allowed to be afraid.
Well, you can,
Don't
but
be afraid.
Embrace it.
I don't
embrace it.
If I told you were going to take away your best offensive player to every fan of any NFL team, the appropriate reaction is to be afraid of what it might look like.
Yeah, I'm not sure he's their best offensive player. Saquon is.
Yeah.
He was last year.
So all right, that's fine.
They went to a Super Bowl without Saquon as soon as they got AJ Brown, guys.
I just think we're the idea of AJ is clouding what he just was. In 3 of their 4 playoff games, on the best Eagles team we've ever had, 10 yards, 14 yards, 43 yards.
Oh, you're throwing out
He didn't do much.
Again, you're just talking about his numbers. Like AJ Brown helps.
Stop.
Stop.
No, I'm
not going to stop.
I feel like I'm instigating.
You're using
it's the truth.
No, you're using an idea. Go back to what he was in the playoffs. He couldn't run, man. He was not.
What was Saquon in the Super Bowl then? If we want to go throw a stat, like 2 yards a carry.
Stop. They loaded the box because Saquon was the best player in the NFL last year.
And then they beat him in the air because they had AJ Brown.
No, not because they had AJ Brown. Devontae Smith was the one making the big play down the
AJ
field.
Brown had a touchdown too.
Who do you think?
Who do you think helps Devontae Smith?
You're forgetting. You're forgetting.
Why was Devontae Smith single covered?
You are forgetting. Stop.
I'm not.
You're forgetting. No.
Why is Devontae single covered?
You're giving me the idea of what AJ has been in most of his Eagles career, which is great. He couldn't run the playoffs. You think the Packers were double teaming AJ? He couldn't move.
Why was Devontae single covered?
Because it's Saquon.
And come on,
Kyle,
stand up, Joe.
Kyle.
Stand up.
Let's go back to the phones.
I'm standing up.
Let's go back to the phones. There's no way you're misremembering the playoffs. You're giving me the idea of AJ's value.
You're minimizing the impact of AJ.
He couldn't run in the playoffs, man.
And yet they still needed
Nobody
to direct attention to him.
I haven't had a Friday like this in a long time.
I mean, you're crazy.
Usually I'm the one getting beat up
crazy.
on a Friday.
You're telling me the Packers and Rams were double covering AJ when he couldn't run?
First of all,
he couldn't run.
Well, AJ dropped a short touchdown against the Rams. He did have impact,
I know,
by the way.
but they won with him on the field without him doing
They
much.
scraped by both teams, guys.
Because they had a
Both
great
teams.
defense and a running
Right,
game.
which we think will probably take a step back next
I'm
season.
just saying, if you
Not
get a
enough.
top
We go
five
get
pick,
you'll get Abdul Carter.
But what is being minimized here is what if AJ isn't the same player moving forward? What if?
What if Abdul Carter's a bust?
Okay.
Well, I mean, if we're operating under the ifs and assumptions here, I have one that's way more well known.
Everyone's already assumed that.
You just minimize
Okay,
everything.
but mine
right
is a
now.
more known commodity. That's a fact.
Okay. Aaron is up next. What's up, Aaron?
You just moved.
Good morning, Philadelphia.
What's going on, man?
You know, this is this is a lot of fun, guys. I mean, this is great.
I mean, it's fun for me because usually I'm the one getting beat up on a Friday.
Oh, that's why. Yeah, you think it's fun.
I'm just sitting back, just
Why do
enjoying
I
the
gotta
show.
beat everyone up
I'm
every day?
just saying, I just sit back and enjoy the show.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Joe, before you hang up on me, I know I don't qualify for it, but I want to give an egg.
Yeah, we get your egg. I mean, I'll get a recipe idea for myself out of this. Go ahead, Aaron.
So last night I was watching Bleacher Report on YouTube, did a mock draft, and they did it. They had like 32 different contributors that acted as GMs, and they did trades and all.
Oh, I like those. Yeah. So what'd they come up with?
Well, the Eagles representative was 94 WIP's very own Broads.
Oh, Broads was on there? Broads didn't tell us about that.
He was. But it was fascinating because it's interesting to hear a different perspective. So this conversation today is great, but I don't think it's realistic. And it's not so much the Eagles end of it. It's the Browns and the Giants.
In terms of that they wouldn't want to do this, or they're going to take the players we want? Like, what do you mean by their element in this?
There's two blue chip players in this draft
right.
that day one starters, going to make a difference, superstar potential, right?
Hunter and Carter, yeah.
Right. So look at the Browns, look at the Giants. You got two coaches that are on their last leg. You got two general managers that are on their last leg. They can't afford to take a chance on a quarterback at this point of the draft. So they got to get those players that have the potential of being superstars on day one, so they can improve their records and stick around a little bit longer. But then also you got the 34th pick and the 35th pick. With the depth of this draft in terms of the second and third tier players, there's a lot of value there where, if, Sanders or Milroe or Dart, fall, they can jump back into that first round, get that fifth year.
And Aaron, I think you're right on this. And so that's why I said when we started, I would do this if Hunter or Carter are available. Now, if the Giants and Browns have any brains, and history says they may not, but if they have any brains whatsoever, they're probably going to take these kids 2 and 3, and it changes everything.
Yeah, I mean, if he's available at number 4, I'm doing it. I like the superstar potential of Carter. Hunter, I just don't think he mixes with the what's the word I'm looking for? The culture with the Eagles.
Mm-hmm.
He's already spouting off, and it's me. So I don't know that he's the right fit.
He might not be. Yeah, I think that's a fair point on him. All right, Aaron, what is your egg dish? Go-to egg dish.
So I married a Filipino woman, and she found the key to my heart was through my stomach. And one of the reasons I married her is Filipino. There's this bread. It's called pandesal, and it's kind of like a slightly sweet bun. And then you got languanisa sausage, which is everything that's good about garlic and grease. That's what this sausage is all about. And then you take an egg over easy and you put it on that sandwich, and it's just a little slice of heaven.
I just looked up that bread, soft and buttery. That sounds good. What is it? Pandesal? Pandesal bread? Is that what he's called?
Pandesal, yeah.
Pandesal
You got to get it at a Filipino bakery, though.
Sounds good, Aaron. We appreciate it. All right, now we're starting to get a little creative
Almost
with
look
these
like
egg dishes.
Donut.
It does
like
a little
with
bit.
like with the little crust on the top.
Yeah, like if you see it, if I look at it from one angle of the photo that I pulled up here, it does have a little donut-ish
Yeah,
look
a
to
little
it.
donut thing.
Yep. All right, let's argue with Big V in Mount Laurel. What's up, Big V?
Yo, what's going on? Hold on. Let me make sure that I got this right because I don't want Kyle mad at me.
Well, he's mad at us today, so it's
too late. Yeah, I'm just mad.
he's just mad.
I mean, you guys already got Kyle at a fever pitch. He's about maybe one conversation from a meltdown.
Yep, we might get there. Yep.
Okay, but listen, why do you want to throw out the baby with the bathwater?
What does that mean?
Talking about AJ. Talking about you throwing AJ out.
Well, I'm not throwing him out. I'm receiving an incredible value for him.
See, this is the thing. It's a player for a player.
Yeah, right. And a cheaper player.
Great player for a maybe.
It's a great player for the number one, like the best pass rush in the draft.
Yeah,
maybe
as much. Okay,
likely.
Yeah,
likely the best pass rush.
Likely, possibly, versus giving away one of the best receivers in the NFL. Draft being potential best, NFL meaning he is the best.
For now, and we don't even use him that much. I mean, those
okay,
are...
but let's keep the main thing the main thing. I'm not talking about 3 years down the future. I'm talking about right now in terms of the Eagles getting another championship ring this year. He's the best receiver in the business. I mean, even though he did start, having a toddler moment, crying because he didn't get, all of that, ball time or his hands on the ball as much because we went to
get his hands on the balls. You heard him.
Yeah, he get through a fit over that. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate that drop to you.
That's what we do.
But as Dr. Douglas said, even though he believes defense is a luxury, it's not that much of a luxury where you would give away one of your best offensive players.
Well, you wouldn't. I would. That's the difference.
Well, Howie wouldn't either. I mean,
I don't know. Big V, I don't know that. I mean,
you know that.
No, I don't.
He was crying last year. They could have got rid of him then, but they deemed him necessary to keep him. In fact, they could have got rid of him for a good edge rusher.
Well, how do you know?
Because he's still on the team.
No, but how do you know they could have gotten a player you're talking about last year for him? What are you talking about? How do you know that?
We're talking about A.J. Brown.
No, I know,
what team right now wouldn't trade for A.J. Brown? Especially because he's complaining about not getting touches with the Eagles.
Well, it depends on what that team has. If a team has two expensive receivers, they're not trading for A.J. Brown today.
Okay. So we're talking about maybe 8% of the team that would of the NFL that wouldn't trade for A.J. Brown.
Hold on, let me ask you a question. If the Patriots offer the fourth pick for A.J. Brown, you would not do it. That's your premise?
That is my premise.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, you crazy.
And then you look at how he operates. How he doesn't buy that many, diamonds and from the store or mercenaries to play positions. He pretty much picks them good. Trust his scouting team, pick him in the draft.
But that's how he got A.J. Brown to begin with.
Okay, so why can't we do it with a defensive guy rather than trading A.J. Brown?
Well, that's fine. Big V, this isn't about just waking up today wanting to trade A.J. Brown. Do you not see the reality of their situation? They got money issues coming.
Money. They need money.
And we could turn a great offensive player into a cheap, potentially great defensive player. I mean, that's possible.
Well, I mean, it's also possible that I can, change my son who plays hockey into a great basketball player. It's possible, but is it probable?
Don't sound like he that tall.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense at all, actually.
What you're saying is something in potential. And then you have to look at now getting another offensive weapon that can complement the Eagles' offense.
Do you think Howie's a great drafter?
I think Howie has a level of success that most of the general managers in the NFL are trying to copy. So yeah, I think he is great.
Well, then he probably could get a great player at 32 and at 4 and add young players.
Right, and he wouldn't have to trade A.J. Brown.
No, they don't have the fourth pick without A.J. All right, give me your egg dish here. Why don't you get a mix for these tickets?
Okay, ham and cheese quiche.
Ham and cheese quiche.
I do like quiche.
That's like a breakfast pizza, right?
No.
Oh, you can no,
it's not.
No.
It's not breakfast pizza.
It's more like an egg pie.
Yes.
Egg pie.
Yeah.
The way that sounds does not sound good.
No, it's good. Quiches are good. Yeah. I don't think you're really an egg guy.
No, I mean I like eggs. But just, like I like the way y'all talking about them though.
Well, but we're trying to expand our horizons. It's a try day. That's the idea.
Can I just point out for the whole idea that they didn't really use A.J. Brown that much? I understand the passing offense wasn't very good.
Yeah.
He played 13 games and still had 1,000 yards and was second team All Pro.
Well, he's awesome.
Right. Okay. I just think we're a little bit minimizing what AJ Brown was.
I'm going down. That's
well, no, he took advantage of his opportunities.
He's removing himself from the
No, I want to trade him, but that's more Joe's lane than mine.
Most games, how many targets did he get? 5, 6?
No, he didn't get a whole lot of targets, but
that's my point. I think he's not good at it.
Yeah. I think he's a phenomenal player, and I think that he was a factor in his offense. I'm not trying to diminish that.
Mm-hmm.
But if we get a chance, like I'm looking at it from a defensive perspective.
Wow, we have growth here on the show.
I'm just saying.
We have come a long way.
You get this Abdul Carter.
Welcome back.
Are you going to let me make my point?
I'm sorry.
You get Abdul Carter, and you have Jalen Carter with this coaching staff and everything, and this secondary. I think that's a recipe. There won't be that much of a fall off. See, I think this is the thing. I think that a lot of people, when you hear this in this potential trade, you're afraid that there's going to be a fall off. There's a chance for that. I'm not going to lie. It's a chance for that.
It's a really good chance.
It's a really good chance for that. But I think that by getting the defensive player, it adds more balance. It adds a little bit more balance.
Yes, it does.
Balance in a bad way.
Not necessarily. We'll do more of this. 215-592-9490 for your phone calls coming up on all this. Tri-Day, and we'll do a little Fransky Friday. Scott Fransky will join us, talk to Phillies to get ready for a series against Miami on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's time to make it official. Sports Radio 94 WIP is celebrating the man, the myth, the strip-sacking legend.
Brandon Graham rips the football out of the hands of Tom Brady.
May 5th is now BG Day.
Fly, Eagles, fly.
All day long, 94 WIP is honoring Brandon Graham with classic stories, special guests, and the best BG moments of all time.
Oh, was he walloped by Brandon Graham?
Live all day, May 5th.
I just want to thank everybody.
Then cap off the day with BG Live, a special one-time event with Brandon at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. Get your tickets for BG Live at 94WIP.com.
What up, Philly?
The Nissan Rogue with available Google built-in helps you make the most of your drive. Take care of the small stuff, like,
Hey, Google, cool down my car.
and
Hey, Google, turn on the dog feeder.
or change up your adventure.
Hey, Google, navigate me to the nearest music venue.
Handle your drive like a pro.
Experience the ultimate connection in the Nissan Rogue. Nissan offers 6 vehicles with starting MSRP under $30,000. Visit your local Nissan store and nissanusa.com today. Not equipped on all vehicles. Requires compatible device. Sequences shortened and simulated. Activation of Nissan Connect services package required. Only use features when safe and legal to do so. Data rates may apply. Subject to third-party service availability. Google Play, and Google Maps are trademarks of Google LLC. Available on Nissan Altima, Kicks, Leaf, Rogue, Sentra, and Versa. All prices are manufacturer suggested retail price. MSRP for base models. MSRP excludes destination and handling charges, tax, title, license, and options. Dealer sets actual prices.
Now is the time for you to make the right choice about who services your car. United Tire and Service. Go to UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
The April wine selections at Fine Wine and Good Spirits are so good, you might wonder, what's the secret ingredient? Here's the secret. There isn't one. Just organic grapes and just in time for Earth Day. Natura Organic Rosé, made with 100% organic grapes, is now $2 off. Banter Vineyard Chardonnay from America's #1 organic winery is $4 off. No tricks, no magic, just really good grapes. Shop more organic wines at FWGS.com. Both bottles 750 milliliter. Offers on May 4th, 2025. Please enjoy responsibly.
Experience the action of the Sport of Kings with the Naira Bets horse racing app. Bet the Kentucky Derby. It's fast, easy, and secure. Get your free $25 Derby bet plus a $200 deposit match for new members at NairaBets.com/Philly25.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Have you always wanted an attractive, healthy smile? Well, PI Dental Center is the place for you. I've been a patient for 24 years, and PI Dental Center has been transforming smiles for 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. If you're looking for a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental Center. Visit PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com.
Buy 4 windows, get 4 free, and pay nothing until 2027 only from Window Nation.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete. Springtime is party time. Don't stress. Take your party to a whole new level with our event catering or our Crab Fries Express food truck. We cater on-site for big parties, small parties, grad parties, and all parties. Order special catering options or our signature menu items. Book your off-premise event today. ChickyandPete's.com for details. Chicky and Pete's, the official caterer of the world champion Philadelphia Eagles First Trust Bank Club and Eagles Training Camp. Chickies and Pete's.
Hey, navigation? Take me to Kia of CherryHill.com.
Kia of CherryHill.com is offering super low lease payments on Telluride, Carnival, Sportage, Sorrento, and the all-new K4. Kia of CherryHill.com is home to over 300 new Kias available for immediate delivery. Kia of CherryHill.com has a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles with a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Available 24/7 at Kia of CherryHill.com.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, weekend warriors, how's a little trail therapy sound right now? Hop in. Let's go for a ride in the all-new Nissan Armada Pro 4X. Tune out all those work emails and turn up that twin-turbo V6 engine. Instead of letting the kids play online, show them some epic inclines. Turn your 8-person family dinner into an exhilarating off-road adventure. The all-new Nissan Armada is here. Intelligent four-wheel drive cannot prevent collisions or provide enhanced traction in all conditions. Always monitor traffic and weather conditions.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 5/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-source single line activation on qualifying plan. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
You could think you found your dream home online, but here's the twist. The lot next door just got rezoned for years of construction. Work with the expertise and ethical training of a Realtor, here to guide and help protect you from the surprises you didn't see coming. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors, right by you.
Find what you love, love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines.
Only at Total Wine and More. Drink responsibly. Be 21.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. No team enters these NBA playoffs under more pressure than the Milwaukee Bucks. They traded for Damian Lillard to win now, and thankfully he's set to return. But a tough first-round matchup with the Pacers could have their fans on edge. If the Bucks go out early, there's real buzz that Giannis Antetokounmpo could ask for a trade. This isn't just about surviving the first round. It's about keeping a 2-time MVP in Milwaukee. I'm Maggie Gray.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, powered by the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. Every Friday.
It is Bedlam at the bank!
It's Fransky Friday.
Simply amazing. Yes, it is that time of the week. A Fransky Friday on the Midday Show. Scott, brought to you by Morgan and Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, as the Phillies get a split against the Giants and welcome in the Marlins this weekend. Scott, how you doing?
Scott.
I'm doing great. What a gorgeous day outside.
Yes, it is. Finally, Scott. Now, Scott, I've gotten a lot of heat for this, man, but I want to ask you because you're our baseball expert.
Okay.
how much does the cold weather how much can the cold weather factor in to the way a team plays at this time of year?
Well, it can factor into how a team plays, how individual players play, but obviously both teams are playing in the same elements at the same time.
That ain't really helping me out.
No, I know it's not helping you out, but I mean, again, if it was 30 degrees for the Phillies and 80 for the Giants,
that's up there. I got you.
Yeah. So again, every player is different. Every player is, individual, and they, everybody's got their preferences or whatever. Might have a tough day, bad day, good day, whatever. So, again, the elements are the same for both sides. You just gotta
suck it up, I guess.
Yeah, you gotta suck it up and do it.
They would call me a company man, Scott. That kind of hurt my feelings a
You
little
were
bit.
being
And
you
Scott,
were.
But here's the thing, Scott. I didn't play for the Phillies. I was just trying to let people know that the weather could potentially affect somebody.
Yeah, I mean, that sentence alone, you're right. You are right. The weather can affect someone, and it might affect player A more than it affects player B.
Yeah, and we see that in April a lot with certain players, Scott, whether it be hitters or pitchers. We'll get to one of those pitchers. Scott, let's start with the good, because last week since we last spoke, it's been up and down. Some good, some not so good. Let's start with the very good, and that's Cristopher
Sanchez.
Sanchez.
Where are you, Joe? Are you on full panic button right now?
Yes. That was yesterday.
No, that was
yesterday.
They won yesterday, so he's good now. He's good.
He's dialed it back.
Yeah. I feel great today, Scott. We're off a win. I mean, that changes everything. Scott, let's talk about the good, which is Cristopher Sanchez. He's picked up, really left off last year, but maybe even better. Yesterday, he was excellent, and Scott, they needed it, and he's 4-0 now after losses. He's been everything I think people anticipated coming out of spring training. What would you notice yesterday? Why was he so good in your eyes yesterday?
Well, I mean, the fastball changeup combo had him. Maybe the shadows played into that some too. I'm not sure, but it was a good change. It was, I think he's still going to keep working on that slider, refining it. But as a 1-2 punch, the fact that his velo is up on the fastball, and he had we've seen games where he has to sort of search for the changeup a little bit. Like he doesn't have a great feel for it right away. But yesterday it was there from the very beginning. And, again, Giants definitely rested a couple of guys that, would normally be in the lineup, but, Sanchez is really good. And I didn't even realize this, but the Phillies have now won 11 straight games that he started, going back to last year. And I mean, that doesn't happen unless you're giving them a chance to win every single time out. Doesn't mean he's going to win. Doesn't mean they're going to take the long road to get there, but they're winning every time he goes to the mound. And that says a lot about a starting pitcher to me, and the quality, night in and night out that he's putting up there.
Yeah, he's been great. That's a long stretch there of wins. All right, let's talk about the inverse, and we kind of had some fun with it with the weather from the other night, which is Aaron Nola. So it's the opposite so far. They haven't won his starts. He's struggled so far this year. Velocity down, the command and the control, which is not typical for him. That's been a lot of walks, including guys being walked in. He seemed very upset about that after the game. Scott, how concerned should we be with Nola? How concerned are you? I mean, I didn't anticipate he was going to stay a number 2 starter around that range his entire contract, but I think we thought maybe it'd be a more steady level off. It looks like he's fallen from where he was a few years ago, but doesn't mean he can't figure it out. What do you think about Nola so far and where he's headed?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't bet against him figuring it out necessarily. I mean, his velocity is down, which is one thing, but the command for me, he can pitch at 89 to 91 if his command is on. He can do that, and he's smart enough. He knows, where to locate. It's just a matter of executing how to locate. So I think if that kind of comes back, then I wouldn't have any long-term concerns. I mean, I've asked the question, pardon me, a few times just to make sure, hey, there's nothing going on, right? Like there's no health concern at all. I mean, this is just a guy who has come out of spring training and the velo's down a little bit. Sometimes they can find little mechanical tweaks that might help, and maybe there's some thought to search for that. But again, for me, I'm not overly concerned about him at this point. You're certainly in a better spot now than you were a couple of years ago because of the emergence of Cristopher. the acquisition of Luzardo. I mean, your rotation's just flat out deeper. So, but yeah, I wouldn't be overly concerned at the moment.
Scott Fransky with us here, Fransky Friday. Scott, the lineup changed from the last time we talked, right? I think it was right after we spoke, that Friday game in St. Louis. They put Stott at the top, and we've seen that now a little bit against right-handed pitching. What's your thought on it? I mean, it does seem like they're getting pretty good results. I didn't look at Stott before last Friday and say he should be the leadoff hitter, but maybe it just works out where Schwarber gets to protect Harper, and then that's just the way they kind of run their lineup against righties. And what have you thought of the week-long experiment so far with Stott leading off against righties?
I don't mind it. I like the idea that Stott and Turner 1-2 have a little speed up there, can generate some stuff. Whichever one gets on, right? It's not always going to be one or the other or both. But if they get on, they can do some stuff. They were obviously in a spot there where they had to find somebody who was going to bat behind Harp, who was going to be able to protect Harper and make sure he got some pitches to hit. And I think we're seeing that he is. It's kind of interesting that, Kyle was still drawing walks. I know he had 2 hits yesterday, but before that, he was hitting $180 or something like that over the last 8 or 9 games and only really driven in 1 run. As soon as he gets in that, middle part of the order, which, go figure. But I wouldn't, it would not surprise me if Castellanos were to keep hitting well. It would not surprise me if they tried it again with Schwarber at the top and Castellanos hitting 4th, Harper hitting 3rd. You know what I mean? It wouldn't shock me. Now, again, I don't mind Harper Schwarber back to back. Doesn't bother me at all. In terms of 2 left-handed hitters there, doesn't bother me at all. Maybe there's going to be a rare left-hander out there that you don't want to see that against, but all in all, it doesn't bother me.
Scott, you got to see the Giants this week. It was a good series back and forth, and trends are starting to form. I know it's really still early in the season, but that NL West is really good, Scott. I know before the season we said, the NL East, would we get 2 teams in? Would we get 3? Scott, what's your thought after seeing the Giants? I know the Dodgers were here a couple weeks ago. Do you think the situation in the NL might be a little different than we thought, where that West is really now the strongest division, and it maybe changes the importance of winning the NL East because maybe there's not 2 available wild cards out of this same division, maybe not even 1 available wild card?
Yeah. I got to be honest with you. I'm not overly impressed right now with the starting pitching of either the Giants or the Dodgers. I haven't seen the Padres. I mean, again, the Giants were winning a lot because of timely hitting and bullpen. That's how they've been winning, not with their starting pitching. Now, does that mean they're not going to? Their starters aren't. They're good. They're solid. But I mean, they might be a factor, but I don't love either of their rotations right now. I'd certainly take the Phillies in a heartbeat over anything those guys, in terms of a 1 through 5 or 1 through 6 at this point.
Scott, let's talk about the center field situation. Marsh banged up a little bit. Seems like maybe a potentially sprained knee, but they don't think it's super serious at this moment. We've seen Rojas out there now because he's had to be, and they try to give Marsh a couple days earlier this week. Do you think at some point here the conversation around Justin Crawford's going to pick up, or is that a matter of, hey, it's got to be when he's ready, not because the Phillies have a potential need in center field?
Yeah, you're not going to see Justin Crawford come up until they think he's ready. It's not going to be like, oh, we're just going to call him up to stopgap something. I think he's still a ways away from everything I've heard. That's not the name you should be thinking about right now. And again, down the road, absolutely, they think he's a really good player and has a big league future. But I don't think that's what they're thinking of right now. I mean, I think they're still looking at Marsh and Rojas as their center field. They're just trying to figure out how to make it work, right? And that might take time in the minors for either one of them to figure it out, right? At a certain point, guys get buried and they need to be able to breathe. And it might take removing them from the right? The bright lights and the pressure and all that. It may not. It depends on the player, and it depends on what the staff thinks would be best for that player. But I think right now the idea is still that they're going to find a way to make those guys work. If they can't, later on down the road, maybe Crawford's ready. Maybe that's a possibility, but I don't think that's in the near term. I don't think that's something anybody should be thinking about right now.
Good stuff, Scott. We appreciate it. Have a great weekend. We'll be listening tonight as Miami is in before you guys head up to play the Mets on Monday. Thank you, Scott.
Yeah, and have a happy Easter, man. Have a happy Easter.
Hey, same to you. Appreciate it. Talk to you next week.
Happy Easter, Scott. There we go. Scott Fransky with us on a Fransky Friday. So he says don't look for Crawford anytime soon, but that was interesting that maybe at some point either Marsh or Rojas needs some time in AAA to kind of get back. I mean, you could make a case for either of them, but someone has to stay here. Can't both go.
Yeah, because we need to get a little bit more, and we have to figure out how to get more out of those positions late in that lineup.
Well, for sure, and they haven't, but they've been able to overcome it. They're 11-8 after the win yesterday, in huge part because of Sanchez. All right, 215-592-9494. This hour on 94 WIP is fueled by Sunoco 94 Octane. If you demand peak performance for your vehicle, then nothing less than Sunoco 94 Octane will do your car 94 only at Sunoco. All right, we got a lot left to do on the show today. Daily Mock at 1 o'clock coming up an hour from now. We will check in with you people. We have a new special Friday thing that we're developing here we'll get to as well. But we also have this great prize to give away, a 4-pack of tickets to the sold-out Eagles 2025 draft party at the Link, presented by Lincoln Financial Group, next Thursday, April 24th at 7 p.m. We're looking for your most creative, best go-to egg dishes as we're a couple days away from Easter. All right, let's get back to the conversation on A.J. and would you trade him for a top 5 pick? Again, if you just hopped in, there's a lot of smoke that's been out there. Matthew Berry, after the combine, said the Patriots called the Eagles about the availability of A.J. Patriots obviously have a top 10 pick. They have the top 4 pick. And then yesterday, Howard Eskin said he had heard there was some chatter around A.J. and conversations maybe with a top 10 pick on the other side. So that's where we're at. Hugh and I would both do it. A.J. for a top 5 pick. Would you? Rob in Delco is up. Hey, Rob.
Yo, guys. How you doing?
Hey, Rob.
What's up, Rob?
Hey, listen. I love Scott Fransky, but he's out of his mind, Joe.
About? I'll text him and tell him. What did he say?
About center field. I mean, they're gonna make it work. I mean, come on. What the hell are we doing here? I mean, I love Fransky. Don't get me wrong, but you can disagree with people you love here. You know what I mean?
No, you definitely can. Disagree with Kyle every day.
So Scott, Rob, you could disagree. He may be right that they're going to try to make it work. It doesn't mean we have to agree they should. But he might be right that we're just going to see a lot of Rojas and Marsh the next couple of months, even if we don't want to.
Joe, there's nothing they can do. They can't get anybody in the trade. I mean, anybody. I don't care what they do. It's not going to work, Joe. It's 110% you would agree it's not going to work. Wouldn't you say?
Yeah. I mean, I've resigned myself to the fact that if it's just Rojas and Marsh, they're going to have bottom of baseball kind of production at a center field, like bottom 3 or 4. Yeah.
What are we doing? We want to compete with the Dodgers here, and this is what we're doing. I mean, I just don't get it. You know what I mean? They'll get the money. The people will show up, concessions and parking and all that, right? They'll get their money. So I don't understand why they're going to make us suffer through 2 or 3 months.
Well, they boxed. If they don't think Crawford's ready, they've boxed themselves into a corner now, at least until someone will trade him something. All right, Rob, what are you thinking on the A.J. situation?
All right, listen. Kyle, disagree with me. If we can get up to 2 or 3, I would do it. We can't do it for, the 5th pick. If we can get to 2 or 3, Joe, I would do it. But no, it's got to be the 2nd pick. Because you can't even do it for the 3rd pick. Because there's no guarantee he'll be there in the 3rd pick.
So who do you want? You want Carter or Hunter?
Yeah, I'd go Carter. Can we keep number 32, or we have to give that up in the mix?
Oh no, Hugh and I are keeping 32.
Yeah, we're keeping in this hypothetical. Yeah. We're keeping 32.
We're just trying to get up to top 5.
And all right, if you're not hypothetical, we could take. There'll probably be a good guy at 32, right? We could go wide out, right?
Mm-hmm.
I would do it. If we can get the number 2, boys. I'm all about. I told you, I love my mother, but I would trade my mother for the number 2 pick. You know what I mean? Like I'll do whatever.
I'd trade your mother too.
Yeah, but not AJ. But not AJ. You trade his mom, but not AJ. Yeah.
I would trade your father, Kyle. That time we pulled up on the radio. You know what I mean?
I'd trade your dad and me.
Yeah, he's a good caller, actually. We're going to keep that coming. Rob, what do you got first for your egg dish? What are you thinking?
Now, somebody say this, excuse me, but Hugh, sometimes people can get too nuts. I'm all about simple. I tried this for the first time, scrambled eggs with ketchup on it.
You tried it for the first time? What do you mean? Like the ketchup part, or it's just...
No, like I tried the first time when I was a kid. And
I get it, yeah.
No,
Yeah.
but I'm saying like to keep it simple, scrambled eggs or ketchup on it. I think it's
Sometimes
incredible. I
simple
love it.
works, Rob. Rob will get you in the mix. Scrambled eggs and ketchup. So I've moved off the ketchup.
Yeah,
I'm
I've
out.
grown out of ketchup too.
So
well,
when
it's
I
a
do
lot
this-
of sugar in ketchup too,
Yeah,
man.
I'm out. No,
You
but
got adults. Every adult at one point should outgrow ketchup.
no, but that combination does work. Scrambled eggs and ketchup works. But I don't usually do it anymore. I'm more a hot sauce guy.
Yeah,
scrambled eggs, a little hot sauce. What do you put on your scrambled eggs when you
Nothing.
when you splurge?
Nothing.
Yeah, just
Nothing.
season them
Just eat
good.
'em. Yeah, season them real. Yeah, that's it.
You don't need anything, but I do like a little hot sauce.
Maybe I'll put a little sour cream in there.
You could do that.
Yeah.
Right, you out on that?
Mm-mm.
You
No,
don't eat like anything though.
No, I just like to eat my eggs plain.
Salt and pepper.
I've gotten
at
to the
least?
point.
You need
I've gotten to the point now where I can eat my French fries plain. I don't need ketchup on my French fries.
I'm with you on that.
Yeah, I'd rather eat them
Yeah,
plain
I can
than
eat them
with
plain.
ketchup.
Yeah, I can eat them plain. Now.
They're best with mayo though.
Mm-hmm.
I'll do it, but it's not my go-to. But I like that.
Trust.
Trust what?
That they're good with mayo.
Oh, I
That's how they eat them in Europe, man.
I'm
In
with
Europe.
you on that.
I mean, in Europe though.
Well, but that's where they came
No, I'm
from.
just saying.
We are clearly not in Europe.
we know
that's obvious. Gino's in Philly. Hey, Gino.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey,
What's
Gino.
up,
What's
man?
up?
Big fella, how you doing?
What's going on, man? How you doing?
All right, listen, I got to be with Colin. You can't trade AJ for the fifth pick. It's not possible. He's proven. You're going to draft somebody that's not proving yet, and you can't take that risk.
But under that
But you
premise,
take a
wouldn't
risk
you,
every year.
Yeah,
you
wouldn't-
do that every draft.
Wouldn't you never trade a player for a pick then?
Not AJ Brown. I mean, he's too valuable for our team. I understand he had an off year this year, but I mean, the dude's a stud. He's a
No,
top
nobody's
three, top
disputing
four.
that. But listen to this, Gino. Just think about this for a minute. Just think about this for a minute. Close your eyes if you're not driving, and think about having Abdul Carter,
I'm closing my eyes,
and Jalen Carter on this defensive line.
Wow.
You know what that echoes me? Like, just hypothetically, that I see shades of Jerome Brown and Reggie White. I'm just saying that I know because a lot of people get mad because when I said last year, a couple years ago, when Jalen Carter looked like Jerome Brown, oh, that's too early. What he look like now?
That
He looks like Jerome
What
Brown.
he look?
no
Okay,
doubt.
so just close your. I think about that for me.
So you mean to tell me you took
Abdul
a few years to become a great
No,
player?
but I'm just saying.
Okay, but what if you traded AJ Brown for like a TJ Watt or a Miles Garrett? Like
A little bit older. But here, check this out though, Gino. This would be Jalen Carter's third season, right? This is only Abdul Carter's first, so we're gonna have them for at least 5 years.
Yep, at a cheap price. So
At a cheap price.
Gino, I get your idea, and your idea would probably keep them having a better chance to win the Super Bowl next year because those guys are in their prime. But it doesn't fix the money issue. Like the Eagles have some money.
Fix the future either.
Right. This would help with the money, and it would help with the future. Would it make them worse next year? Yeah, probably a little bit. I mean, I think that's part of the equation. All right, Gino, what do you got for us? Your egg dish.
Eggs in purgatory.
Eggs in purgatory? I don't know what that
You guys
is.
know what that is?
No.
Okay, you take eggs and you cook them in tomato sauce in like a frying pan or in a casserole.
Okay.
And you just crack the egg and you put a lid on it and you leave the eggs inside the tomato sauce.
I mean, it sounds
Look
like
it
something I would like to eat. We'll
It
look
says
that up.
eggs
Gino,
gently nestled in a herby, garlicky tomato sauce with just enough spice. My eggs in purgatory recipe is quick and delicious. One pan brunch meal you can
Why
whip
are
up
you reading? It's like
with
you're reading the blog
pantry
post.
steak. I am reading the blog post, as a matter of fact. All you need
I think it looks good.
is a can of tomatoes, a few seasonings, and some fresh eggs. what is the
Plus the music and the reading. It's a lot, actually.
It's Friday, man. This Friday it's gonna be warm today.
Yeah, it's
it's
flying
not
by too,
necessarily,
man. It's almost
it's
beer
not
o'clock.
necessarily sundress season, but it is Lululemon.
Yeah,
it is
you know what it
Lululemon
is?
season.
So Kyle said this first, but now after dealing with him, I'm going to need a few beers after the show. It is almost beer o'clock.
We're
I'm
screaming
going-
for a few beers this weekend, buddy.
I
I'm
need-
gonna give
I
me
need-
some gummies.
Yeah, well, I need quite a few. 215-592-9494. So I was thinking as I looked at the recipe, I wanted to make this, but after listening to you read
It was a little crazy.
it's not as appetizing anymore. All right, back to your phone calls with AJ Brown next. Would you trade him for a top 5 pick? Hugh and I, yes. Kyle's screaming at us, no. All right. Plus, we don't usually do this with rivals, but I'm going to extend an olive branch up to New York. Actually, our fellow Midday Show, the Midday Show up in New York, one of their hosts, he was angry, like I sometimes get angry, about a contract not going well early on. So I'm going to offer something. I have something. I haven't used it here in a while, but If he wants to use it, he's more than welcome. I'm going to offer an olive branch to a host up in New York. You'll hear that next. 215-592-9494. It is the Midday Show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Go Birds Radio. Listen Saturdays 1 to 3 only on Sports Radio 94 WIP. Sponsored by BetParks online sportsbook and casino app. You love to play. You play to win. You bet. BetParks.
Hey, baseball fans, there's no better place to bet the long ball than BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. Swing big on your home run bet with BetMGM's Home Run Boost Token. No opt-in is required. Just log into your BetMGM account to receive your Home Run Boost Token. Then activate your token when you place a bet on any player to hit a home run. If that player goes yard, you'll score a bigger payout. No matter the showdown, BetMGM is the best place to bet the long ball. Claim your MLB Home Run Boost Token today and don't miss your chance at a bigger payout on a winning home run bet. The action is on deck at BetMGM, the king of the big swing. MLB trademarks used with permission. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly.
See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. New Jersey and Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 1 to 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Is your concrete sinking? Whether it's your driveway, sidewalk, or patio, those uneven surfaces are not just ugly, they're dangerous. That's where Groundworks comes in. They use state-of-the-art concrete lifting solutions to prevent tripping hazards, and they're the best at what they do. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Jack Fritz here. You've heard me talk about Scott Honda, where I bought my first Honda in high school and my current car. Well, right now, Scott Honda has amazing lease offers. The all-new 2025 HR-V Sport all-wheel drive starting at $289 a month. The rugged new 2025 Ridgeline Sport all-wheel drive truck for $319 a month. And the all-new 2025 CR-V LX starting at $329 a month. And so much more. It's always smooth sailing at Scott. Visit your local Scott Honda dealer or go to scottautogroup.com and tell them Fritz sent you.
Subject to credit approval. Not all buyers or vehicles qualify.
Are you looking for a lawn care service that delivers great results and is safer for your family and pets? Choose Natural Lawn of America. At Natural Lawn, they use environmentally friendly products to grow lush green lawns naturally. Time is running out. Schedule Natural Lawn's full service program today and get free seeding every year. For a greener, healthier lawn plus free seeding, call 800-FREE-SEED. Don't delay. Act now. Call 800-FREE-SEED. Choose the locally owned and family operated Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
Now at Verizon, we're locking in low prices for 3 years, guaranteed, on my plan. And you can get a single line for just $45 a month when you switch and bring your phone. That's our best price ever on unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees, guaranteed for 3 years. Because at Verizon, we got you. Visit your local Philly Verizon store today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
As America's leading business lender, Bank of America is on your corner and in your corner, right here in Greater Philadelphia. With $215 billion in business loans and over 3,700 business specialists across the nation, we help businesses thrive so communities prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Copyright 2025 Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Bankruptcy, foreclosure, bad divorce? Don't worry. Stars and Stripes Harley is now considering all credit applications. Couldn't get financed in the past? Don't worry. No perfect credit, no cash down, no problem. Get financed on a new Harley today. Visit starsandstripesharley.com.
On approved credit.
Come into your local AAA Car Care Center this month and buy 3 select tires. You'll get the 4th tire free, plus a free alignment. Only at AAA Car Care Centers. And on the plus side, AAA members save more. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
Welcome to Staples.
Hi, I hear Staples prints it all.
Oh, you bet. Posters, banners.
Can you print it all for Mother's Day?
Oh, of course. Photo gifts like canvas prints, photo puzzles.
Can you print it all for graduation?
Sure can. Custom cards and invites.
Can you print a huge banner with the grad's picture?
Oh, definitely.
Even an embarrassing baby picture?
Oh, those are the best kind.
I know, right?
Print it all for moms and grads at Staples. And right now, get 40% off custom cards, invites, and photo gifts. N75 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
It's time to find out who was in the zone. Presented by AutoZone. As the baseball season is underway, we look to the West Coast, where Los Angeles has gotten off to an incredible start. In their first two series, they were able to sweep both Chicago and Detroit, and followed that up with head-to-head series with two of the title contenders in Atlanta and Philadelphia. Los Angeles will hope to continue their great form into the season with a group of superstar talent. In the Zone is brought to you by AutoZone. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Here's Comedians and Sketchers Getting Comfortable, presented by Hands-Free Skechers Slip-Ins.
Hey, I'm Bobby Slayton, and I'm here with my pal, comedian, and Skechers ambassador, Mr. Howie Mandel.
Why did it take so long to invent something as amazing as slip-ins? I know it seems simple, but it took Skechers to invent a better pair of shoes.
Yep, with Skechers Slip-Ins, you just step in and go. You don't have to touch your shoes. And by the way, Slip-Ins are for the whole family, men, women, and kids, in all your favorite Skechers styles. Find Skechers Slip-Ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like to check the GPS directions first before driving to the mall.
Turn right at the light. In 1,000 miles, you will reach Montreal.
Not Montreal, the mall.
Recalculating. 6,000 miles to Nepal.
No, the mall.
Checking first is smart.
Recalculating.
So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back, Midday Show.
Oh, this is a great old song, man.
This is a great song.
Don't you want me, baby? Sounds a little creepy, though.
It does. It's not that we don't want AJ. We just want a top 5 pick. More. That's all.
Tell you don't
Better
need
change your mind, Joe.
Not going to happen. Not going to happen. This
Better
hour.
change it back or we will both be sorry. Boy, the hair in this video, I just can see this. Was super teased.
Yes, it was. What year is this song?
This feels like 80s,
right?
late 80s.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
The good one. This hour, 94 WIP, fueled by Sunoco 94 Octane. If you demand peak performance for your vehicle, then nothing less than Sunoco 94 Octane will do. Treat your car 94 only at Sunoco. Also, let's not forget, we got BG Live 5-5.
BG Live.
Tickets on sale right now at 94WIP.com. That would be May 5th, Cinco de Mayo. To some maybe not thinking it's Cinco de Mayo.
You know
the
what
day
it
after
is?
Cinco de Mayo.
No, see, this is because I was thinking, I was trying to plan my time, and I'm like, damn, I was thinking drinking on Sunday.
I think you were long thinking.
I did, and I screwed it up.
Yep.
Because Monday, like, Cinco de Mayo falls on the worst day it could possibly fall on. Monday. Because, you got to go to work Tuesday.
So what day do you want? You want on Friday?
And Monday.
Friday, Saturday.
I don't know who takes off for Cinco de Mayo.
But Friday, if it's on a Friday, you can get good and banged up on a Friday.
Yeah, you could.
Yeah, on Monday, it's too much responsibility on Tuesday.
Just start celebrating early.
You know what I mean? It's too much responsibility on Tuesday.
Well, you know what? Come out to the Colonial Theater in Phoenix.
No, we're going to have fun
We're going to have a
regardless.
great time. On 5-5, BG Live. Tickets on sale right now, 94WIP.com. All right, let's get back to the phone lines here. And then we got to let you hear what I think Hugh would call a crash out up in New York.
He's crashed out.
They are already worried about the Juan Soto contract up there. I would gladly take him. But if they want to get rid of him, I have a way to help them out. Let's go to Jay in Philly. What's up, Jay?
What's going on, fellas?
Hey,
What's up,
Jay.
man?
What's up, buddy?
Hey, yo, man. I love the fact that it's Friday. The weather's good, man. Hugh gave Joe some gummies. He didn't tell him how much to take because they're trying to trade AJ Brown, man, for either Abdul Carter or Travis Hunter.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, look, man, I'm trying to come to the studio and have a gummy party next Friday. So I wouldn't do it. And this is why it's not like we're trading up and this trade is going to fill the last hole that we have and we're good from then on. Like that's not what this trade is. So why are we trading an all-pro for a rookie and he's not filling that gap? Travis Hunter's best position, I think, with us would be cornerback, if anything. And now we trade AJ. Now we got a problem with receiver. So I love Devontae, but do you think Devontae is getting that tough yard? That 5-yard slant when you need 4 yards or you need 5 yards. Now he getting double teamed and they being physical with him. I don't know, and I love Devontae, but I don't know if he's going to do what AJ did. And then Travis Hunter is 138 pounds. So he's not getting those tough yards. Like, it changes the whole thing, man. Changes the whole thing.
So I think you make a fair point. And no, I don't. I think it'd be harder for Devontae. But, Jay, in our scenario, you could take whoever you want in the top 5 that's there, right? You brought up Travis Hunter, who I think has a shot to be special. Maybe you play him a corner, a little receiver, maybe the opposite. But, Jay, if you take a defensive player at 4, right, or where we're trading up to, whether it be Carter or Hunter, you could take a receiver to replace some of what AJ gave you at 32, right? He's not going to be AJ, but is your team better that way?
And not only that, AJ's one-on-one, man. AJ weighed like 230 pounds. Like, ain't no receiver in this draft gonna do that. Ain't no receiver. I hear what you're saying about that, but at the same time, you could get somebody that's comparable to AJ. Maybe
one-on-one. You know what? Regular season, we're all about Super Bowls now. And maybe he has a good regular season. But do you trust a rookie to get us the tough yards that A.J. Brown has consistently gotten us?
Jay,
do you trust a rookie to get the yards?
Before I answer that question, can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
Okay, hypothetically, if this happens, do you trust Jalen?
Do I trust
That's a
Jalen?
long pause.
Yeah, long pause.
Long pause. Because see that? Because my fault. Do you trust Jalen?
I trust Jalen, yes.
So if you trust Jalen, then you'll be okay with letting him go. Because you feel like Jalen has evolved to the point where he doesn't need that receiver as a crutch. If this is what they're thinking. Like, there's a lot of layers to this. And the reason why I wouldn't be afraid of trading him is because I feel that Jalen has evolved. And I feel a lot of time, I'm not saying this about you, and that's why I asked the question, but I feel a lot of times that people don't feel like the quarterback has evolved. That's why they want to hold on to the receiver.
No, but look, there's going to be a point where he's not able to get out the pocket. He needs somebody to get open. So lately, the teams that have won the Super Bowls have had, normally, except for when Pat Mahomes did it without Tyreek Hill, they've had at least one great receiver that you could count on, man. We wouldn't have, and I love Devontae, man, but I think if all the attention was on him, he's getting double teamed, they roughing him up at the line. I don't know if I can trust him to get me the yards that I need.
No, I mean, I hear that, and that's yeah, you're right, and that's something that you might have to contend with. But I feel like when I look at this draft and I look at the way that the NFL trended last year, it feels like it's skewing more towards the running game. Because think about it like this, and I think this is a lot of things that we forgot, Jay. Early in the year, the two high safety got a bad rap. Remember that? Because they were taking away the big plays. So what did some teams do? Some teams went to the running game. The teams that could run the ball and the teams that had success started to run the ball because they didn't want to be beat. They couldn't run the deep plays because they had the too high safety look. So I'm thinking, and I might be wrong, but I'm thinking that the NFL is going to start trending more towards the running attack, and that's why the Eagles, hypothetically, would probably be okay with this.
Let me ask you this. For a team to win the Super Bowl and then move up like that, wouldn't it normally be to get the one need, because you have one need that's going to put you over the top?
Yeah, it would.
We trade AJ for one pick. We still got a hole. If we get a defensive
we do, yeah. We'd have to fill receiver. Yeah, they'd have.
Yeah, but Jay,
you'd have to trust Howie to find a good receiver to complement Devontae somewhere else in the draft. And he wouldn't be as good as AJ, but he'd have to be good.
What do you think is easier to find? A really good pass rusher or a really good receiver? It's easier to find a receiver. I'm gonna help you out. It's easier to find a receiver. Not now a receiver,
but not an
wait a
AJ
minute,
Brown.
That's what I was about to say. Not a receiver of AJ Brown's caliber, but you can find a good receiver.
I agree with you.
That will compensate for you going out and getting that pass rusher. Dude, pass rushers are still at a premium in NFL.
I would say, without looking, the best pass rushers are first-round picks.
Yes.
And there's a few guys that come out of nowhere, but the best receivers are all over the place.
Yeah, you can find
first
round, all over the place, man, for real. I mean, that's just how it is.
The only reason why I paused is because normally I would have right away said, a rusher. But we got Jalen Carter on the line. We got Jordan Davis, who you at least got to pay attention to. So we got guys that certainly is going to open it up for an edge rusher. So that's why we taking flyers on certain guys, because we feel like our defensive line is so stout that, hey, my man, you just got to play your role.
Yeah.
And they might think that too.
so
Yeah.
much.
Yeah. Fangio might think that too. It's a fair point. Jay, what's your egg dish? What do you got for us?
Man, I'm real simple, man. Just man, if I can spice it up, it'll be with tomatoes and broccoli when I'm doing my healthy thing.
So like an omelet with tomatoes and broccoli, or like scrambled eggs?
Yeah. Or I can just scramble it and put it in there, or omelet, whatever. But as long as the tomatoes and broccoli in there, good little dish.
All right, Jay, we got you, buddy. You're out on broccoli or the
Yeah, broccoli. Yeah.
I'm in on broccoli.
I like broccoli. I've been on this broccoli thing lately, though. I like broccoli
What are you
and cheese,
doing with
though.
it? Broccoli and cheese.
I like broccoli and cheese.
So I'm in a bit of a spin cycle now with Hugh Douglas.
What I
Okay? Because for months we're talking about, well, they know Vic Fangio just needs smart players. Get Nolan Smith. They got a lot of production out of him late in the season. Alex Hunt next to Jalen Carter. And now all of a sudden it's so hard to find a guy that we're going to get production on the outside next to Jalen Carter.
No, listen, see, Kyle,
who needs who more? Because we do this with the running back and the offensive line. We do have Jalen Carter in the middle. So he's going to take up a lot of attention. That does make life easier for the guys on the outside. A.J. Brown is the one who makes life easier for others.
See, I think I understand what you're saying, and you're right. I'm not trying to put you in a spin cycle, but I think it's it's important to understand and kind of go into the minutia of potentially what this could mean and why this is being, put out there. And that's what I'm doing. Like in a small sampling size, I do not want to trade AJ Brown. Let me say that first. I don't. But if I'm looking at it hypothetically and why this might happen, that's where I'm coming from. And that's where I'm okay with it, because you're looking to get the best pass rusher in the game that's going to help your defense be better. And when you look at, say, I'm looking at the draft as a whole, you're right. There is no A.J. Brown in this draft. But there are receivers that you could get that are serviceable. I'm not going to say comparable. I'm going to say serviceable.
I don't want serviceable. I don't think the offense looks as good with just serviceable out there.
But what about this? Think about it like this. Puka Nacua came out of nowhere. It became a really good, serviceable receiver.
Well, he's better than serviceable.
But wait, I'm just saying for the sake of this argument, in a short period of time.
Yeah.
Now, if I'm looking at that, and I'm looking at my financial constraints, because that's what we're talking about. Like you can't talk about the players without the financial constraints. He gives me a player that's serviceable, that's cheaper.
So
like I get two things that I need, and I'm saving some money.
Hold on. Let's hit on the cheaper thing for a second. This day, and I know a lot of people's perspective is, let's not rush this. We'll wait for this day. This day's coming. The Eagles have told us this. Their actions have told us this. Howie has said it. Joe Banner has said it. They're going to have to likely move off of something on offense to pay something on defense soon.
Yeah.
Right? So, okay, so we can wait. We can do it now. But you keep asking, Hugh, do you trust Jalen? At some point, that's part of this, right?
That's the whole part of this this conversation, not argument, conversation that we're having.
Kyle doesn't like the Patrick Mahomes part. Let me give you another one. And I don't even think Jalen's as good as this guy, but at least it's not the Mahomes thing, right? Because Mahomes just lives in his own world. He's the best quarterback. The Bills got better when they moved off of Stephon Diggs.
Yeah, he's also not Josh Allen.
No,
guys.
but wait, but when
not a thrower like Josh Allen is.
But Josh Allen, when they trade. Josh Allen was an up-and-down young quarterback.
I know he won the MVP last year without Diggs.
They traded for Diggs to help Josh Allen out, and then he progressed. And they said, "We got cap issues. We got to move off of Diggs."
Yes.
And Josh Allen, he was ready for that, and he played really well without Stephon Diggs.
I'm glad you brought up Josh Allen because Josh Allen is a much better thrower than Jalen Hurts is.
That's the point.
No, it's definitely the point.
Kyle, at some point, they're going to have to move off of someone on the offense.
Right. Okay. So can I address that real quick?
Yes.
Because when teams do this, when they get out ahead of things, right, they usually do that when it's like a year in advance. The Goddard thing is a year ahead of time from when we're going to have to lose him. Not 3 years, and not the year after you just signed the guy. It's too early. It's too early.
So you know what? I don't want to sell my house. I don't want to. I have no plans to do it.
But
you don't
my house is not worth $1 million. It's just
not.
Someone offered me $1 million today. I'm out. AJ Brown. I don't want to trade AJ Brown.
This isn't. I don't think it's the equivalent of $1 million.
Sure,
it's not a guaranteed $1 million because you don't know who the draft pick. You don't know who the player is if they're going to turn out.
The pick has value, right? You don't know what you're going to use. Like I could use the $1 million to buy candy.
Okay,
it's still $1 million.
Well,
let me finish. The pick is worth $1 million in my scenario. My house is not worth that. I don't want to trade AJ. No one's ever going to offer me a top 5 pick for a veteran receiver making $30+ million. It just doesn't happen. So I'm taking the $1 million and I'll figure it out.
I think a better analogy is
and your family probably love you more for that.
No. Well,
you got Easter eggs all over the place.
Have so many eggs.
You painting Easter eggs
all weekend.
You cracking eggs. You throwing eggs at people's houses again. We don't even care. We got money.
I don't think it's a good analogy because
I think you like my analogy.
I know he did, but he was notoriously terrible at analogy.
No, not today.
No,
today he's good at analogy.
Here's what I think a better analogy is.
What?
You sell the house, but you either get, you don't know, $5,000 or $1 million. Because this draft pick that you take could not be good.
No,
there is a risk involved.
Right, but I gave you the risk. Picks are valuable. What I use the money for is up to me. I could take the $1 million.
He's taking the pick. Joe's talking about taking the pick.
I could take the $1 million for my house and blow it, and then I don't have a place to live. That could be a bad pick. Or I could invest it in something else and get it's the value for the player.
But I feel like I just feel like there's a lot more of a commodity to $1 million, a known commodity, than there is to, because you're not going to blow the whole $1 million. You got $1 million, I think you're a smart guy. You're not. It's not like you take the $1 million and spend it on one thing. You're probably spending it on a lot of different things, and it becomes a lot more worth it for you. I think the better analogy is that you don't know what exactly the value of this is. Well, it could be $5,000. Sure, okay. It could be $1 million.
It's a trust in Howie. I mean, it's a trust in Howie and
or trust in Jalen.
But we just talked about this yesterday. Like, the draft isn't an exact science. You either get an impact player or you don't. It's a 50-50. It's a coin flip.
That's a very fair point. But in Howie's world and in the Eagles' world, have they missed on a top pick? Like, I mean, a high pick. And we could debate the Carson thing. Carson gave him some good years before he fell apart, right? That was the number 2 pick. Lane Johnson was number 4. Jalen Carter, number 9. Devontae was top, 10?
Yep.
The Eagles have an incredible track record. To go back, when was the last time they took a player within the top 10 that wasn't any good? I mean, Donovan was number 2.
Yeah, it's been a while.
When they take pick, so I give them a way better chance to, if the Eagles stumbled into a top 5 pick tomorrow, I bet they nail it. I mean,
maybe. Maybe I understand that a top 5 pick is much more likely to hit than somebody that's that high. But can we also address the wide receiver part of this thing? Like, before AJ Brown, before Devontae Smith, our track record of drafting wide receivers was horrible.
I know.
Okay. So this idea that we're going to get somebody serviceable, you could get another Jalen freaking Rager.
You could, or you get Puka Nacua.
Yeah, Kyle afraid for real.
Well, I mean, I don't know how you you can say it's afraid. I am afraid, sure, but I think it's very reasonable to not want to let go of the best player on your offense and say that you're going to take a step back because of it.
I think it's reasonable. I just don't think it's economically sound not to even entertain it, though. I think you have to entertain it. And I think you have to.
Don't do it.
And I think you have to look at all scenarios and say why this might be a real thing. See, that's where I'm at. Because at the end of the day, I don't want to trade him. But when you talk about, there's one guy's name that has been mentioned in all these trade talks for the last couple of seasons, and it's him. And you look at everything that happened this year, I think it's almost like baking a cake. Like, you're just looking at the one ingredient.
Now we're doing analogies.
No, yeah, we can do these analogies. And you have to take all the ingredients, and the ingredients in this case is the fact that AJ crashed out on and BG talked about him, the fact that he was reading on the sideline, and all this other stuff. I feel that there might be something there. I'm not sure. There might be something there. And the Eagles are like, okay, our quarterback has evolved to the point where maybe we could alleviate some of this money issues that we have by moving on from him and getting younger. Because how we keep saying, Joe keeps saying we got to get younger.
Yeah.
He keeps saying it. So you got to, you just got to look at it
AJ
for what
Brown's
it might be.
27.
Yeah, but he's not 22. That's for sure. All right.
22,
oh my God.
So let's. So I just went back and looked because we were saying the Eagles rarely miss top 5, top 10 picks. Right? When they've had them, and there hasn't been 10 of them, but they've had a good number in the last couple decades. You know, the last time the Eagles had a pick as high as we're talking about today and didn't land a star, it was Mike Mamula. It was 1995. We know about that draft. We know Hugh Douglas was in that draft. I mean, it's a long time ago.
But as we talked about yesterday, they might be due.
He might be due. But it was the Hugh draft. I mean, remember that?
See, they were about, you know what? True story. The Eagles were thinking about taking me, but they're like, nah, you went to a small school.
They waited to see if you could really play.
The Eagles made a mistake.
They should have taken
Just like
you.
they could in this draft if they trade A.J. Brown.
Yeah, it was 1995, though.
That was a long time ago.
I was born. That's when I was born.
When they first started learning about draft. They ain't know no better.
The year I was born.
And look, I mean, look,
You're getting drafted.
Hugh's not that guy anymore. We know that.
Yeah, he's washed.
All right. Look, I don't think the guy that you're about to hear get yelled about is washed, but not off to a great start. Listen to this. So, Hugh, you remember a couple years ago when I said 2 months into the Trey Turner contract that if I had a magic wand,
yes, that you would get rid of him.
Yeah. So I'm going to offer that magic wand to a guy that I've met once before, but he's the midday show host up in New York. His name's Sal Licata. So he's a Mets fan, Hugh, and Juan Soto is off to a slow start after his $700 and whatever million contract. So Sal is not happy. Listen to this crash out yesterday over Juan Soto.
Juan Soto has stunk to start his Mets career. I never thought I would be at this point with Juan Soto, a guy who I begged and pleaded the Mets to go get, a guy who I wanted more than any player ever in my fandom. I wanted Juan Soto. The Mets delivered, and every single time this guy has come up in a big spot this year, and there have been plenty, he has failed. And yesterday, a despicable 0 for 5 with 3 strikeouts, leaving a small village on the base pass as the Mets lose a series. You don't pay $765 million to a guy who gets on base 40% of the time. Bullcrap. Every single time he's come up in a big spot, he has failed this year. He did not do that with the Yankees. I don't want to hear the excuses from Soto. I don't want to hear people tell me that the walks are good. I want to start seeing some production now.
I have a couple thoughts on that. Number one, I didn't know Brandon Tierney was bald.
They're both bald.
They're both bald. Yeah. They're bald like us.
The midday show has to be bald. You didn't know that? That is an Odyssey rule. Yeah.
The second thing that jumped out to me when he was on his rant was baseball. I mean, let's just call it what it is. Most diehard baseball fans are ridiculous. Like it's. I mean, in a good way, because you live and die every game. The small village got me, though. That was a lot.
Are you saying it's a little premature into a 15-year deal?
Well, yes. And it's one of those things where historically, when a guy goes, because this happened to, Trey's still kind of going through it. Dansby Swanson went through it with the Cubs.
That first year of the deal.
The first year of the deal, trying to adjust. There's a lot of players that first year of the deal, going to a new place, they have to adjust. And you just have to be prepared for it as a player.
Sure.
But it's a small, like the dude we know Juan Soto can play, man. Come on, man.
He's good.
We know he can play. But you can't be mad at it. I can't be mad at it because it's one of those things where the Mets have been metting for so long. And then, to have this caliber player come and you don't see what you see. I mean, I get it, but it's just a lot.
So two things. Let's hope Juan stays cold because the Phillies go play the Mets next week. So let's hope that stays cold for a while. Second, if he wants, I will loan him the magic wand. He can use it. They can undo the contract. Then we could take him. I'll still take Juan Soto here in Philadelphia. But that got me laughing yesterday. Terrence in Springfield. What's up, Terrence?
Hugh, Joe, Kyle, what's up, man?
What's going on, man?
Hey, Joe, you my guy.
Mm-hmm.
But hell to the no.
You're out?
I wouldn't trade. AJ, you said you would trade AJ Brown straight up for Hunter?
Yes.
No, this guy is 110 pounds soaking wet. There's questions about this guy's durability already in the NFL. And can he take a hit? Can he tackle these big guys? We know college, there's some big dudes in college, but the NFL is a whole different ball game, my man. And I heard you say something about AJ Brown, like he didn't contribute on the playoffs. Joe, he was hurt. Well,
I
He's not going to be hurt every year.
Well, no, but he could start breaking down. We don't know.
All right, my thing is he's 27, and I know we have cap issues and all that, but right now AJ's in his prime. I wouldn't trade somebody in his prime, and because as far as right now, we don't even know how the defense is going to look, and we're going to let somebody go on offense. We don't know how Abdul Carter's going to look when he comes to the NFL. That's the if, right? He may be good. He may not be that good. But for the fact of the matter is, we know AJ Brown is good. And I heard a caller say this earlier. If you let AJ Brown go, and how many years have we went to the Super Bowl before we got AJ Brown?
Like how many times? Well, they had gone Three times. They went in 17. They went in 4. They went in 80.
So when we didn't have A.J. Brown, when we just had Devontae Smith, we went to the playoffs, but have we reached the Super Bowl?
No, I mean, it was only 1 year of that, but no, they didn't.
And to me, that's the whole reason we brought A.J. Brown here was for that window to win the Super Bowl. And we know that window is closing. So right now, we heard, I said this a couple of weeks ago, we heard Jeffrey Lurie say he's hungrier now. So if you let A.J. Brown go, how would that explain you being hungry for another Super Bowl?
Well, it would move the line. It would make it they're hungrier to win one.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it would make next year less likely, but maybe 2027, 28 more likely. All right, Terrence, what do you got for eggs? Eggs for us. What's your egg dish? Go to.
One more thing. If we lose A.J. Brown, we won't go to playoffs next year.
I still think they. Well, it depends what they got back. But all right, Terrence, what do you got? Eggs.
The defense we got here. The defense we
got.
I
mean, we don't.
All right, Terrence, your egg dish. What do you got?
All right, guys. I know you guys know they make the Hawaiian buns now.
Oh yeah.
So what I do is I put it in a toaster, not too long, but so it's a little bit crisp. I put some jelly on it, some bacon, and some scrambled eggs. Man, that thing is bumping.
You got the sweet and the savory. Terrence, good phone call. We'll get you in the mix. 4-pack of tickets to the Eagles draft party. 215-592-9494. Your favorite way to eat eggs. Best one on Tri-Day wins the 4-pack of tickets. All right, you people coming up at 1:45. The Daily Mock
that was on me.
at 1 o'clock next. It's always on you. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Yes, and this is on me too. Easter is this weekend, and you know what that means. It's time to elevate your celebrations with the unbeatable flavor of Hatfield ham. So when you're planning your Easter grocery shopping list, remember, add the delicious tradition that is Hatfield ham. If you want to put some more pork on your fork, serve up a side of bacon Brussels sprout salad made with delicious Hatfield bacon. The possibilities are endless. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and retailer near you this Easter. Put pork on your fork. Find your flavor with Hatfield.
It's time to make it official. Sports Radio 94 WIP is celebrating the man, the myth, the strip-sacking legend.
Brandon Graham rips the football out of the hands of Tom Brady.
May 5th is now BG Day.
Fly, Eagles, fly.
All day long, 94 WIP is honoring Brandon Graham with classic stories, special guests, and the best BG moments of all time.
Oh, was he walloped by Brandon Graham?
Live all day, May 5th.
I just want to thank everybody.
Then cap off the day with BG Live, a special one-time event with Brandon at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. Get your tickets for BG Live at 94WIP.com.
What up, Philly?
Hey, navigation, take me to Kia of CherryHill.com.
Kia of CherryHill.com is offering super low lease payments on Telluride, Carnival, Sportage, Sorrento, and the all-new K4. Kia of CherryHill.com is home to over 300 new Kias available for immediate delivery. Kia of CherryHill.com has a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles with a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Available 24/7 at Kia of CherryHill.com.
If you're serious about what's under your hood, then you need the highest octane on the market. New 94 Octane, available exclusively at Sunoco. Nothing else will match it. Go to Sunoco.com to find a participating station near you.
Jack Fritz from WIP here. You've heard me talk about Scott Auto Group, where I've been buying my cars since high school. I recently stopped by Scott Kia to check out some of the latest 2025 models, like the all-new Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for only $229 a month, the all-new Kia Sorrento S model SUV for $238 a month, and the all-new sleek K4 EX starting at $196 a month. Visit Scott Kia of Springfield or go to scottautogroup.com. And as always, tell them Fritz sent you. It's always smooth sailing at Scott.
Subject to credit approval. Not all buyers or vehicles qualify.
Experience the action of the Sport of Kings with the Naira Bets horse racing app. Bet the Kentucky Derby. It's fast, easy, and secure. Get your free $25 Derby bet plus a $200 deposit match for new members at nairabets.com/Philly25.
Attention! Now, why does Jeremy have a megaphone? Yeah, well, he's pretty jazzed about the new Mega Millions from the New Jersey Lottery. More Mega! It's got a built-in multiplier now, and more eye-popping jackpots. Something Mega got more Mega! Even better odds of winning. It's more... Mega! Mega? When I say more, you say Mega!
Play Mega Millions today. Now $5. Must be 18 or older to buy a lottery ticket. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed mold, mildew, bowing walls, or water in your basement? I hope not, but if you have, your basement is losing the war against groundwater. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Now at Verizon, we have some big news for your peace of mind. For all our customers, existing and new, we're locking in low prices for 3 years guaranteed on My Plan and My Home. That's future you peace of mind. And everyone can save on a brand new phone on My Plan when you trade in any phone from one of our top brands. That's new phone peace of mind. Because at Verizon, whether you're already a customer or you're just joining us, we got you. Visit Verizon today. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply for all offers.
Catchy tune, right? But don't let the urge to sing along distract you from the truck drifting towards your lane or that lane-splitting biker creeping up beside you. Fortunately, every Hyundai offers advanced safety features that can alert you to potential dangers around you. And Hyundai has over 130 IIHS Top Safety Awards since 2006. Because Hyundai is always working to ensure the road doesn't. IIHS Top Safety Awards include Top Safety Pick and Top Safety Pick Plus awards to Hyundai vehicles from 2006 to 2025.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
The price of gold could surge in 2025. A large bank analyst is calling it the ultimate perceived safe haven asset. That's why thousands of hardworking Americans are getting help safeguarding their money and saving with precious metals like gold and silver. Call 855-838-GOLD to learn about the top-rated precious metals company, Goldco. They're going to give you a free gold and silver kit. Plus, you can also get up to a 10% instant match in bonus silver on qualified orders. Call Goldco at 855-838-GOLD. That's 855-838-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. LeBron James will take part in his 288th playoff game on Saturday. With Luka Doncic by his side in LA, LeBron could easily get to 300 this postseason. Most players' legacies are set at 40. LeBron is in a rare spot. History is on the line every time he stepped on the court, and he's still one of the best players in the league. He's already in rare air, but a fifth title, that would be another incredible achievement. I'm Andrew Perloff.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. The Daily Mock at 1 o'clock.
It is that time. It's our final Friday with the Daily Mock. Next Friday, we're reacting to the first round of the NFL Draft. All right. Let's go out to a guy that I don't think he lives here anymore, but he was a Philly guy for a long time, and we know his name. Rob Motti. He covers the NFL for the Associated Press. And, Gio, I think we've covered a lot of angles in these daily mocks, right? We've had a lot of different kinds of picks, positions, all that. We haven't had this one, though. Let's dive into it. Number 1 overall, Rob Motti's latest mock over the Associated Press. Cam Ward, quarterback of the Miami Hurricanes to the Tennessee Titans. Number 2. corner, wide receiver, whatever you call him, Shohei Ohtani of football, Travis Hunter to the Cleveland Browns. Number 3, the Giants select Abdul Carter, pass rusher from Penn State. Number 4, we have a trade. Not the Eagles, though. Don't get too excited.
Calm down.
Or maybe you're happy that it's not the Eagles. But in Rob Maaddi's latest mock, the Saints move up in a trade with the Patriots. Saints up from 9 to 4 to take Shadur Sanders, quarterback out of college. What do you think about Shadur and Kellen Moore's offense?
I think he could thrive in that. I think Shadur, you know what's funny? This is what I really think. I think that people don't know how to take Shadur because of his pops. Shadur is little. I saw an interview he did where somebody asked him, where would he go if he had to go get gas? What would he get from the gas station? And he said something to the effect, I drive a Cyber Beast, so I wouldn't go get gas.
He wouldn't need to stop. He's basically saying,
and people got mad about that. And I was thinking to myself, he sounds like he's just literal. Like he's not thinking, outside the box, like kind of like what most of the time we deal with on a day-to-day basis. When people hear, they don't actually hear what you're saying. They just get triggered by something that you said that they don't agree with. So yeah, it was. I think he could thrive in that offense. I really do.
All right, so they trade up for him in this mock draft. The Saints select Shadur Sanders. Number 5, Mason Graham, defensive tackle, Michigan. All right, Hugh, I scroll down looking for the Philadelphia Eagles, and guess what? There's no pick. You know why? With the 32nd pick, we have a trade. The Eagles trade out of the first round. The Pittsburgh Steelers trade back in. Pittsburgh coming up for Jackson Dart, quarterback out of Mississippi. But here is the interesting part.
What's that?
The Eagles don't just trade out to get a pick a few picks later. They're out entirely. Here is what they get back. They get back a 2026 first-round pick and a 2026 fifth-round pick. So that would mean there's no first-round pick at all for the Eagles, but they're getting back next year's Steelers 1. So here's really the point of this. Would you short the Pittsburgh Steelers? Basically, you're betting on them not being that good next year, and that pick in the first round next year is way more valuable than the last pick this year. Hugh, what do you think? Out of the first round entirely this year, but you get the Steelers 2026 first-round pick.
I know Rod's thinking outside the box with this one, but I don't think the Eagles do that. I think they, even though Howie did say they don't have 32 people graded in the 30, what do you say?
32 first round
grades or whatever. I think if anything, they move up. I think they get a little aggressive. And I think that they have some capital where they could potentially do that with. So no, I don't think they don't have a pick in the first round. I don't think that.
So on just a value standpoint, I think this is a good deal for the Eagles. They're getting a first rounder in next year's class. And I don't think the Steelers are going to win the Super Bowl. So that pick will be better than the 32nd pick this year. But my question would be, what is Howie doing with all these picks? What is the plan here? And it's not bad to have picks, right? You can move around, but they already have 20 picks over the next 2 years. And now we're going to add a second one to next year. I just would love to ask him, what are you planning with all these picks? Are we going after a superstar that could be available? Do you think you need to go up and get a quarterback in the next couple of years? What are you doing? Because that's a lot of picks to have. And the Steelers typically are not bad, so it probably wouldn't be a top 10 pick.
And it's another way to look at the comment from Howie about not having 32 first-round grades.
Yep.
Then, bail out.
Next year's draft might be better. Yeah.
And, and go to next year, if you're really trying to play with the value thing, right? I would be interested in doing it. I actually could see the Steelers finally not falling ass backwards into a winning record this year.
Boy, that would be a tip in Howie's, a feather in Howie's cap if he shorted the Steelers the first year they're under 500 under Tomlin. But that's an interesting one. Eagles out of the first round. They give the 32nd and a third rounder in 2026 for a first rounder and a fifth rounder in 2026, getting the Steelers first round pick back. All right, let's go back to the phones. 215-592-9494. There is our daily mock at 1 o'clock. All right, with the A.J. Brown situation, would you do it? And we do have a Tri-Day Friday here. 4-pack of tickets. So the sold out Eagles 2025 draft party at the link next Thursday night, April 24th. The party starts at 7. Draft party activities include Eagles locker room tours. The cheerleaders will be there, swoop. And we'll be there doing a live show starting at 6 p.m., leading all the way through the Eagles pick. All right, you know what I haven't done first before we we go to the phone lines here? I haven't checked the Twitter poll today. Is Twitter handling the conversation well today?
Not at all.
I'm sure they're not.
You know what? Here's the.
That's okay.
I know you don't care, Joe, but it burns my biscuits when people don't listen to the whole conversation and they just draw off of the little snippet that we put on.
Why would they listen to the whole
I don't know, because maybe
who needs context?
Yeah, I do. Well, I guess because I do a show every day, and I want to try to get as much information as I possibly can before I make a comment or sound silly. But I don't see it. Everybody else doesn't have to do that.
84% are voting no, and that's okay. I didn't expect today most people to vote yes. I mean, the concept is trading away one of the Eagles' best players. I mean, that's going to be met with some resistance no matter what. Hugh and I voted yes. I did. Kyle obviously voted no. Where do you guys come down? Would you trade AJ for a top 5 pick? Ken in Cinnaminson up on a Friday. Hey, Ken.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. How are you today?
Good, Ken. What's up?
Ken?
Happy Easter weekend.
Happy Easter weekend.
So there's no scenario in which trading A.J. Brown makes you a better football team. None. Suggesting that there is just denying the truth. So, you should probably dump this audio because you're never going to hear it again. But Kyle's 100% right.
Now he's going to clip that and use it. See, that's see he's in charge of the dumping and the clipping. That's a problem for us.
And he should take solace in that, because as we know, he has publicly stated that I'm always right. So when I'm telling him he's right, that means that we're on the same page.
Yeah. Well,
so,
that's you guys could spin it that way. I like that.
So, but here's in addition to that, I've talked about this before because it's statistically and unavoidably true. Sacks are the shiny object. Everybody wants to focus on a guy that gets sacked, like one guy that gets sacked. And as I've said before, sacks are the statistic that get individual players paid a lot of money. Individual sacks from individual players are not the statistics that win Super Bowls. And if you want any further proof than the Philadelphia Eagles, I don't know what to tell you, because the Eagles have won 2 Super Bowls in their history. And in both Super Bowls, they have not had a single guy on the team that has had double-digit sacks. So it's easy to conflate sacks and pressure, but they're not necessarily the same thing. The Eagles had 38 sacks again last year and won the Super Bowl. The exact same numbers of sacks they had in 2017 when they won the Super Bowl as a team. So, yeah, they had 6 sacks in the Super Bowl. And yet, Josh Sweat got himself paid because he had as many sacks in the Super Bowl as Jordan Davis had in the entire postseason. They just didn't all happen in the Super Bowl. So there's just no scenario in which you trade one of the 15 or 20 best players in the league, which is what A.J. Brown is, for, I don't care if it's the top 2 pick, top 3 pick, top 5 pick, whatever. There's no scenario in which that makes your team better.
Financially strapped. I mean, Ken, I hear you, and you make some strong, not to cut you off, apologize for that, but you make some strong points. But, I think there's something to the Eagles having, I want to say money issues, but right up against it, if you will.
The salary cap.
Yeah, they're right up against it.
That money's already accounted.
Well, how about, but Ken, future years, something, Ken, before you go on, would you agree on this premise? As time goes on, whether it's 1 or 2 years down the line, something feels like it's going to have to give if Quinyon and Cooper and Nolan continue to progress. They're going to be due second contracts. We know they're going to re-sign Carter. That's a given. But those other 3 young defensive players, if they keep progressing, they'll all need new deals. Nolan after this coming year, and then a couple years down the line, the 2 corners. So if they want to pay all of them, I find it hard to believe they can keep all of the highly paid offensive players. So to me, this is just a reset more than it is, let's dump A.J. Brown. It's a reset and getting a big asset back for the reset.
No, well, what they're going to have to do is they're going to have to continue to do what they've done well in the last 4 or 5 years. They're going to have to continue to draft well. I mean, it's obvious that the strategy for this team all along was to get younger and cheaper on defense and pay the offense. So, you don't know, first of all, you don't know what the salary cap's going to be 3 years from now. You don't know what the salary cap's going to be 2 years from now, because it's all dependent on what the NFL's revenue was the year before. You can assume it's going to go up. You just don't know how much. You don't know when that regression occurs for A.J. Brown. Right now, A.J. Brown is one of the most uncoverable guys in the NFL. I mean, you can't press him because he'll run past you. You can't play off him and because he'll just run through you. So Hugh used the exact word. He's a unicorn. He's a physical specimen who is one of the 15 or 20 best players in the league. And it's not unrealistic to think that you still have 2 or 3 really productive years out of a 27-year-old guy who takes care of himself and works as hard as
I agree with that. Yeah, I agree with that. I don't think he's going to fall off. But also, Ken, I think you're never probably going to get this much value for him. If you wait another year or two, and he's the one they want to move, if they do, he'll be older, he'll be expensive. The return won't be a top 5 pick. This might be a special moment in time that someone would even think to offer that.
But you could probably say that about Landon Dickerson, right? Would you trade Landon Dickerson? Like it's none of there's a reason why this team is the best roster in the NFL, and it's because not only they have really good players, but the organization. It's not just Howie. So it's not whether or not Howie's a good drafter. It's whether or not the Eagles as an organization are good drafters, and they are. And they're also smart about how they manage these young guys when they become eligible for extensions. And they sign him early and they get in front of it. Like Kyle said, they just signed A.J. Brown, extended A.J. Brown last year. So, you know, there's you don't know what the draft class next year is going to look like. So you don't know who's going to be there, and you don't know what needs the Eagles are going to have.
Mm-hmm.
This doesn't necessarily reset the line and say, well, it makes us more likely to be in contention for the Super Bowl in 3 years because we trade A.J. Brown now for some, young defensive guy.
It doesn't necessarily. It could. And Ken, good phone call, and we hope you have a great weekend. It doesn't mean that. Now, Ken brought up the pressures thing and sacks.
Yeah, that's something that when I played, that was not a big deal.
And I get
it's a huge deal.
I understand his point, but they did. So with that, though, they did lose the guy that had the second most pressure on the team. That was Josh Sweat.
Mm-hmm.
They lost the guy that had the 4th most pressure on the team in Milton Williams. They're gone. So if Carter's the guy we're talking about, he's going to replace some of that.
But counterpoint, Sweat was a 4th-round pick. Like they got, and Milton Williams was what, a 3rd? Like Carter is the cog in the machine that makes everything go. So like you can get a guy. Look, as much as I wanted Myles Garrett and I wanted T.J. Watt, like because I think it would be worth it to trade an unknown, which is a draft pick, and sign him for money. That makes sense to me because then you can compound that force on the defensive line.
Sure.
But you can get away with and get production out of guys by putting them next to Jalen Carter without having to ruin the best thing you have on offense.
I can say that about a receiver with Devontae Smith or Saquon Barkley.
Totally disagree.
I mean, but it is easier to find receivers.
Yeah.
AJ is AJ's who's making Devontae's life easier. You could argue Saquon makes AJ's life a little bit easier. That I think is more of a chicken or the egg type thing. It's so much harder to find someone to replace A.J. Brown's production and his impact than it would be to find somebody who can get sacks next to Jalen Carter.
Just the concept of great pass rusher, great receiver. It's just harder to find great pass rushers.
Yeah, it is, man.
But it's easier to put somebody in position to be good next to Jalen Carter than it is to get somebody to do what A.J. Brown does.
It's easier to put a receiver in position to be successful.
Not to be what A.J. Brown is. Nope.
But I think we're not looking for the next A.J. Brown. We're just looking for a good receiver.
But we're going to need one. I don't think you understand how much the offense is going to step back when you don't have him out there.
And see, again, this is where I go back to how much do you trust Jalen? See, that's what this all comes down to. Because I hear people that say we can't move on from A.J. because they're afraid of Jalen's production. Jalen's here. Jalen's the quarterback of this team.
That's why we need to surround him with the best receivers.
And there's been a narrative, which I was a part of, that says that he needs great offensive players around him.
He might. He probably does.
I think that if this happens, hypothetically, because we've been hypothetical all day, then that, to me, says that they believe in Jalen's evolution as a quarterback.
I just don't know what evidence we have of Jalen Hurts' evolution last year when they tried coming out as a throwing team. It did not look good. They had to become a running team by necessity.
At the end of the year.
Can I give
in the Super Bowl?
Can I give a thought on the Jalen thing? Because I just think we're missing something that the evidence is piling up. Same quarterback's been here, right? He's been here since 2021. They have got to the Super Bowl twice with him. You can win with Jalen Hurts.
Mm-hmm.
Both times they've gotten there, they have had excellent defenses. AJ's been here for 3 years. One of the years, the defense was crappy. Same A.J. Brown, and it didn't mean anything.
The 22 defense was phony baloney.
But it was good. It was good defense.
Phony baloney.
But you can say that. But
it wasn't the reason the Eagles were winning that year.
It wasn't. The title game against San Francisco? Their defense dominated the game.
Yeah, because Hassan Reddick made a play. But the Eagles were more of an offensive team in 22.
But
Jalen was the MVP favorite before he got injured.
The Eagles have had top 10 offenses 22, 23, 24.
All years with A.J. Brown.
All years with Jalen Hurts and A.J. Brown.
Mm-hmm.
Jalen Hurts, A.J. Brown. We know what it looks like. It's a top 10 offense. 22, top 10 defense matched it, and they get to the Super Bowl. 24, top 1 defense matched it, they win the Super Bowl. The one in the middle is what I keep referencing. 23, the defense fell off, and Jalen's winner thing
Hurts sucked.
But guess what? It's the same Jalen. It's the same AJ. AJ Brown was putting up historic numbers, and they were losing because their defense sucked.
Okay,
It wasn't just that AJ Brown is here. If AJ Brown is here next year and they fall to the 16th defense, they're not winning the Super Bowl.
So that's kind of my point. Like, I don't believe that this defense is going to roll back and be top 5 again or good enough. Like, I don't think it's.
I know.
I'm
so
not sure it's going to be
make
Super Bowl defense.
Better.
No, but it's not going to be. It's not going to be good enough. I don't think.
I just think we're looking at the scales differently. Hugh and I are trying to scale this thing a little bit different to make the same result.
I think the way you're scaling it is you're making both sides lesser, as opposed to like if you keep AJ Brown here, at least one side is great or like very good. Whereas you're going to make both sides mid.
I don't know. I'm not sure.
I think there's a much better chance of both sides of the ball being mid without AJ Brown and a draft pick here. Then there's a much better chance of the offense being great with AJ.
We need to trust the Eagles and
you know
Fangio
what?
and everything.
I will say this too. I'm a little bit more willing to gamble with the way that the defense played last year. I mean, I don't shoot dice, but I'm willing to shoot them. I'm willing to shake them bones, man, for this one.
Yeah, we know you. $2
parlay. You know what I mean? $2 parlay.
That's how you gamble.
Mr. 8-leg parlay hitter over here. I'm just saying. I just feel
hit a home run bet for plus 450 the other day. Did you hit a plus 450 home run?
No, but did you hit an 8-leg parlay?
Did you hit a plus 450 home run?
No, I did not.
Well, you didn't
but
bet
I hit
one,
8-leg parlay.
But you didn't bet it.
Because I keep forgetting to bet when I'm at work. Because I can't bet in Delaware. I got to bet in Philly.
Well, then either move or bet when you're at work. Our Twitter question is sponsored by the PI Dental Center. Your smile is the first thing others see when they meet you. Learn about and schedule your evaluation. PIDentalCenter.com. Let's go to. So David in the Northeast wants to talk to Hugh. So we could do that right now. What's up, David? Oh boy.
Chef Douglas.
Hey. David?
The souffle is collapsing. What are you going to stop putting the bacon into the souffle?
I put bacon in the souffle. Can you put bacon in souffle?
You can do whatever you want. Yeah.
What is wrong with him?
The souffle is collapsing. It's no good. Now, come on, guys. I mean, if you keep Brown on the team, what book is he going to be reading next year?
That's a good question. No one's asked that today.
Is it going to be Bob Vila? I fix it.
Bob Vila in a while. When was the last time you watched Bob Vila?
No, I'm just saying.
Wait a minute, that's the home guy, right?
Yeah. He shows you how to build things in your house and home improvement stuff. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Bob Vila.
Yeah, I mean, see, David, I'm
going to be reading.
See, I'm not.
Or Harden, or what was the two friends? The Harden books, the Harden Valley books.
Yes.
Or
You talking about the Hardy Boys?
The Hardy Boys, maybe?
The Hardy Boys.
Nancy Drew?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Come on now.
There's all different series you can read. Harry Potter, Hunger Games, Goosebumps.
Going to have one pick.
Goosebumps.
But next year, they need to pick wisely because they're going to have a lot of picks. Like
12.
you said with Pittsburgh, the scenario going on there.
Yep.
But Chef Douglas, do we eat turkey bacon?
Nah, I don't eat no faux bacon.
Well, no, don't eat turkey bacon.
Faux bacon. What is bacon? What, like before we started on this health kick, what was bacon?
But okay,
turkey bacon is faux bacon.
There is faux bacon, like vegetable bacon. Turkey bacon is just using a different animal
no,
to make
it's not bacon though. It's not bacon.
Well, I mean, listen, you're the bacon expert here. I wouldn't call turkey bacon
I'm
faux
the bacon whisperer.
Yeah, you are the bacon whisperer. You like bacon? Yeah, turkey bacon's good. Yeah.
No, I
Not the same.
Phone. You put it on.
Now,
anything on pasta, David?
Tortellini.
Here you go, Ray.
It's like a gummy day.
You ever had turkey chops?
Turkey chops? No, I'm about to Google it. Turkey? Do you have the turkey?
I've never had turkey chops. No.
Turkey chops.
Do you have
Is that like pork chops?
I would think. It's chop.
You cut the breasts against the
they got turkey chop recipes.
Oh, you making some this weekend?
No.
No, I didn't think so. Turkey chops. David, good phone call. All right, 215-592-9494. All right, we'll try to get everyone's phone calls up here because we have to give a winner out for these tickets. 4-pack of tickets to the Eagles, sold out Eagles 2025 draft party. We're looking for egg dish. Did David give us an egg dish? He spoke about food for 5 minutes and didn't say anything about eggs.
Souffle, technically an egg dish? Is there eggs in souffle? I'm putting down for souffle.
Okay. Just write it down.
Probably not a winner.
What's the difference? All right. We got to check in with you people are talking about, plus a new Friday feature we began last week. Can't wait for this. It is the Midday Show as we argue about A.J. Brown for a top 5 pick on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The Phillies welcome the Marlins to the bank. Leading off starts at 5:45. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. First pitch is at 6:45. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Bryce Harper unloads and lines one into the lower seats.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
I'm Michael Jenkins here to help you beat the books at MGM Network. The Cardinals are in Queens tonight for game number 2 of their 4-game set against the Mets, and we're looking at the home team on the run line at -1.5 to keep the momentum going. Cardinals starter Miles Mikolas has an ERA of over 9 on the season and struggled last year against the Mets with an ERA of more than 7 over 2 starts. I'm Michael Jenkins from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books and download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak high. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Hey, baseball fans, there's no better place to bet the long ball than BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. Swing big on your home run bet with BetMGM's Home Run Boost Token. No opt-in is required. Just log into your BetMGM account to receive your Home Run Boost Token. Then activate your token when you place a bet on any player to hit a home run. If that player goes yard, you'll score a bigger payout. No matter the showdown, BetMGM is the best place to bet the long ball. Claim your MLB Home Run Boost Token today and don't miss your chance at a bigger payout on the winning home run bet. The action is on deck at BetMGM, the king of the big swing. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 1 to 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Total Wireless is made to totally keep up with you. We have unlimited data that never slows you down, covered by the Verizon 5G network, and all for less than $30 a month when you get 4 lines. And the best part, we give you a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G when you switch to the 5G Unlimited or 5G Plus Unlimited plan. Visit your local Total Wireless store today. Total Wireless, we're totally with you. Actual speeds may vary by location. For data management practices, see TotalWireless.com.
At Citizens, we know when you're into something, you seek out advice. We all do. When you're into fitness, you got a trainer.
Another 12 reps. Let's go.
Wellness, a meditation expert.
And breathe.
And a stylist when you realize fuchsia wasn't your color.
That's so you.
So, what about advice for your money? From making a plan to reaching your goals, Citizens has the guidance you've been looking for all along. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at your local branch or online at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Hey, navigation? Take me to Kia of CherryHill.com.
Kia of CherryHill.com is offering super low lease payments on Telluride, Carnival, Sportage, Sorrento, and the all-new K4. Kia of CherryHill.com is home to over 300 new Kias available for immediate delivery. Kia of CherryHill.com has a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles with a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Available 24/7 at Kia of CherryHill.com.
John Ritchie here. Are you looking for a lawn care service that delivers great results and is safer for your family and pets? That's why I choose Natural Lawn of America. That's my lawn care company. Their custom approach uses organic fertilizers and safer weed and insect controls, ensuring a healthier lawn season after season. Right now, take advantage of their limited time offer. Free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED today. Choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business, powering possibilities.
Now through May 4th, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra and subject to change.
Here is your Game of the Week, presented by Hyundai. The baseball season is underway as we continue to see the teams separate themselves from the rest. Texas has had a resurgence, returning to form after winning it all in 2023. They will be tested in an early season series against Los Angeles. Will Texas be able to wrangle a couple of wins in the series? Don't let the urge to sing along to that catchy tune distract you from that truck drifting toward your lane or that lane-splitting biker creeping up beside you. Fortunately, every Hyundai offers available class-exclusive advanced safety features that can alert you to potential dangers around you, and Hyundai has over 130 IIHS top safety awards since 2006. Because Hyundai is always working to ensure the road doesn't get you, IIHS top safety awards include Top Safety Pick and Top Safety Pick Plus awards to Hyundai vehicles from 2006 to 2025.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
What is this for? What we do?
You'll find out. Welcome back. It is the Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio. You guys with us. 215-592-9490 for this hour. On 94 WIP is fueled by Sunoco 94 Octane. If you demand peak performance for your vehicle, then nothing less than Sunoco 94 Octane will do. Treat your car at 94 only at Sunoco. So we unveiled a new segment last week on a Friday, and it has to do with the explicit snack of the night. Can we? So last week, Kyle.
Wait a minute, explicit?
Mm-hmm. Remember last week we got
no, but okay, we changed the name.
Yeah, we changed it.
Oh, okay.
Because well, the song really makes it. The music. So we have the stack of the night, of course, with John Johnson, but you tweak it a little bit, it becomes the explicit stack, and we try to figure out what the heck this is. All right, Kyle, let's hear this.
Let me open this bad boy up here. Oh yeah, it's got the wax paper holding it there, so it can't fall apart or melt through anything. I mean, the shape is very questionable, egg looking, but it doesn't matter. It could be like an amorphous blob, and I'd still say, oh. Oh, let me hold on a minute. Before I eat it.
I know what this is. I already know what this one is.
Let it play.
Why does he smell it?
Yes.
Because they smell good.
All right,
I mean, I don't smell them, but
you want to be nice about it and take your time and, 4 or 5 different bites. That's not how it works. It's usually 2, if you really want to be kind, 3 bites and it's over with.
3.
Let me bite this bad boy in half.
Bite that bad boy.
Oh my God.
Joking on it?
If I could get a softball size clump of that in my hands,
I think I know what he's talking about.
Drive me to the ER right now because I'm going to eat the entire thing. It'd be over. Tell my wife and kids I love them, but if I'm going to go out on top, that's how I'm going out. With a big ball of
I think I got this one.
What is it?
Reese cup.
Yeah, it's Reese's egg. Yeah.
Yeah, the Reese cup. I knew when he said
wax paper?
the shape. Yeah. Well, I was listening to it, And he ain't lying because like they hit different.
They do.
The eggs hit different. The eggs hit different. They hit different.
Never thought about that being the way I go though. When my life's over,
No,
you
can't eat too many though. But what you do is you wait till after Easter when they go on sale.
That's a Hugh Douglas way. To do it.
Yeah, but judging by the way he was choking on it, that might be the way he was about to go out.
Yeah, I would imagine when it's over for John, it's a snack of the night.
Go load up on them things, man.
What did he say? 3 bites for an for?
Yeah, so that's a 2-biter. That's a 2-biter. At least unless you got one of the big ones. That's a 2-biter.
Yeah.
I walked right into that.
You walked in, you said what you said, and now we have a drop. So there you go. That's
They got thick wood, hard.
Oh. It's one thing to be making the noises while eating, but when you bleep stuff out, it just
makes it worse. It makes it worse.
Yeah.
Big ball of big.
Yeah, I knew exactly when he was cracking that paper. You know, because there's some snacks you eat when you just know what they sound like when they crack that paper. Yeah, that's awesome.
It's a good one. All right, John. Good job with the snack of the night this week.
Reformed fat kid over here. For real.
You know when you hear it. Oh, I've been there. We've all been
snacks. Somebody say snacks.
Let's go to Andy in Westchester. What's up, Andy?
Guilty.
Guilty.
He sounds like Richard Simmons when he does.
No, he does.
Yeah, you know what?
Funny.
That's a good one. I hadn't thought about that. A little Richard Simmons to John Johnson. What's up, Andy? What are you thinking?
I love listening to Kyle on this. I'm glad Elliott's not on today because he would have a stroke. I think that's Elliott's purpose in life is to give somebody a stroke on the station.
It's probably happening quicker than we imagined too. It's good. It's going to be there for one of us. Andy, so you in or you're out on trading AJ for a top 5 pick?
I'm out, and it's not. I mean, I feel like it's the whole question is, what would you want to do? And the way I'm looking at it is, we traded the 1st round pick for him. He's a known commodity. I don't want to trade a known commodity for an if. I'm not a gambler like you. You know, it's
hey, $2 8-leg parlay hitter over here, baby.
In November, it's April. We're bordering on May, and you're still on that.
Yeah, but now he becomes the gambler. It's like Jekyll and Hugh.
Yeah, got to know when to hold them. Got to know when to fold them.
You do.
So anyway, even if they did trade it, I'm out on Hunter. I don't want anybody who's coming out of college already threatening to hold out. I don't want any parts of him on my team. It sounds like it's just going to be a problem down the road. But ultimately, I think AJ is the answer to the offense next season. As you saw in the Super Bowl, the Chiefs just keyed on Saquon, and that opens up the passing game. No matter what you do, we need to have those 2 receivers out there. And I'm not willing to bet it just on maybe on a draft pick.
And Andy, I'd say most people are with you today on that. And I understand the premise on you need 2 good receivers to make the whole operation work. We'd have to draft another receiver. I mean, that would be not at 4, but somewhere they'd have to draft another one to make it complementary. Otherwise, you'd have a problem there. All right, Andy, what's your egg dish for a try day?
This is my second go around with it, but Chile Quiles.
Oh yeah, what was that again? Because I remember you saying, and I'm trying to picture it.
It's like nachos and
yes,
yeah, they're like smothered in sauce.
Yeah,
beans and then eggs cooked on top of it, just in like a skillet. It is so good, and I'm not a big egg guy, but that way, you do yourself a favor.
Sounds good. No, I remember when you brought up last time, Andy. Good phone call, and we appreciate it there. Let's grab Jack in Norristown. I think he's with us. Jack, what's up, buddy?
Hey, how we doing, guys?
What's up, Jack?
I know you got Kyle fired up. I know that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that ain't hard to do, though.
Do that every day.
I'm with you, man. I make that trade in New York minute.
See, Jack gets it. He's a football guy.
Yeah. A lot of people mad at us on social media, though.
I could see being like talked into, maybe doing it for like Abdul Carter or something like that, but like sprinting to go to the podium and make this trade for AJ Brown in the New York minute is insanity.
Jack, why are you so
excited to do it?
The guy's a great player. I ain't taking nothing away from him. He's a great player, but he's also a bad apple, and a bad apple can spoil the barrel.
Yeah, just like they won the Super Bowl last year.
Yeah, but it can't. Jack,
they didn't win it. They didn't win the Super Bowl just because of AJ Brown. It's a team game.
Oh, okay.
And we hammered.
I didn't know
the
that.
defense did their job. The offense did their job, and he's a big part of the offense, no doubt about it. but he got a bad personality. Even after the Super Bowl, he's still crying. They don't throw him the ball enough.
But
they can
not
throw him the ball. They can throw him the ball 15 times a game, and he still be crying.
Okay, this thing is, it's not bad enough of a personality to prevent them from winning the Super Bowl.
No,
is my point.
we know
So
that,
you can
yeah.
say whatever his role was in winning the Super Bowl, but you said it spoils the bunch. Nothing was spoiled. They won the Super Bowl.
Well, but that doesn't mean things won't go bad next year with him. I mean, we don't know that.
They've had him for years,
and there's been a lot. They've
been to 2 Super Bowls and won one.
Sure,
it feels like we're waiting for something that's just not going to happen.
I know, but we're getting something in terms of value that's really high, right? Like
You're making yourself worse.
No, I don't think that's necessarily true. I mean, it might be, but it's not necessarily true.
More likely true.
Jack, what are you thinking for Try Day? What's your egg dish?
You whip up them scrambled eggs, throw them into the frying pan over some home fries, green pepper, onion, and tomato.
That
Mix
sounds
them
pretty
all
good.
up, and that's me.
Over the
You
home
said green
fries.
onion?
Green onions, pepper, tomato.
No, onion.
Green onions.
Wait, I'm thinking green tomato. That's what when you said
Fried green
tomatoes, I was
tomatoes?
thinking
No
green
green,
tomato.
no green, you.
Yeah, I was thinking
Onions.
that was on me. That was on me.
Onions, green pepper, and tomato.
Like
Green
it, Jack.
peppers.
I like it over the
Gotcha.
home fries. That sounds pretty
So
good.
like the egg dish itself, not my thing. Something about the way Jack says it. I
Makes
like
it-
that.
I could see him cooking it
With
up.
some tomato.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds.
I like the cut of his jib.
Yeah.
It sounds. It sounds really hearty.
It does. Sounds
It
good.
sounds,
Yeah.
it sounds hearty.
Because if anyone says like the word tomato, like tomato, I'm in.
Like tomato cans? No one on this show uses tomato cans.
Tomato
No,
cans,
it is.
right?
You mentioned the fact that the teams that the Eagles have played throughout this 8-game win streak have been tomato cans.
Tomato cans. I was right though.
Rams.
Yeah, they were
Commanders.
Tomato cans.
Ravens.
What was
Rams.
the other-
Commanders.
yeah.
Ravens.
Yeah, the team in the
Tomato can.
championship game, the team in the divisional round of the
Tomato-
NFC,
tomato
and the
tan.
team in the divisional round.
All those teams were the
Tomato
final
cans.
8 teams
All
left
the
in the
tomato
league.
tans.
They were not tomato
Tomato
cans.
tan.
There's
Tomato
no
tan.
tomato cans or whatever we're saying. None of that.
Tomato
They played good
tan.
teams.
Nobody's happy with us today with this whole AJ.
I don't care.
They're happy with me.
Yo, yeah. Today's
Oh,
your day.
now you're pulling now you're pulling a Hugh?
The
Today
people on
is
Twitter
your day.
have always been my people.
Okay.
Always.
Yep. I don't care what anyone thinks. This would be a good trade. I mean, that's all. And then care less. You know what my favorite part is? My favorite part is the copium that would happen. If they do this, it's 84% on the poll are against this. What do you think it is next Friday morning if it happens? 50-50?
Hey, we had to do it. Hey,
Oh,
he was
you know
he was
what?
cancer.
Super Bowl syndrome will be
Carter
was
in
a
this
cancer.
defense off the edge. I mean, people will flip.
Are you
in
talking
a
about
second.
Thursday night if they have to
Yeah,
start?
people
Yeah.
will flip in a second.
We got the best defensive end in the draft. And
He's
we
an
just,
Eagles
hey,
fan. He went to
listen.
the Super
No,
Bowl.
this is what it's gonna be. And we just lost BG, but we got Abdul Carter.
Yep.
Nobody would be upset.
It'll be, no, also
He
hear
will
this.
be missed.
We'll hear this too. How he's playing chess. He traded the 18th
It's
pick for
how we
AJ,
see- it's
got
how
the
we
best
see
out
it,
of him,
baby.
and then traded him for the 4th.
It's
That's
how
right.
we see it.
Chess.
Yeah,
I don't know, Joe. They might be mad at us though.
No. What's going to happen is everyone's going to call and tell you that AJ Brown not even really that good.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
part of the copium.
yeah.
Well, that's not true. He's very good.
Of course, it's not
He's
true.
very good. It's just we're just getting a lot of value here. That's all. Jerry, who's up next on WIP. What's up, Jerry?
Sound like a real
How you
trouble.
doing today?
Hey, what's
Jerry,
going on,
what's
man?
up, buddy?
I'm just sitting here waiting for my next load for the weekend, and then I'll be going home next week on Wednesday. I'll be at Chickies and Pete's on
I caught
Friday
that.
with a couple boys, John.
All right, Jerry.
Watching the Phillies, watching my Phillies, Everybody's getting upset about the Phillies.
Mhm.
They're the same position they were last year, and we still won
See, that's
95
the problem.
games. And we got a few concerns, but, they're not putting any money in my pocket. They haven't done that since the first series against Washington. It's just a shame. But
Well, I got a bet for you, Jerry. This weekend we got Jesus is pitching on Easter. That feels like a lock for a good start. I mean, we got Jesus Luzardo on Easter Sunday, Jerry. That feels like I might bet his strikeouts that day.
I'm all over it.
Okay.
Hugh,
Yes.
I know you want an 8-leg. You want an
Mr.
8-leg
Eight-leg parlay over here.
Stop. No.
It was in the
Yeah,
fall.
but
Don't gas
I
him up.
got you. I got you beat by 5. I've done a 13-leg.
13
Oh, okay.
legger.
Oh.
And
That's a mortgage payment
that,
right there, Jerry.
that's documented with FanDuel. I can find it, but I've done a
Oh,
couple of
hey,
those.
look
You
at
So,
got to print that
you
bet
know.
slip out and frame that one, Jerry. That's when you show the family.
Whenever Hugh mentions his 8-leg parlay, we'll just call Jerry.
Yeah.
Put you in your place.
We got a guy that's 13.
Jerry don't work here.
That's a proven fact. I've done a couple of them.
Put
So,
me in your
you know.
chair next. That 18-legger.
So, okay, guys. So, another thing on the Eagles, I'm on Kyle's side. You know, you already got a good commodity with AJ. You know what you got. You already know. But trading him for something you don't know, that's a whole different ballgame because you don't know what you're going to get. But I do trust Howie in the draft. He's proven facts, I guess, for the last 5 or 6 years. We've done really good. And I just believe in what he's going to, you know, I'm not worried about the draft this year. You know, I like to win those tickets because I'll be home next week. So,
All right, what's your egg dish, Jerry? Go-to egg dish.
So my go-to egg dish is deviled eggs. I don't know if you guys know what deviled eggs are.
Yeah, I've had deviled eggs.
Yeah, that's
No
when
idea.
you dig all the stuff out and put the stuff back in.
Some little seasoning on there.
You hard-boil the eggs.
Mm-hmm.
You take the yellow out. You mix it up. You
gassy.
put some mayonnaise, a little bit of mustard, not much, but a little bit, and you can maybe add a little bit of relish in there, sweet relish.
Now, are we talking spicy mustard or
salt.
Yellow mustard? What are we doing?
No, just regular yellow mustard, not
That's
no
old school.
spicy stuff. But if you want to spice it up, you can with the spicy. But my mom would just make the best deviled egg, and I could go to an outing, and if they had deviled eggs, I would just sit there and eat deviled eggs.
Oh, you're just parking yourself right next to those deviled eggs.
Super gassy.
Yeah, you know,
You're gonna make your house smell like farts. My dad's a deviled eggs guy.
You blowing it up?
Well, no, I mean the house.
Old school deviled eggs. All these guys that are talking about fry up stuff and cook this. You don't need to do all that. You don't need to do all that. You need a deviled egg plate of the right nice cool. You put them in the refrigerator after you're done, and then when you leave to go to your outing, you take them with you. Keep them covered up in tin foil so aluminum foil. So they will keep their freshness.
That's what you need.
And then-
Jerry, I like that one, the deviled eggs. Jerry, good phone call. Good hearing from you, and we'll see you back here soon. I got to tell you, people are passionate about their egg recipes today.
Yeah.
This has been
got a lot of different varieties of way to make eggs.
And people are passionate about how they like their eggs. All right, before we go any further, and speaking of, I know it's not a parlay, but a bet. I mean, now that Hugh taunts himself as some sort of, sharp over here.
Mr. Blackhawk.
End of the show.
Hey!
Postseason starts for the NHL and NBA this weekend. So we're going to get Mr. Black Hockey on a bet for us for the Stanley Cup final. I can't wait to bet that blind for the third straight year. First, though, let's check in with you people.
You people. It's time to hear from you people. What do you mean, you people?
Yeah, I'd like to remind you people and everybody else listening, you can join us for a special one-night-only event with Eagles legend Brandon Graham. Get your tickets for BG Live on 5/5 right now, 94WIP.com. So, not as much fun. People are in the YouTube chat today.
Yeah, everybody
people
outside.
are mad. Yeah, people are pissed, specifically at Joe.
Okay.
A little bit for Hugh
we
today.
had the same opinion.
I find that hilarious. They're mad at you. They're mad at
And you. No, they are mad at you.
What'd I do?
Well, because you're a company man yet again, this time for the Eagles.
Wait a second.
Yep.
But this is the Eagles trading away a star player, and he's defending it. I mean, that's not
Well,
company man.
I think the company man part is him saying they'll be okay. They'll find another AJ Brown. Little company man.
Well, they would be.
That is not. You know what? I think I'm at that point now. People just want to say it because they know it gets under my skin. They know it bothers me.
It is a good one. We got that. We created that one this week. That best thing we did this week is company man. You anyway. The you people.
A lot of people talking about me crashing out.
Well,
does not sound like me at all.
A little animated today. That's okay. It's good.
They want someone to smack your bald head, Joe.
Damn.
And I guess offense is a luxury now.
Wait a minute. What does that mean?
You're looking at you on
No,
that one.
listen. I am
Look at
a
you.
visionary. I can't help it if y'all close-minded. I am a visionary.
Yeah. Here we go.
I mean, it's the truth.
Yeah, sure.
People get mad because they can't see. We do all this brain wrestling at the beginning of the show, trying to set it up, and y'all ain't got the vision to see what we're talking about.
We're seeing clear. You guys are clouded.
I have vision.
Blind vision. You're blind.
Doesn't help that I'm blind.
But on days like today, when we throw these out there, the best place to go for comments and reaction
is Twitter
or the nut jobs on Twitter.
Rational and forward-thinking and kind. I would call those people.
No, they weren't kind today.
Not today.
No, not at all.
Oh, no.
A few trade offers for you, Joe Giglio.
Yeah, I saw that.
To trade Joe away.
I'm ready. You know what? I'm about value. If you get good value for me, I'll say yeah.
All right, Hugh. Let's see. Would you take any of these offers for Joe Giglio?
I think I know which one.
I'll grade the value.
3 blueberries.
I knew the 3 blueberries was gonna be first. That was hilarious.
That's not enough. You
Not
gotta
enough.
get a cup full of blueberries.
Okay. A trash can.
No, see that ain't nice. That ain't.
We have plenty of trash cans.
Yeah. Come on, get more creative.
Bag of Doritos.
Which kind? Cool Ranch or
Does that make a difference here?
I'm not a big fan of Doritos.
Me neither, actually.
I'm
Yeah,
not-
I don't
I
think
mean,
I'm trading for Doritos.
Okay.
Mhm.
I'm surprised.
Last one. This one I might consider.
Mm-hmm.
Capri Sun. I love Capri Sun.
Now that's a little bit more creative. I'm like, if you're gonna start with the mean comments, man, have some creative mean comments. The 3 blueberries was good though. That was a good one.
Now hold on. Are you getting like a case of Capri Sun or just one singular Capri Sun?
From what I read, just a Capri Sun.
That feels light. I mean, that ask for like a box.
Capri Suns are pretty good, man.
Yeah, they are.
Gotta
They are
say.
good. I might
Yep.
trade myself for some of those.
Now those are a little bit nicer than the people who just want you flat out fired.
Yeah.
That's
which is an appropriate reaction to somebody's opinion
Yeah,
about sports. You should probably lose your job.
I also think
over it.
you should get fired for talking about a sports subject on a sports
Yes,
talk show.
correct.
Yeah,
Yep.
I agree.
Looks like this one is a little bit of a threat, though. Does
Ooh.
AJ need to make another call to the station?
Sure, if you want.
I'm picturing the hands on their hips. Now,
Yeah.
does AJ Brown need to call you and put you in your place?
Do I have to
again?
call your father? Do I have to do that?
Yeah.
I'd welcome AJ calling today.
Sure, if he wants to call.
Yeah.
I-
Would he trade AJ Brown?
Isn't he the one posted picture of him with Patriots jerseys
That's
yesterday?
right. Yeah, he did. He
Well,
did.
I'm just
post-
trying to get him where he wants to go anyway. So that's
That
fine.
is kind of weird.
It
Oh,
is
boy.
weird. He trolls everyone with that stuff.
Yeah, no, sure he does. All right. I wouldn't trade him for 3 top 5 picks, says the clearly unbiased Twitter user named AJ Muse.
Oh, those are my favorite. Yeah,
Yeah, the ones
the
that
account
chime in.
dedicated to the person.
Yeah.
Every GM in the league would trade him for 3 top 5 picks. Every single one.
Yeah,
In a
I'd trade him
heartbeat.
for 3 top.
In a heartbeat.
AJ Muse, not amused.
Not at all.
Here's another good one.
Mhm.
Slow day, anything but.
Yeah, it's
To be
always
honest
it's
with
not
you.
a slow day.
This
It's-
one actually sped by.
Yeah, this is one of our faster shows we've had in a long
It
time.
was.
It really was.
Yeah.
All right, and this one's my favorite because sometimes reading is optional,
Always.
and reading comprehension even more so.
Mhm.
Are you on crack? A 5th round pick?
No, not a 5th round pick.
Who? No.
The
see,
5th overall pick
You,
or
you
a top
need
5
you
pick.
need to say that person's name to make him feel bad for not picking up on that because that was that one came in a while ago.
Oh no, that was right off the bat.
Yeah,
Yeah.
You need to like. I know you're not gonna do it, but if I were you, I would embarrass him like publicly.
Yeah, I think if he's listening, he knows who he is, and he should be ashamed of himself.
No, not a 5th round pick.
Would
Nah,
you
bruh.
trade AJ Brown for a top 5 draft pick? What are you nuts? A 5th round pick?
Yeah,
It's not hard,
that's
fellas.
bad. That's
Just
bad.
read.
Well,
Just
reading
read.
comprehension is not easy for
Nope,
everyone.
it's
All right.
I'm convinced everybody doesn't hear. They don't hear it.
We appreciate you people, even if you want to trade me for 3 blueberries.
All
I
of you people.
3
I
blueberries.
appreciate you. Now, these frozen blueberries, fresh blueberries, I like a good blue. You're a blueberry guy?
I like them frozen.
I like
I don't
them
like.
frozen better.
I don't like the because the texture.
They could be a little mushy.
Yeah, I don't like the texture. I
I'm
don't
a
like that.
frozen blueberry guy. All right, let's grab Donnie, and then we have to get your pick for the Stanley Cup Finals here, Hugh, as I blind bet this, Mr. Black Hockey. But Donnie is going to be up here with his thought on A.J. Brown. What's up, Donnie?
I think this might be me. It's Johnny.
Johnny, you know, that's even better than Donnie.
You're Donnie now.
Yeah.
We changed your name.
we did change your name. We apologize.
I got too many stats to throw at you, and I might have to revoke your credentials here, but let me start with this one here. 200 catches and 3,000 yards. That's what A.J. Brown had in 2022 and 2023. Yeah, he had a little bit of a down year last year, but Jalen threw the ball almost 200 times less for 1,000 less yards. So to be expected. Another stat, 482. That's the total number of touches that Saquon Barkley had last year. He's not going to do that again this year. We're going to run him into the ground if we do that. And probably the most important stat, which I don't know if anybody mentioned, there's a $30 million dead cap hit if we trade A.J. Brown before the draft. So like that right there.
Yeah, we
throws-
mentioned all that.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that. I mean, that I get
Kind
it.
of went along with the
That's-
hypothetical.
Yeah, it's a tax you're paying to get a top 5 pick. I mean, that's what that is. It's tax.
All right. Here's one more. You know what Tennessee drafted when we traded A.J. Brown for him? Traylon Burks, who
Sure.
had 700 career yards.
So, but
I mean,
so Donnie, someone else brought that up. What do I care that the GM who got fired in Tennessee is a dummy? Like, what does that have to do with how he's not going to blow this pick because the GM that got fired in Tennessee doesn't know what he's looking at. Like
Never
that.
know.
It has nothing to do with the situation. Like, oh, you know what? Wait, hold on, but Donnie, I give a smart person $1 million. I give a dumb person $1 million. The dumb person blew the money. So, like, what does that have to do with the smart person? It's the silliest retort.
You know his name, Johnny.
Donnie, I'm sorry.
When's the last time
Donnie, hold on. I need your egg dish. I need an egg dish, Johnny.
All right, it's not more. It's more of a sandwich than a dish. But what I love to do is a toasted Kaiser roll, spread a little cream cheese on there, sunny side egg, flip it over so it's a little toasted on top. Throw on some cheddar cheese, a little bacon, a little pepperoni, and a little
pepperoni. That's unique, Johnny. We appreciate it, even though I like the Treylon Burks thing doesn't move the needle for me. All right, who are we giving this to? We got the last one under the buzzer there. Who's our favorite dish? I thought that the ravioli one
that was the most unique one. I think.
It was.
Well, I've never really I hadn't thought about it.
It was Joe and Mayfair?
Yeah, Joe.
All right, Joe and Mayfair. You're headed to the Eagles draft, the sold-out Eagles draft party. All right, before we hand it over, though, to the afternoon show, Hugh, quickly, we need a Stanley Cup pick for Mr. Black Hockey.
Yeah, man. You know, the last time Canada had 4 teams in the Stanley Cup playoffs was 1993. You know who the Montreal Canadiens beat? They beat the LA Kings that year to win it all. So I'm going with the Montreal Canadiens.
Canadians or Stanley Cup pick?
Yeah, I'm going with the Canadians.
I think they're the longest shot on the board, 70-1.
That's how I roll.
I'm betting it.
It's not very American of you.
It really is.
You know what? After it came
Anti-American
out my mouth, I was like, you know what? I might get some heat for that.
All right, Mr. Canada. Mr. Canada, Hugh Douglas. We'll talk to you on Monday. Have a great weekend. Happy Easter. Afternoon show next on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Go Phils!
It's time to make it official. Sports Radio 94 WIP is celebrating the man, the myth, the strip-sacking legend.
Brandon Graham rips the football out of the hands of Tom Brady.
May 5th is now BG Day.
Fly, Eagles, fly.
All day long, 94 WIP is honoring Brandon Graham with classic stories, special guests, and the best BG moments of all time.
Oh, was he walloped by Brandon Graham?
Live all day, May 5th.
I just want to thank everybody.
Then cap off the day with BG Live, a special one-time event with Brandon at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. Get your tickets for BG Live at 94WIP.com.
What up, Philly?
Here's what's happening at Borgata. Don't miss out on the action at Borgata's Poker Room, where great cards, lucky seats, and high hands bring excitement to every player. Open 7 days a week. Excitement is waiting. You're only miles away from your happy place. Experience award-winning restaurants, exciting bars and live music, big-name entertainment, and a spacious casino filled with your favorite slots and table games. The action at Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa doesn't stop. Start planning your getaway today.
Visit theborgata.com for more details. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky Pete. Springtime is party time. Step up your grad party, reunion, or company and client gathering. Groups of all sizes, we do it all at all locations across the Delaware Valley. Enjoy special catering options or our signature menu items. Plus, there's a special Play 2 party package at our flagship South Philly location. We're the official caterer of the world champion Philadelphia Eagles, First Trust Bank Club, and Eagles Training Camp. Book today at chickyandpete's.com. Chickies and Pete's.
Spring into luxury at Elite Acura during the Spring into Performance sales event. Right now, current Acura owners can lease the 2025 Acura RDX for just $429 a month. Upgrade to a new 2025 MDX for only $529 per month. My friends at Elite Acura have over 150 new and certified pre-owned Acura vehicles in stock and priced to move. Visit them in Maple Shade or online at EliteAcura.com and tell them Ike sent you. Nobody can compete with Elite.
Loyalty and conquest leases at 36 months, 10,000 miles. Not all will qualify. See dealer for full details. Offers in 4/30/25.
Stop! Where's everybody going? Club Risque, the Delaware Valley's premier gentlemen's club, where there's always something happening. Free lunch weekdays, happy hour specials 6 days a week. The hottest entertainers in the world 7 days a week. And this week, it's adult film superstar Giselle Blanco, appearing at all 3 Club Risque locations: Philly, Bristol, and Northeast Philadelphia. Giselle Blanco, tonight through Saturday. Club Risque, your home for all UFC and championship boxing, shown on their multiple TV screens. ClubRisque.com.
The Nissan Rogue with available Google built-in helps you make the most of your drive. Take care of the small stuff, like, hey Google, cool down my car. And, hey Google, turn on the dog feeder. Or change up your adventure. Hey Google, navigate me to the nearest music venue. Handle your drive like a pro.
Experience the ultimate connection in the Nissan Rogue. Nissan offers 6 vehicles with starting MSRP under $30,000. Visit your local Nissan store and nissanusa.com today. Not equipped on all vehicles. Requires compatible device. Sequences shortened and simulated. Activation of Nissan Connect services package required. Only use features when safe and legal to do so. Data rates may apply. Subject to third-party service availability. Google Play, and Google Maps are trademarks of Google LLC. Available on Nissan Altima, Kicks, Leaf, Rogue, Sentra, and Versa. All prices are manufacturer suggested retail price. MSRP for base models. MSRP excludes destination and handling charges, tax, title, license, and options. Dealer sets actual prices.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Prices are going up everywhere. Tariffs may drive up costs across the country, but not at Legacy Box.
Why? Because we're proudly 100% American made. Every tape, film reel, and photo you send stays right here in the USA, digitized by skilled technicians who know your memories are priceless.
Introducing the Legacy Box All-American Sale. Just $9 per tape. Not $15, not $12, just $9.
We're the nation's #1 digitizer, trusted by over 1 million families because we've made it simple. Just fill your Legacy Box with old tapes, film reels, and photos. We'll digitize them by hand and return everything, plus digital copies on the cloud you can relive and share forever.
With Legacy Box, your memories are safe from tariffs and safe from time. Heat, humidity, and age are already destroying your family's history, so take advantage of our limited time $9 tape sale.
Visit legacybox.com/value to lock in savings today. That's legacybox.com/value. Legacy Box, American made, trusted by families.
You know what's better than a limited time deal? An unlimited time deal. That's why the Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag with a Junior Bacon Cheeseburger, 4-piece nugs, Junior Hot and Crispy Fries, and small soft drink is available all the time. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon is all the time. Duh. I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot. For the best deal of all time, gotta be Wendy's.
Unlimited time does not mean forever. U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, and California via third-party delivery. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S., Alaska, and Canada.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. ESPN announced that College Game Day's Lee Corso will retire after one more show this fall. You might not have agreed with his famous picks every week, but for many of us, he's been an institution on Saturday mornings. And in the era where everyone in the media yells at each other, Corso is a breath of fresh air. Don't get me wrong, he knew football, but he prioritized fun, which is how he will ultimately be remembered as a broadcaster. I'm Andrew Perloff.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
We're back on the Chickies Friday, the WIP afternoon show. With Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Here on a warmish Friday. Ike, how you feeling, brother?
Well,
yeah.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right, brother Spike.
Can you hear you?
Not really, but you know what? The show must go on, and we'll deal with it in a timely fashion. with our technical difficulties. But it is Friday. I'm feeling good. Ready for a big weekend. We're coming off a split series versus the Giants. I'm ready to tackle some nonsense that I've been hearing. Started, before we got off the air yesterday. I can't wait to get into this today about possibly trading one of the top 5 players in the last 25 years to wear midnight green. Can't wait to get into that. Jackie Baseball, I tell you, you better be lucky we have Cristopher Sanchez as our pitcher. Because doggone it, I don't know where we would be without him. I'll let you boy.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, I was waiting for it.
Yeah.
I was waiting for it. So totally agree. It's good to see that you have come aboard the Sanchez.
Yeah.
Oh, man, $50 down.
Yeah, never a doubt. Never a doubt. And I don't know, Ike, starting to make a lot of sense, the idea of trading someone. Starting to make a lot more sense.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Is it? Well, it is a big show today, as it always is on the WIP afternoon show, but particularly big show today on a Friday. Elliott Shore Parks joins us at 3 o'clock. Tornado Shapiro's weekend forecast at 3:30. Todd McShay going to join us at 4 o'clock. Talk a little.
Another T-Mac?
Talk a little draft. And then we see at 4:30 if Ike Reese holds on to the belt for a 3rd consecutive week. Has he done enough?
I think personally, he needs a good open here.
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
I think
Okay.
personally he needs
All
a
right.
good open to hold on to the belt here.
All right. So it's going to be an on the record Friday, and let me set it up for you. We learned during the show yesterday, Howard Eskin reported that the Eagles had explored trading A.J. Brown for a top 10 pick in this year's NFL draft. And, it's not the first time we've heard about the idea of trading A.J. Brown this offseason. We heard all the stuff with the Patriots and so on and so forth. And I think what we can learn, what we know, is that if he is reporting it, at least there was something. There was some conversation. We don't know if it's going to happen, but we know that where there is smoke, there's usually a little bit of fire. So on the record Friday, here is the question I will pose to you, Ike. If the Eagles were to trade A.J. Brown for the number 4 pick in the draft, let's say it's the number 4 pick in the draft for the New England Patriots, would you be mad at the Eagles and Howie Roseman, or would you understand it? Would you say, all right, I get it, or would you be mad at the organization for trading a talent like A.J. Brown? On the record Friday, Ike Reese, how would you feel?
Well, my initial thought would be I'd be mad as hell. So you would have to, upon explaining this to us, to me, as a fan of the team, why this makes sense to remove a player of his caliber from your team when you're trying to repeat as a champion. Because, see, that's the number one thing that when I've heard this discussion, and I'm not saying that, listen, this is what we do. This is part of what we do. There are hypotheticals. We discuss things. This is a part of what we do, right? So I'm not offended by the question. I'm not offended by the suggestion. I'm not offended by the report that's out there. I'll just say I don't think it would be a good move for the Eagles, and for a multitude of reasons. Let's start with what it signals to the fan base and your team. There's no way you can sell either one of those two entities, the fan base or the team, that you're doing your best to try to go repeat as champions. That's out the window. There's no way you can sell, right? You can't sell me that we're trying to go win the Super Bowl next year.
By the way, I'm having a hard time being sold it so far this offseason anyway.
That's fine.
Right.
But for me, I can at least buy into that.
Sure.
Because I can look at my offense and say I still, from a personnel standpoint, have arguably the best offensive personnel in all of football. You take A.J. Brown off of this offense and you hamper what they can do moving forward, not to mention the impact it has on individual players. That's what A.J. Brown does. He makes life easy for Saquon Barkley, for Devontae Smith, more importantly for Jalen Hurts. That's what A.J. Brown does. So you're signaling to your fan base and your players that you're not trying to win this year. You're not trying to win this year. Secondly, the player that you're supposedly going up to get, I don't know what that player is ultimately going to become. Now, a lot of players have potential. I've seen a lot of players come out of college. They were great in college, and for whatever reason, it didn't translate over to the NFL. They couldn't put it together, right? So when you're talking about, and by the way, you're not just giving up A.J. Brown. Anybody who thinks trading A.J. Brown in the 32nd pick is enough to get you to the top 5, you don't know how this thing works. You're going to have to give up more than that. So you're liable to giving up 2 first-round picks. You can give away next year's first-round pick also to get this kid. And it's not going to be Travis Hunter, because as dumb as Cleveland is, and as many mistakes as they made, not taking Travis Hunter, you may as well fire everybody out there in Cleveland. Get rid of everybody. Get rid of everybody. You're not taking Travis Hunter. Secondly, the Giants. You would have to have the Giants take Shedeur Sanders. Because you know the Giants aren't giving us the 3rd pick, right? We know that, right?
No, yeah.
The
yeah,
Giants
no.
So the highest we can get is 4.
4. That's what I'm saying. The 4th pick. Let's say it's the 4th pick.
The quarterbacks are mediocre at best in this draft. The best 2 players in the draft are Travis Hunter and Abdul Carter.
What if they're both there?
I still wouldn't do it if they were both there. But I'm just saying this is all the risk that they would. So first of all, the trade couldn't be made unless one of them were there.
Right. I think this is a trade that would probably happen on draft night. That would be my guess.
So one of those 2
players
Hunter
has to be
or
there.
Carter has to be there. Right?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Or we're not making the trade.
Right.
Well, because I heard Joe Giglio and Hugh talking about the value of the pick and what you can do with it. No, there better be a player that you're targeting that you're going to have to sell to us. This was a logical reason to get rid of this guy. I'm not buying it. I'd be mad. That was a long way, but I needed to explain that. And I feel like I'm going to have to do that more than once today. But yes, there's no way. And yeah, I would be mad as hell about that.
It is on the record Friday, 215-592-9494. If the Eagles were to trade A.J. Brown for the number 4 overall pick, would you be mad or would you understand it? Now, here's the thing. You said, Ike, they would be signaling to everybody that they're not going to win a Super Bowl this year.
Yeah.
And here's why. I don't want them to trade A.J. Brown at all. But here's why I would understand it. Why I would understand it is I believe they have sort of been hinting to us all offseason that it would be nice to win the Super Bowl next year, but they're certainly not going all in. It seems like this offseason has been more about setting up the next 5 years than it is about next year. They've been telling us that from a salary perspective. They've been telling us that from a who we want to give contracts perspective, from a draft pick perspective. They've been telling us all offseason. This offseason has screamed, we're not going all in to win the Super Bowl this year. So if you're going to do that, he is probably one of your most valuable trade pieces. His value is only going to go down. And I say that only because he will get older. He will be closer to another contract, all that. If you were to try to do it after next offseason, I don't think the same value that there would be this offseason. So if you're really trying to set yourself up for the next 5 years and you have an opportunity to get into the top 5 in the NFL draft, potentially get a Travis Hunter or an Abdul Carter, I'm not saying it's less about do I want them to do it and more about would I be mad or would I understand it? And I would understand it. I would be like shocked if they did it, but I would understand it. 215-592-9494. Jack, would you understand or would you be mad if they traded A.J. Brown for the number 4 pick in the draft?
So I would understand it. And I think it comes down to maximizing A.J. Brown's value. And I think that where they're stuck at is I do believe that after next year, they're going to have to redo Jalen's deal, almost likely. They're going to have to pay Jalen Carter. They're going to have to pay Nolan Smith. Eventually, they're going to have to pay Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean. I just don't know how this all works. I don't know. And I know that people are going to call in and they're going to say, how he'll figure it out, Eventually, it's going to get tight. And they're going to have to move on from someone on the offense. And Devontae doesn't have the kind of value that A.J. Brown has. I mean, A.J. Brown is a top 3 receiver. He's a phenomenal player. All things considered, would not want to move A.J. Brown. But is it about next year or is it about the next 5 years of Eagles football? And I think it's more about the next 5 years of Eagles football. And if they did end up trading A.J. Brown. So I would understand it. I would not be furious.
All right. We do have a next question today. Happy birthday, Conan O'Brien. It's Conan O'Brien's birthday, and he is a famous redhead. So for next question today, we will talk about sports, and then I will say next question, and you will give us your go-to redhead. Jack, give us. Now you've been on a hot streak.
I know.
I think, Jack, you've turned the corner this week.
I don't
for
think
next
so.
question. Oh no.
No, I'm just kidding.
Okay.
First one that came to mind was Amy Adams.
Oh, she ranks very high for me. That is a good answer.
Can tell.
It's not even my style, but she ranks very high. I got to be honest. She ranks very high. Contact, one of my favorite movies, by the way. Not Contact. Ike. Go ahead.
Yeah.
No. I was trying to think of the movie. No. I remembered your name. I was
No.
trying to think of the movie. I was trying to think of the movie. I was thinking.
Days off into the distance thinking about Amy Adams.
No. I was trying to think of the movie.
I got to tell you, not that I'm opposed to the redhead female.
Right.
A lot
yeah.
of good-looking redheaded females.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah, sure.
When back when I was a young tyke,
Ike the Tyke?
Yeah, man. I come home from school and I was racing to get home to watch Gilligan's Island, right?
Yes.
Oh man, what a great show.
Yep.
I wasn't really a Mary Ann type of guy.
Oh, you were a ginger guy.
Oh man, come on, man.
Yeah.
Ginger, man. Oh, but that's not who I'm going with, though.
What a change up.
He takes ginger off the board.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I threw that out there.
Okay.
Because you know who I'm going to go with?
Tell me.
Redhead. The redhead got to play quarterback here not too long.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not going with him either.
Oh, my God. He took another one off the
I'm
board.
going with the lookalike.
Okay.
Prince Harry.
All right.
Okay, there you go. Prince Harry. That's a good redhead.
That's a long-winded Ike.
Yeah,
today.
well, whatever. We got 4 hours.
Summer Friday.
We got 4 hours. I'm going Lindsay Lohan.
All right.
Look, man.
Oh, peak Lindsay Lohan.
Yeah, peak Lindsay Lohan was.
When was peak Lindsay Lohan?
Oh, come on. There is a peak
Been
Lindsay
train wreck
Lohan.
forever.
Yeah, but I think she cleaned up now.
I guess by the time I realized who she was, it was over.
But
you ever see The Parent Trap?
I kind of like when they're a mess. I like Tara Reid.
How old was she
a
when
mess.
she was in The Parent Trap?
Oh, that's way younger. That's like
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, she was in Mean Girls, right?
She was in Mean Girls.
That
Yeah.
sounds like a chick
That's
flick.
no
Mean Girls, good flick.
Not a chick flick.
Yeah, it's a coming of age
It's
movie.
not coming of age movie, not chick flick. Teen movie, like American Pie.
You like train wrecks? You think you can,
My wife is not one.
Never seen
You
Mean
can't
Girls,
marry a train
But
wreck.
it sounds like it's about Mean Girls.
Yeah, in high school.
That sounds
Yeah.
like a chick flick.
It's not a chick flick.
I don't know.
I can't believe we're gonna do
It
this.
might
again.
be a chick. Well,
It's not a chick flick.
That sounds like one.
Mean Girls is not a chick flick.
That's like telling me Clueless wasn't a
It's not a chick flick. It's a teen movie like
It's
American
all-
Pie.
Well, at least American Pie had guys
that's
in
a
there.
comedy.
That was
So
was
is
more-
Clueless, and so is
yeah,
Mean
but
Girls.
American Pie and Mean
That's
American,
not even the same.
it's more raunchy comedy.
Yes.
I'm telling you, it is not. Well, raunchy comedy is not
Well,
chick flick.
And American
Well, but
Pie
Mean
was
Girls
more
is
of a guy movie than
Yeah.
it was a chick flick.
What's that?
American Pie.
Yeah, FTV.
Yeah, but
a guy
Mean,
movie
you didn't even
was
see Mean Girls. How do you know if it's a chick flick or not?
Well, I just said it sounds like
Oh,
one.
it isn't
No,
one.
that's what I said. I said
All
it
right.
sounds like one.
All right. 215-592-9494. It's on the record Friday. If the Eagles were to trade A.J. Brown for the 4th pick in the draft, would you be mad or would you understand it? And next question today, based on Conan O'Brien's birthday, give us your go-to redhead. Corey in Columbus starts us off. Corey, you're on WIP.
Hey, yo, that's why this show is an A+, because Spike, you always got to argue everything.
Yep.
AJ,
Can't just let things go.
Whenever we do the next question, you ask Jack, he give his, you give his. Ike always got to give a soliloquy before he answers the question. Just answer the question. Damn, you know what I'm saying? Spike, you ain't got to argue about everything. Like
I'm just saying it's not a chick flick. He asked if it was a chick flick. I said it's not.
Sometimes you just got to agree to disagree.
No,
like,
not in this profession.
Yeah, come on. We got to
Fight to the death.
4 hours, bro. 4 hours.
Yeah.
Hey, but look, man, this is dumb. First of all, let me just put this out here. I need y'all to pump the brakes on Travis Hunter. I'm not saying us. If somebody drafts Travis Hunter to play corner, cool. Him locking down, Jalen Reagor and them, that ain't. I'm not impressed by that. Locking down Jackson State guys. I get it. If you ball, he the Heisman. I get all that. But listen, like this dude, in the NFL, on one side you getting Tyreek Hill, on the other side, last year you would have got Jalen Ramsey. You know what I'm saying? This dude ain't gonna come into the NFL locking down Pat and then going for 100 yards. He ain't about to do that. I don't want him. Abdul Carter, good player, already dealing with injuries. I'm not giving up a top 2, top 3 player on the Eagles for no pick. What? Like, okay, maybe y'all talking about, next 5 years. Okay, we'll talk about it next year if we don't go to the Super Bowl. We are trying to build something here. I'm not giving up A.J. Brown for no rookie draft. And
but the question is, if they did it, would you be mad at the team if they did it?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well,
I like that on the record.
Everybody's got to be on the record.
I know.
Everybody's got to be on the record because all everyone's done is explain away everything this offseason.
I'm going to be more than mad. I'm going to be hot.
Okay.
I'm optimism guy. Let them trade A.J. Brown away for like the 6th or 7th pick and see if I ain't going to be on Howard.
Well, if it's 6th or 7th pick, I'd be with you. It's really about Abdul Carter.
But what I'm saying is, like, everybody's saying the top 10, like I just said, let the Giants trade us the 3rd pick, right? We ain't giving them A.J. Brown, so they not even going to have that conversation.
Right.
So who picks second? The Browns?
Right.
Hey, they already in hot water over Deshaun Watson. Let them go ahead and trade away the pick and somebody come in and we say A.J. Brown there. A.J. Brown asked out or something in the year. You know what I'm saying? They're gone. So who? The Patriots? Come on, man. Like, and if I'm trading A.J. Brown, I need something back. I want the 4th pick and Christian Gonzalez. Y'all ain't just giving no. I don't want no potential. I don't know what a pick is. You know what I'm saying? I'm not doing that. A.J. Brown, we know what he is. I need a known commodity. Right?
Can I ask you something, Corey? Corey, can I ask you? All right. So I hear what you're saying, but at some point, every known commodity was a player that a team believed in. Right. And all I've heard this offseason is how good we are at the draft and why I shouldn't worry about all the established players they lost because they're so good at the draft. So if the Eagles, and I'm just presenting it to you as they may present it. So if the Eagles made the trade and they said, look, we've done our homework. We believe in this player. This player is going to be a multiple-time All-Pro player, and this team has drafted so well, you wouldn't believe him?
Nah, but this is the problem. If I'm with A.J. Brown's impact, like let's say, for example, this was the year Jamar Chase in the draft. If you telling me I'm trading A.J. Brown, I'm going to get Jamar Chase, okay, we can talk about that.
Right.
I don't care about that dude from Arizona. Like Jeremiah Smith ain't in this draft. This ain't Malik Neighbors. Like, I'm not trading for like a defensive
Yeah,
guy.
but when you have a special top 2 quarterback,
who's special?
I mean, do you really need A.J. Brown?
Wait. Did they not just pay $90 million?
I'm just asking the question. I'm just asking the question.
They did.
Yeah, but they also don't have a defense, which is always going to suck.
Y'all tell me that guy better, and they try to trade Goddard too. So damn, y'all want him going back to Rager and Quez Watkins?
I'm just asking the question.
Can he have somebody? Damn it, Superman can't always be Superman. Can he play with somebody? Goodness, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not doing it. If anybody say that we should do it, smack yourself before you call. One more thing.
Yeah.
One more thing on the way out. I'm going to give my redhead real quick. It's Rihanna, right? And then one more
I was
thing.
wondering how Corey was going to go delegation on famous redhead, and he figured it out. So
did Whitney Houston ever have a redheaded face for Chuck? No.
One more thing. I'm not going to say no names or nothing like that. But, y'all can put it two together. Floyd Mayweather was great at one time, but he ain't stepping in the ring with Terrence Crawford. Holla at Vince Wilmer from Kentucky. I'm out.
Wow.
The continued beef.
Yeah, I like that beef.
Yeah, it's a good one.
I like Aaron from Mount Airy.
Wow.
Corey
By
from
the way,
Columbus beef.
2 of my favorites.
Yes, absolutely.
I tell you what, though. I mean, you referred to him as Floyd Mayweather.
Yeah, which is
That's
one of
not
the best
shabby.
boxers of all
Yes.
time. Yeah.
Is Terrence Crawford a bad boxer?
No, he's a. I'm not gonna waste my time explaining.
I think a lot of people have been doing that with me recently.
Yeah. They just roll their eyes and go, I'm not going to do this.
Yeah.
215-592-9494. On the record Friday, if the Eagles were to trade A.J. Brown for the number 4 overall pick in the draft, would you be mad or would you understand it? Fred in Scranton, you're on WIP.
Hey, guys. I finally get to talk.
Fred, are you on speakerphone?
Here we
Fred.
go. He was about to say something nice.
No.
Come on, Buzz.
We're going to keep him off speakerphone. Buzz can check.
Honestly, just take it off the phone.
Nick in Collegeville, you're on WIP. What's up, Nick? Oh, my God. I give up.
Nick was in college. Nick was on speaker.
He was yelling. He was yelling at somebody else.
Some kids, I think.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, we should have listened to that.
Yelling at
Jack,
kids.
I have no idea how you talk. I'm going to give a compliment to Jack.
Great.
Right now. because I insulted Jack's producing skills earlier this week.
Yep.
You know, we all agreed, even Jack agreed he had fallen off as a producer.
Yeah. But still, again, my falling off is still pretty high.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Your ability, you talk a lot on the show.
Sure.
And
some say too much.
Some say. And when I go to the callers, they're almost always ready.
85% hit rate, I would say.
Yeah. And when you're not there, the producer's usually not talking. And yet still, I have to beg the producer to make sure that the callers are ready to talk on the air.
Yeah.
So that's a compliment to you. I'm not going to criticize anybody. I'm going to compliment you.
I can't tell if he's getting unlucky back there or if I'm on a good streak.
What is he, unlucky every Friday?
Guess that's a fair point.
Right. All right.
That's a fair point.
Okay. 215-592-9494. On the record Friday, if the Eagles traded A.J. Brown for the number 4 pick, would you be mad or would you understand? The next question today, based on Conan O'Brien's birthday, give us your famous redhead. Elliot Shore-Parks joins us at 3. Todd McShay joins us at 4. We're at Chickies and Pete's in South Philly. Baseball is back. You can watch all the action at Chickies and Pete's this season. Find a location near you at chickiesandpete's.com. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. So when you go to buy a brand new Hyundai, there are a few things that are always important to you. First of all, you don't want the process of buying the car to be a hassle, right? So Colonial Hyundai is making sure that the actual process of buying it is excellent, top-notch, fast, easy, better. They're not wasting your time. But I know what you're thinking. Price. What are they going to do about price? Well, Colonial, because of this grand reopening, has been gifted a bunch of brand new Hyundais from Hyundai that they're going to give to you at the absolute 100% best price they possibly can. It's only till April 30th. The cars are John Ashdale. The team at Colonial is waiting for you. In that group of brand new Hyundais, there are Palisades, which are hard to find sometimes. There are Tucsons. There's the EV, the Ioniq 5, Ioniq 6, also hard to find sometimes, which is a great time to get in at Colonial. No games, no hassle, no nonsense, locked in savings. But the first people to get there are the first people that are going to be able to take advantage of it. Also, financing as low as 0%. You can't get lower than 0. Every new Hyundai you get at Colonial is going to come with 3 years of complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain and Hyundai Assurance. 24/7. You can shop online, colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai. See dealer for full details.
Are you tired of the same old lunch, same old commute, same old? Treat yourself to something new at Wawa. Like something zesty with the roasted chicken burrito bowl or something savory with the buffalo chicken club. Either way, Wawa has bold flavors for days and days and days and you get the idea. Try something new today at Wawa, where cravings are made easy. Gotta have a Wawa.
Breaking news! Newsflash! Just announced. TurnersvilleJeep.com is celebrating massive savings all month long with their employee pricing for all event. Take advantage of true employee pricing this month only on a huge selection of Jeep Grand Cherokees, Jeep Wranglers, Ram 1500 trucks, Dodge Durangos, and more. Don't miss your opportunity to save thousands this month at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Just minutes from all bridges. Drive a little, save a lot at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Natural Lawn of America gives your lawn the natural care it deserves. With organic fertilizers and safer, eco-friendly weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn ensures your lawn thrives year after year. Act now and get free seeding every year. Time is running out. Call 800-FREE-SEED today.
It's the Robin from Robin Ford back on the air. If you're looking to drive something exceptional this spring, I'm here to answer all your questions. Jamie from Aston, some bunny told us you're looking for a new car.
Hey, Robin. Sick of my minivan. I'm looking for something stylish and reliable.
Jamie, the hunt is over. Right now, Robin Ford is offering Ford employee pricing on all new Fords, including the Ford Explorer. There's no stopping the Robin. Call me now. 866-THE-ROBIN. Up next, Rob from Havertown. You're on the air.
Interested in a new truck and heard about the Ford employee pricing offer. What does this mean?
Ford employee pricing just hatched at Robin Ford. Pay same price as Ford employees. 5% under factory invoice on a brand new Ford. Hop in, trade up, and drive out. You're closer than you think to a better buying experience at Robin Ford. Online at robinford.com. Robin Ford, where cars and trucks are sold. Cheap, cheap.
Offers valid on select models. Excludes taxes, title, license, and dealer fees. Offers end 6/2/25. See dealer for more details.
Experience the action of the Sport of Kings with the Naira Bets horse racing app. Bet the Kentucky Derby. It's fast, easy, and secure. Get your free $25 Derby bet plus a $200 deposit match for new members at nairabets.com/Philly25.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. It's engagement season. Let me tell you about a very special event happening right now. The Family and Company Jewelers Viraggio Bridal Show now through Saturday. They brought in all new inventory and brand new designs. This is your chance to save hundreds, maybe even thousands on the ring of her dreams. But you got to head to Family and Company Jewelers, Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey, now through Saturday for the Viraggio Bridal Show. Only from Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Wawa's new $2 for $6 menu is here. Craft the order you want and save big while you're at it with your favorite options now priced at $2, $4, and $6. Grab a $4 smoothie and $6 classic turkey hoagie, or a $2 iced coffee and $4 roasted chicken sandwich. From built-to-order hoagies to snacks, drinks, and more, pick one deal or try them all. Wawa's $2 for $6 menu. Available now for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Catchy tune, right? But don't let the urge to sing along distract you from the truck drifting towards your lane, or that lane-splitting biker creeping up beside you. Fortunately, every Hyundai offers advanced safety features that can alert you to potential dangers around you. And Hyundai has over 130 IIHS Top Safety Awards since 2006. Because Hyundai is always working to ensure the road doesn't. IIHS Top Safety Awards include Top Safety Pick and Top Safety Pick Plus awards to Hyundai vehicles from 2006 to 2025.
Oh, man, the PGA Championship, you know that's coming back to Philadelphia at the Ron and Mink Golf Club PGA Championship next year in May of 2026. I love the Mink. Everyone knows I'm a Mink man. Be part of history as the iconic Wanamaker Trophy is awarded in the city of brotherly love. Witness every thrilling moment as the world's best golfers compete to have their names amongst golf's elite champions. Register now at PGAchampionship.com/register. That's PGAchampionship.com/register. And secure your chance to purchase tickets.
The Broad Street Bombers play on the home of the Phillies.
Grand Slam!
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's the WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. We're at Chickies in South Philly, where we are every Friday until Eagles season begins. Big games, big events, always better at Chickies and Pete's, the official sports bar of your world champion Philadelphia Eagles. The Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. For the best selection of diamonds to fit every budget, visit the home team at Mark's Jewelers online at marks-jewelers.com. The question is, if the Eagles traded A.J. Brown for a top 4 pick in this draft, would you be mad or would you understand? Ike, let's help you get back on track with this Twitter question.
I damn for sure know everybody's going to be mad.
Okay.
I'll go 78%.
Yeah, 77.8.
Oh,
there he is.
Though. I'm back.
He's back. Did you cheat?
I did not.
Okay, all right.
I never cheat. No,
okay.
Listen, I'll take my lumps when I'm
you
wrong.
do.
I'm
You
wrong.
do.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah.
So, we were talking before. We'll get back to the phones. It's on the record Friday. If the Eagles did trade A.J. Brown for the 4th pick in the draft, would you be mad or would you understand? Would you talk yourself into it? 215-592-9494. Todd McShay, who's going to join us later on at 4 o'clock. We're talking about who would be available at 4. And McShay had a somewhat interesting little nugget about the possibility of Abdul Carter being there at 4.
The agent doesn't let Abdul Carter travel to Foxborough, Massachusetts, if he thinks there's a chance. So the agent's getting the same information that I'm getting, that NFL teams are getting, that Shedeur could be in play at 3.
You don't make the flight. You don't make the flight unless you think you might have to, right? Yeah.
So that part's fast. So if you're a Patriots fan and you're like, yeah, I like Will Campbell a lot, offensive tackle, and I'm told it's either Abdul if he falls to 4 or it's Will Campbell. That's another bit of information.
So there you go. His point being that the agent for Abdul Carter wouldn't have had Abdul Carter go to New England if he didn't think there was a real chance of Abdul Carter being there at 4. So at least there's a possibility. And the Giants, there's been some Giants buzz about Shedeur Sanders. Shedeur Sanders, it'll be interesting to talk to McShay at 4 about it. That'll be one of the most interesting things about draft night is whether he does end up going
he's the story
top
of the
3,
night.
or if he falls and he starts slipping. And you know what happens when guys start slipping, then they slip even more, and then it becomes an even bigger story. So 215-592-9494.
I tell you what.
Yes, sir.
Shedeur doesn't seem to be as confident that he's going number 3.
No. Well, he's not going to the draft.
Bingo.
And there's this whole, it feels like, full court press to raise his profile.
Yeah.
I think Deion retiring his number is part of raising the profile and hoping to get he gets picked high.
I don't even want to even talk about that.
Yeah.
That is so ridiculous.
Well, it's insane.
I love you, Prime, but come on, bro. It's out of control.
Yeah.
With retiring the jersey. But the fact that he's not going to the draft, when if there was a lock that he was going to be the number 1 pick or the number 2 overall pick, why wouldn't he be at the draft?
Even in the top 10.
As much as this family loves the spotlight and everything that comes with it, what they don't want is an embarrassing night where he's sitting there waiting to be drafted all night.
And every time there's a pick, you see the camera go to him as he waits.
We've seen it. So when I got word that when it was out there, he's not going to the draft, I say, oh, he must not. He at least is unsure.
There's no promise
where he's going. Exactly.
Yeah. Which is weird. Even you would think like the Saints at 9
would
say, hey, Shedeur, we don't think you're going to be there, but if he is, if you are, we'll definitely take you. He hasn't even got that sort of promise.
You're
no.
exactly right.
215-592-9494 on the record Friday. Fred from Scranton. Fred from Scranton. You're on WIP.
Guys.
What's up, Fred?
Hey, I'm sorry about before.
It's all right. It's not your fault.
Hey, listen, I listen to you guys every day practically when I'm coming home from work. And I finally get to talk to you guys, and it's actually a pleasure for me to talk to the 3 of you.
Oh, thank you, Fred.
So listen, I would be very disappointed if they trade A.J. Brown. And I don't understand why they would anyway. They already have $60 million in dead cap, don't they? I mean, how would they? I mean, they would be what, $30 million in dead cap if they traded him?
Here's the thing,
right?
Fred. I don't profess to truly understand the cap stuff, and I think every time we think we know,
I think Jake told us that.
Yeah. Well, but then they do something, and I think it's less about this year, right, and more. And I think there's 2 things that go on here, Fred. There's the cap aspect of it, and there's the cash aspect of it. And they're both the other thing that Jake told us is, if they're doing something, it could be the cash rather than the cap. So they could look at the cash they're spending in the next 5 years and say, well, look, we can make it work with the cap, but from a financial perspective, we do have a budget. There's always a budget. So all I would say is I'm going to put the cap part of it out of my mind here and say if they explored it, they must have a reason to explore it.
Yeah, I mean, they would, but I mean, you can't listen. It's a good argument. I mean, we're debating about. I mean, they're Super Bowl champs. That's still the reality. And I've been watching them for a long time, and I'll tell you what, I think that was the best team I've ever seen.
Oh yeah.
In all of Philly sport, in all of Philadelphia sports, was last year. So, I mean, if he's looking a couple of years down the road, I guess I would understand it, but it wouldn't really make sense. I agree with Ike. I mean, you want to go for another Super Bowl, and if anything, maybe package a couple of those picks that they're going to have 20 in the next 2 years. Try to get one of those defensive tackles to go with Jalen Carter, or you know what I mean, or one of those ends. I don't know. T.J. Watt. Is that a viable option? I don't know, you guys. You let me know. I mean, what's your opinion on that?
Well, you're paying him.
Yeah, you have to pay him.
You got to pay TJ Watt. Part of the reason why he could be available. And Fred, thank you for all the kind words. Next question today is give us your a famous redhead. Give us one.
I'd have to go with Carson Wentz.
There you go. That is a good one. That is a good one. I wonder too if the other thing that that they may be doing here is, and we talked about this, is winning the Super Bowl on some level is a bit of a get out of jail free card.
Yep.
And I would bet there are a lot of times in a team's evolution when they're at their peak that say, you know what, if we could use a year as a pivot year, and we know we'll be good, and we know we'll be a contender, but if we could pivot, at a certain point and build for the next half decade, boy, we'd love to do that. And I would wonder if the Eagles did this, if they're looking at the Super Bowl as, all right, we got that. We know we're going to be good next year, but we can set ourselves up to be good for much longer if we were to make a move of this nature. And if they're using the Super Bowl as cover to do those sorts of things, because you would guess
that would be a mistake.
Well, you would also guess that if they were really all in on winning a Super Bowl next year, there have to be some of the guys they let go that they would have kept.
No, because here's the thing. You can try to do two things. You can sell still being one of the top teams in the league if the offense is what's going to be your driving force. So I don't think anybody right now, from an Eagles fan's perspective, has the sense that the Eagles have thrown in the towel on next year and they aren't trying to win the Super Bowl. I don't have that feeling with the team. Sure, but I've liked for them to be a little more aggressive and maybe retain certain players. Yeah, I would have loved that they kept Mekhi Becton, but I don't think losing Mekhi Becton is going to stop them from getting to the Super Bowl next year, right? I wouldn't have traded CJGJ. I wouldn't have, but I don't think that's going to stop them from getting to the Super Bowl next year. They're going to have to do this thing differently than what they did it this past year. And the idea that we're going to be good as if it's a guarantee 2 or 3 years from now to where we're going to have a legitimate shot at winning the Super Bowl versus keeping A.J. Brown on the team. Oh, by the way, keeping A.J. Brown on the team isn't just about next year. A.J. Brown is 27 years old. He still has a lot of good football left in him. So keeping him on your team for the next 2 to 3 years at a minimum, still makes you a dangerous offense. And we talk about having to give up certain players in order to keep these guys. Well, here's what I'll tell you. I'll be willing to sacrifice A.J. Brown from a cap standpoint when you tell me it's for a player that's better than A.J. Brown. In other words, I'm not getting rid of A.J. Brown just so I can re-sign Nolan Smith. That's why you go draft another end this year. I like Nolan Smith. He ain't A.J. Brown. He's not at the level of A.J. Brown. So for me to make moves to make myself a lesser football team because I'm worried about signing future rookies, well, I'll cross that bridge when I get to that bridge. Jalen Carter right now is the only for sure young player over there that's getting the next contract. Everybody else, and I love Cooper and I love Quinyon. We got 2 more years. We got 2 more years before they're even eligible to be signed for an extension. And Nolan Smith is about to have his first year as a full-time starter, we expect. Well, let's see what that looks like. Let's see what that looks like before I'm ready to give up a 3-time all-pro wide receiver in the prime of his career. By the way, the impact that it has on Jalen Hurts. You know the amount of pressure that puts on Hurts?
I'm aware.
You have to play well without talent around him. You know how much pressure Patrick Mahomes has on him every year now? That he doesn't have explosive offensive weapons. He has to be perfect every game. Coach Reed has to call a perfect game every game. They dink and dunk their way down the field, and it's because of his greatness and precision and that great defense, they found themselves in 3 straight Super Bowls. They also averaged 22 points a game last year. That's a tough way to live. And that's with the best quarterback in football on their team. He needs weapons. He can't do it by himself. So we're going to expect Jalen to go out there with just Devontae.
And the best offensive line of football, and Saquon Barkley.
We better hope nothing happens to Saquon, because now you've gotten rid of A.J. and an aging running back. Something happens? Don't do it. Don't do it over there. I don't know what y'all thinking about over there. I'm just telling you.
I just wonder if the Bleeding Green crew, if they do this, they're all saying they're mad. They'd be mad today. if they, after 24 hours,
Mhm.
if they wouldn't have calmed down and said, well, all I've heard all offseason, they know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. How do we not trust them? How do we not trust them? How do we not trust them? They know what they're doing.
No.
That's all.
I'm not letting it go.
All right.
Here's what I'll tell you.
Yeah.
The crew that I lead, we won't be letting it go. I guarantee you that much.
Is there a reverse worm here? Ike trying to plant the Ike worm in NovaCare?
I'm just saying it. I won't be letting it go.
Reverse
I guarantee
worm.
you that much.
Speaking of worms,
Yes.
Talking about Blue Chew?
plant your worm. Yeah.
Yeah, Ike's trying to plant his worm in Nova.
Yeah. You want to be able to.
What?
What? Look, when you plant the worm, you want to be able to do it efficiently, do it well, top of your ability.
You could have just left it at Ike's and trying to plant his worm.
Yep. Blue Chew.
Yep.
That's what you got to do. Go to bluechew.com.
When your worm
Use code 94.
might not be right.
Yes. When your worm's not performing the way you want it to,
Well,
we got to stop there. We got to stop there. We got to stop there. Yes.
Yep.
You got to go to bluechew.com. Use the code 94. You get your first month for free on the WIP afternoon show. All you got to do is pay $5 for shipping. The advantages, aside from free, the advantages are numerous for Blue Chew if you're going to go this direction. It is a chewable. So I hate swallowing pills. I'm not a big pill guy. Blue Chew is a chewable. So that crossed that off the list.
Easy.
You do know you have to swallow it after you chew it. Though,
Yeah,
right?
but I'm
it's
fine
easier.
chewing and swallowing.
You know,
Yeah.
never mind.
Yeah. Here we go again. The advantages. All right. It's all online.
Yes.
So no doctor's visit. You don't have to make a doctor's appointment. You don't have to call up, have them tell you the next appointment's August 3rd. You need to get busy tonight, brother.
That's right.
You don't have to wait in line at the pharmacy. They're gonna send it to you in a
discreet
and hard
package. All that stuff. And it's made here in the USA, so it's cheaper. So once you're through with your free month, it's going to be even cheaper. It's the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis and Staxin and Levitra, but all in a chewable form. Go to bluechew.com. Use that code 94. It's going to get your first month for free on us. All you got to do is pay for the shipping. Then you can
chew it and do it.
It's time to chew it and do it.
There we go. 1 point on the buzz meter for today.
Buzz.
Yeah.
Good job, Buzz. Way to wake up back there.
215-592-9494. Nick in Collegeville. You're on WIP.
All right. I'm sorry. Now I'm ready. See,
It's all good. It's all good, Nick. It's not your fault.
After the Blue Chew commercial.
Yeah. A lot of pressure. A lot of pressure.
Get it back up, bud.
Attending to a little sick one. Yeah, I'm back and I'm ready.
All right.
Speaking of being ready, let me get some Ike juice.
They must have been drinking that
All
Ike
right.
juice.
There you go.
2 for 2.
All right. Okay, we're ready. All right. So anyway, first off, I want to say thank you guys. I am that random caller at McGurk's in Royersford that asked for Ike juice that wrote it down on the paper that was going to propose.
Oh. What would she say?
She obviously said yes.
Okay. Yeah, obviously, we don't know.
Congratulations. We'll wait on our invite.
No, I know.
Oh.
He accidentally hung up the phone. Oh, my goodness.
This is going to be a day, man. I just know it. I know it. I felt it when I woke up.
Listen, you'll be all right. You roll with the punches.
Yeah. I was going to ask Nick if Ike should be the officiant at the wedding.
Because you officiated a wedding.
I did.
So you could technically do it. Now we could just be there.
Yeah, but I'm saying it was the Ike juice thing,
No, I know.
that made it happen. All
Well,
right.
Ike has to go become an ordained minister? Is that
Yeah,
we
it's
won't
easy.
do that.
You just do it online. It's easy. It takes 2 minutes. It's like Blue Chew.
Yeah.
BG did.
Yeah.
That's what
BG did it.
Yeah.
We had Pablo Torre did it for the Ricky once. They married.
I
He
know.
married some. It's easy. But
That's
let's,
good.
And
Yeah.
let's be
No,
honest.
I love it. It's easy to.
Well, let's be honest. Ava would just do it for Ike. Like, are we being honest?
That is true.
Yeah. All
That
right.
is true. If we could see her at the office past 2:00.
All right. Nick, what do you think about Ike officiating the wedding?
That would be perfectly fine. I don't
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sure it would be perfectly fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, honestly, on a serious note, if there is a Surfside discount code or something, because I do need those.
I'll tell you what, Nick.
He said Surfside.
Here's the deal, Nick. Leave your number with Buzz. We'll make sure you get hooked
All
up
the
on the
discounts.
Surfside
Yeah.
front.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. But anyway, the topic, I guess I would understand
There you go.
If the only other choice is either understand or be mad.
Yep.
AJ Brown for Travis Hunter, I would understand. Abdul Carter, I would understand. I don't really know anybody else I would understand for.
Yep.
But I would understand. I mean, it doesn't really matter who else I would understand. I wouldn't be mad.
And why would you understand?
Yeah, why would you understand?
In Travis Hunter's case, it's a replacement, and you still got Smitty, and Hunter and Smitty is still perfectly fine. If like everybody believes in Jalen Hurts, I don't see a big deal with that. And Abdul Carter, actually, honestly, I guess, yeah, it's just defense. He's a monster. Shares my last name.
There you go.
Yep. All right.
Wait, your name's Nick Carter, like the Backstreet Boy?
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
But it's the Black Street Boy.
There you go.
That's my trivia night. That's my trivia night name.
Nick, for next question today, give us a famous redhead.
So I believe this should classify as famous and the redhead. Laura Prepon, if I'm saying it right, aka Donna from the
What
70s
show?
show.
Oh, for that 70s show.
Oh, that's
a good one. That's a good one.
show back in the day.
Let me ask you something. How long do you think it took Nick to propose to his current fiance?
That took a while.
It probably just finished. What the thing at McGurk's is what, a month ago?
Yeah.
Yeah, he probably just got
You
that.
think she was like, just spit it out?
Yes.
Yeah,
she knows.
And Buzz, definitely write down his number. I know you have it there. Uh-oh. Ava Graham on the line. Yeah.
Jack, you are so annoying.
I know.
Dude.
Yeah. I know.
You're just like the worst. Oh,
No, I know.
All this after 2 p.m. Oh, who's everyone calling they're sick and they need us? Tell me. Oh, who doesn't want to work Fridge at 6 tonight? Oh, you calling me.
Oh.
12 hours. All right?
Oh, hold on.
Yeah.
Give it to him, Ava.
No, tell him, Ava.
tell
Let
him.
him.
Yeah,
let him
don't
know.
back off.
Yep.
I'm not backing off. I'm here, Jack, fighting back because he knows what you're saying is false. I work 24 hours. Radio doesn't sleep, baby. All right? So that's all.
All right. It's good to see you at the office today.
Yeah.
You are so stupid.
No, I
Yeah.
know.
All right, Ava.
I know.
Sorry about that.
No, it was just a joke. I was just joking.
I'm done.
Yep.
All right.
Love you, Ava.
Ava does hustle.
No, I know.
Don't you ever do that.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
Well,
I just know how to get her. That's my
Yes.
issue.
The thing you learn with Ava's job is that she always has to field calls
I know.
from us
Yes,
idiots.
yes.
Yeah.
I know.
So whether
I
she's
call
in
her
the
all the
office or
time.
not.
Yes,
Yep.
exactly right.
And I don't work Friday night.
Yes. That's why I took this job. So nobody bothered me when I was home.
Yeah, I mean, I think the main thing you did was about the emails. You were out on the emails.
I hated the emails. 215-592-9494 on the record Friday. Cowboy Jim, you're on WIP. What's up, Jim?
Well, first of all, it's been a while, guys. I missed you. Missed you very much.
Hey,
Jim.
Well, yeah. Listen, thank goodness the kids are in school right now, so they don't have to listen to the Blue Chew commercial. That's good.
Well, it sounds like
that.
you might need some, pal.
Nick's the one who needs a pillow and a blanket.
All right. No shame. No shame.
We don't do
it's
that.
Not a negative thing.
It's a very
here.
positive
It's not
thing.
a negative thing.
It's people
here.
helping people.
People helping people.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
to you too, Jack.
I've been busy all week. I've been reading all these posts on Twitter about Spike. It's pretty bad. Maybe you should.
Oh, are you on Twitter?
Yeah.
Maybe what you should do is read them, just like on Jimmy Kimmel. Mean tweets. You should read them all.
Well, there's several thousand of them this week because I dared say that Jalen Hurts played a great game in the Super Bowl, but he's not one of the 100 most influential people on the planet.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah.
And that's for. Let me first get to Corey from Columbus calling you guys the Golden State Warriors. I guess he'll be leading off for the next 10 years. Is that correct?
Yes, he will.
Well, who would you compare us to, Cowboy Jim?
You guys are like the Howard Stern show. Okay.
Okay.
Spike
Thank you.
is Howard because he's neurotic. Okay.
Yeah.
Jack, you're Baba Booey. Okay.
Yep.
And Ike is like Robin, where Robin is.
Oh, why is he like Robin?
Black. Yeah, I hear what you're
Says
saying.
a lot
Sean.
about you,
Yeah,
actually, Cowboy Jim.
Yeah. What are you doing, Jim?
Yep.
Robin.
Why am I
Robin is
not
the
like
one-
Robin?
Yep.
Robin is the best one on the show. She keeps it together. Okay.
You're
You
really
know?
rebounding here.
Yeah.
No. And what comedians always say about Robin is they got to make her laugh. And if you can't make Ike laugh, then you're not doing your job.
That's a good, that's a good point, Cowboy Jim. When Ike laughs at something, it makes it funnier.
Way better.
Yes,
It does.
it does.
I hear
It's
him
the only
giggling.
reason
When
the
I
top
hear him
5
giggling-
works.
Yep.
Exactly. Hey, and as for this Jordan being in the top 10, oh, come on. Luckily, it's not based on personality. Okay, Jordan Mailata has more personality in his finger, okay, than Jalen. So, and I'm not saying it's because Jalen and I don't get along, but there's.
We're talking about influence, not
Yeah.
personality.
Well, you need personality.
Hey,
For influence.
But
What do you mean you
what
and
does he
Jalen don't
bring?
get along?
What-
You don't even know the guy. You see him on the plane 8 times a year.
Yeah, you're not allowed to talk to him, I'm sure.
And I know he's not talking to you.
And now let's get to Emmitt Smith. Let's get to Emmitt Smith here. Okay, I'm
What?
also sick of Joe Bird. I'm also sick of that.
Me too.
Family and friends. But let me tell you the 3 rings that each of you have. Let me tell you the 3 rings that you have. Okay, Jack, you have Lord of the Rings trilogy on DVD. That's your 3 rings.
I did.
Ike, you
Yes.
dream of 3 Super Bowl rings. And Spike, your 3 rings have to do with a chicken and a metal ring. Goodbye, losers.
I love Cowboy Jim.
I don't even know what that meant.
I have no idea.
Yeah.
He's just evolving into it. We're in a nice spot.
Yeah.
Because he's dropping the Cowboys thing.
Yeah.
honestly.
Now he really is a stewardess, Jim.
He's turning into an entertaining caller.
Yeah. I didn't really like Jim as a caller
Horrible,
when he
but
first
yeah.
started. I was like, oh my God, I get it. You like the Cowboys. But now he
He's
just
found his niche.
Yeah, now he just roasts
Yeah.
us and then hangs up.
Yeah, he gets rid of the Cowboys nonsense
Yeah.
because that doesn't work.
No,
Yeah,
of
so
course
he
not.
just rips us.
He's adjusting better than OG Wade is.
Oh, 100%. OG
Yeah.
Waiters doesn't call.
Yep.
Is Baba Booey positive? Is that
Yes.
a compliment? Cool.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Oh, get out, ball.
Yeah.
Gary.
All right. 215-592-9494. It's on the record Friday on the WIP afternoon show. If the Eagles traded A.J. Brown for the number 4 pick in the draft, would you be mad?
We riot.
Or would you understand it? I think everyone would understand it.
Oh,
after
they would.
24 hours.
Oh,
to
they
be
go,
honest
he's a
with you.
diva.
We riot.
You don't win with wide receivers.
Yep. Coming up next, Elliot Shore Parks joins us. We will talk to him about it. This is the WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Hey, stop hair loss. Defend your hairline with Glad Hair by Morgenstern Medical. Now, did you know hair loss is so common that by age 35, 2/3 of men have already experienced hair loss and thinning? Glad Hair's got you covered with cutting-edge treatments like TED, PRP, and exosomes. They help you keep the hair that you already have, and they'll help bring back what you've already lost. Give them a call, 610-980-4000. Glad Hair will help you keep what you've got and help replace what you've lost. It's that simple. Visit gladhairmm.com.
It's BG Live on 5-5.
This is such a fairy tale ending now.
Join 94 WIP and Brandon Graham in a candid conversation. Some stories you know. Brady back again. Brady fumbles the football and the Eagles have it. Some stories you don't.
We're going to be in your dreams tonight, I promise you.
Hear it all at BG Live on 5-5 at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. Get your tickets for BG Live at 94WIP.com.
I just want to thank everybody.
Presented by Ashley Furniture. Feels good to be home. And sponsored by Miller Lite. Cheers, BG. It's Miller time. Celebrate responsibly.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete. Springtime is party time. Don't stress. Take your party to a whole new level with our event catering or our Crab Fries Express food truck. We cater on-site for big parties, small parties, grad parties, and all parties. Order special catering options or our signature menu items. Book your off-premise event today. ChickyandPete's.com for details. Chicky and Pete's, the official caterer of the world champion Philadelphia Eagles First Trust Bank Club and Eagles Training Camp. Chickies and Pete's.
Upgrade to a Carrier Infinity heat pump and enjoy reliable comfort, lower energy costs, and up to 38% reduced CO2 emissions over 15 years. Now through June 27th, save up to $2,000 in cool cash rebates and special financing on qualifying systems. Don't wait. Save energy and money today. Visit nopaycarrier.com to learn more and find a trusted contractor. Carrier. Turn to the experts.
Hey, baseball fans, there's no better place to bet the long ball than BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. Swing big on your home run bet with BetMGM's Home Run Boost Token. No opt-in is required. Just log into your BetMGM account to receive your Home Run Boost Token. Then activate your token when you place a bet on any player to hit a home run. If that player goes yard, you'll score a bigger payout. No matter the showdown, BetMGM is the best place to bet the long ball. Claim your MLB Home Run Boost Token today and don't miss your chance at a bigger payout on the winning home run bet. The action is on deck at BetMGM, the king of the big swing. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 1 to 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, man. I'm finally doing it. I'm proposing, but I need the perfect ring. Where do I go?
Dude, you need to go to Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. They've got a fully stocked case for same-day pickup, or Paul Cozy can create a custom piece just for her. Plus, their diamonds are hand-set and hand-picked. Step up to the 5th C, bro. Color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy.
I'm in. Found them. CozyJewelers.com and their Insta at Cozy Jewelers. This ring is going to be legendary.
Step up to the 5th C, Cozy Jewelers.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to TrueGreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/credit card.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body?
Huh?
That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
You know what's better than a limited time deal? An unlimited time deal. That's why the Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag with a Junior Bacon Cheeseburger, 4-piece nugs, Junior Hot and Crispy Fries, and small soft drink is available all the time. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon is all the time. Duh. I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot. For the best deal of all time, gotta be Wendy's.
Unlimited time does not mean forever. U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, and California via third-party delivery. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S., Alaska, and Canada.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. It is a never-ending, hard-to-win battle for attention for the NHL, but the league is doing something right, announcing this morning that it has set an attendance record for the third season in a row, and for the first time ever, more than 23 million fans attended games. NHL teams played to 97% capacity, led by the Canadiens, who sold out all 41 home games. I'm Andrew Bogish.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studio. This is Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station.
It's the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. We're at Chickies in South Philly, as we are every Friday until Eagles season. Big games, big events, always better at Chickies and Pete's, the official sports bar of your world champion Philadelphia Eagles. And the Philadelphia Eagles Insider of the Year for 2025, Elliott Shore-Parks of the Go Birds podcast joins us now. This Elliott Shore-Parks appearance is brought to you by Robin Ford, online at robinford.com. Robin Ford, where cars and trucks are sold cheap, cheap. Elliott, welcome.
What up? How you guys doing today?
Oh,
What up, E?
We're doing great, Elliott.
Excited to talk to you guys.
Yeah, the pesky little AJ Brown trade rumor that Jack started last year won't go away. With the comment, the report from Howard Eskin that the Eagles had explored a top 10 pick for AJ Brown. So the thing we've been talking about today, is that if the Eagles were to, we looked at that 4 pick with the Patriots, and I think the Eagles would probably most likely have to include something else. But if the Eagles traded AJ Brown for that number 4 pick, would you be mad or would you understand? Where do you sit on the entire conversation?
Yeah, I would say from a fan perspective, I definitely understand being mad if they were to trade him. He, I think, is an incredibly important part of that team, not just on the field, but I really do think, like, in that locker room, it's undersold or understated how important he is there. So I would understand being mad about it. But ultimately, I would understand the decision. It doesn't mean I would think it's the right one or a good one, but I would get the logic of it. If you get a chance to get a cost-controlled rookie that's in the top 4. Now, I wouldn't do it for Travis Hunter, but let's talk about Abdul Carter. If you were able to get Abdul Carter, he plays a more important position, he's younger, and he'd be cheaper. Like, in a world where fan reaction doesn't matter, I think the Eagles would do that 10 out of 10 times.
Well, I'm not so sure he plays a more important position. Maybe you could have said that a few years ago when the league was a little different. But I know you're not going to tell me that how many defensive ends out there you would consider are more important to their team than a Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase. How many defensive ends out there?
I would say Micah Parsons,
AJ Brown,
Myles
Garrett.
You
think? Hold on. You just gave me. You think Micah Parsons is more important than Jamar Chase?
I think Micah Parsons is more important than CeeDee Lamb, and I also think the majority of teams in the league would take Micah Parsons over Jamar Chase. If given the choice,
that would be foolish. It's foolish.
Then why do edge players get paid more and get drafted higher?
Well, first of all of them don't get paid more.
But the best ones get paid more than the best.
I just gave you the best receiver in football, and he got paid the highest amount of any non-quarterback. That's a fact.
And Micah Parsons will break that.
But he's not. But he hasn't. That's only because he's up next. You're skipping over the fact that Jamar Chase got paid more than Myles Garrett.
He did.
So I know. No. The point is that that's just the next guy up. Is my point. You're saying defensive ends get paid more than wide receivers, and I'm telling you, when you're a great player, you're a great player, and that's AJ Brown. This isn't just a wide receiver. This isn't just like it's when we look at these positions, the mistake is trying to evaluate a position versus the player. That's like paying a quarterback $40 million just because he plays quarterback. That makes no sense, right?
Right.
We know how important the quarterback position is. It doesn't mean everybody that plays that position deserves to be the highest paid player there.
Well, I agree. If you compare a special player to a non-special player, then I agree with you. But the point would be if you draft Abdul Carter in the top 5 or at number 4 here, and he turns into a special player. I know it's an if. Absolutely. I understand it's an if. That's why there's a risk in this trade if they were to do it. But if they were to do it and it hits, I think he becomes an extremely, extremely valuable piece because of the position he plays. And yes, we can debate receiver versus edge. Regardless, edge is a super important position. We're not talking about.
All I know is I heard the same nonsense about the running back position until we had to get hit over our head with Saquon Barkley, special talent, and he won a Super Bowl for us. That's all I know. That's all I was challenging you on is the fact you're making a blanket statement about a position. I'm talking about actual great player.
Right.
So
but I'm saying if you get a great player at edge, that player.
How
is
do you know
more
you're getting a
valuable.
great player
You
at
don't.
4
You
as a
don't.
rookie?
You don't.
But you
that's
do
the
know
risk.
that you're giving up a great player.
You are. AJ has absolutely been a great player. I agree with you. Yes, but who do you think? Like the projection would be who's a better player over the next 3 years? And I think it could be AJ, but Abdul Carter at his age and his position.
Yeah, because AJ, as a 3-time All-Pro at 27 years old, in the prime of his career, is about to fall off. Meanwhile, a guy who hasn't played in the NFL yet is somehow going to come in and be more valuable than the guy in the prime of his career who's already proven to be an All-Pro player.
Yeah, AJ's awesome, but the trade would be for a great player. Presumably, you would have to obviously scout him correctly. But if Abdul Carter turns in what people think he would be on a rookie deal, that's an incredibly valuable thing to have.
Here's the thing, Elliot. You would have to be absolutely sure when you do that. That's the whole point about the whole risk thing.
But you can
Why
never
am I
be
giving
sure.
up? Well, I know I'm for sure I got a great player on my team right now. I'm for sure about that.
Yes, I agree. He is a great player.
Yes.
Now, if you want to do the what if game, he could get hurt next year. He could fall off. Like things
So could Abdul
happen.
Carter.
Correct. But if you're making the bet on which player you would rather have, Abdul Carter on
Yes.
a rookie deal or AJ Brown on his current deal, I don't think picking AJ is the wrong decision. But to act like Abdul Carter, like that is a major bonus if you hit on it.
No. First of all, I don't know how much of a major bonus it is. AJ, you just better hit on it is the number one thing. Else it's going to be a major blunder.
Correct. Yes.
It's
if he's
more,
not good,
it's
a bad
more
trade.
risk of you giving up known commodities on top of other draft picks to get an unproven guy. There's more risk in doing that than it is, what are we missing out on? We can't pass up on Abdul Carter. We got to go get him. There's no guarantee there. AJ Brown is already an established player. Abdul Carter is a young player with potential. How many of those guys do we see every year that don't reach potential?
I agree. It is a risk, but the point of taking risks is it can work out. And so if you're going to you can dismiss the risk. We agree it's a risk, but if he hits correctly on the evaluation, and let's not act like they're trading AJ for a 3rd round pick. I mean, he's arguably the top player in the entire draft besides Travis Hunter, the consensus. If you remove like the quarterbacks, right? Because they always go higher. Abdul Carter is arguably the best player in the entire draft. So they're not taking a risk on some mid-level prospect. He is a special prospect at a crucial position, which, by the way, as high as I am on Nolan Smith and Jalex Hunt, they could definitely use a special edge, right? They could use somebody at that position. So I think, and also on a larger picture here, I would say, like there is an argument for the year after winning a Super Bowl, maybe taking a step back, and I think that's what the Eagles are doing, and looking at 2026 as opposed to 2025. And if you remove next year and you say, you know what, we're rebuilding for the next iteration of this team, Abdul Carter makes more sense for the next iteration of this team than AJ Brown does.
How is that? AJ Brown's 27 years old. So
because
what?
He's younger.
So what?
Well, this matters. You cannot care about
hold on,
it,
but he would still
matter.
be. Hold on, he would still be younger if AJ Brown was 25.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah,
you're right. Abdul Carter is
is
considerably younger than AJ Brown. That is a major check in his.
No. My point is the amount of good football AJ Brown still has in him, and the window you have to win right now is greater with AJ Brown than it is Abdul Carter. You bring Abdul Carter and you remove AJ Brown. Right? You waste a year. Now, what does Saquon Barkley look like in 2026? What does he look like then? How close are you to winning then? And when now you don't have A.J. Brown, you have a nearly 30-year-old Saquon Barkley, and you hope he's still completely healthy at that time. So how much will Abdul Carter help you win then?
Elliot, can I introduce one other factor here? The only other factor here that Elliot hasn't brought up that I mentioned earlier is if they made the trade, you would assume that their evaluation would have been incredibly positive on Carter. And we all have said repeatedly, Elliot has said, you have said, that we believe in the evaluation that the team is doing on these players. So the only other factor I'd introduce on this is I would assume we would feel it was less risky because the Eagles did it, which is part of it. Like if they,
I guess you could.
That's the only thing I would say.
It doesn't mean that I'm going to say
No.
okay with it. Yeah, I think people can talk themselves into whatever they want to. You can tell yourself the Eagles won the Super Bowl, so I'll just trust whatever they do. I'm not doing that.
Honestly, for me,
I believe in established good football players, and good football teams usually don't get rid of premium football players, and not to mention the difficulty it's going to place on Jalen Hurts to continue to be the quarterback that he's been. And you're doing all this for a defensive end.
Yeah, so
and you're telling me somehow this is going to somehow you're telling me this is going to make us a better team in 2 to 3 years. Not to mention you're telling your fan base, forget about 2025. You get rid of A.J. Brown. You just told your entire fan base, including the locker room, you're not trying to win this year. So why should Saquon Barkley go out there and do what he did when this is a wasted year?
So I think that's a bit extreme. I don't think. I mean, they would still be an extremely competitive team without A.J. Brown if Abdul.
I said Super Bowl. Super Bowl.
They could win the Super Bowl without A.J. Brown. There's not a single player on the roster besides Jalen Hurts off of it.
Before I flame him, neither one of y'all got any. You're telling me you think that? Do you believe the Eagles can go win the Super Bowl without A.J. Brown?
I don't think the Eagles, if they made this trade, are trying to win the Super Bowl next year.
Jack?
No.
No, that's not
okay. So you sound silly.
No.
Could they? Maybe, but
so let me ask you
I wouldn't
this.
make it. I wouldn't say it's like
yes.
Yeah.
Anybody listening to us knows if you trade A.J. Brown, you just threw the towel in on the season.
So if A.J. Brown tears his ACL in week 1, the season
season's over with. Yes.
I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true.
You can think all you want to. I'm just telling you that if it happens.
You're just thinking too. But I'm saying
ultimately, I'm saying that it's more likely. It's more likely to not happen. It's not last year when you had the number 1 defense in the league. The complete defense has been revamped. There's a bunch of unknowns on that side of the football. They're about to trade away Dallas Goedert, and you're telling me that a team that had the worst freaking passing offense in the league last year can somehow lose an all-pro wide receiver and they can still go win the Super Bowl.
Yes,
that's what you're telling me.
They could. Yes, of course they could. Now, look, are there chances as high without A.J. Brown? Of course not. A.J.'s an important player. A.J. makes them better. But to say their season is over if they lose A.J. Brown.
As far as winning the Super Bowl, it's over.
Okay, I think that's
wrong.
As
far as winning the Super Bowl, it's over.
Honestly, do you even think their odds would move significantly if A.J. went down?
I don't care about none of that. I'm telling you trade A.J. Brown from this team, your chances of winning the Super Bowl have gone down dramatically. And everybody that's watching it will simply say the Eagles aren't trying to win the Super Bowl this year, including their fan base.
So that's a different discussion. I do agree if they traded away AJ, because there's two differences. There's what's the reality and there's what fans would think. I agree if they trade AJ, fans would have a right to be upset. Fans would have a right to think they're focusing on the 26 and not 25. I agree with all that. But if AJ's not on the roster next year, there is no player singularly important enough on the roster, besides arguably the quarterback, that would cost them the entire season. They would still have Devontae. They'd still have Saquon. They'd have a great offensive line. They have a great coaching staff. They would still be able to win the Super Bowl. Of course their chances would go down. Yes, they would.
And you don't believe that, and they don't believe it.
I 100% believe that.
Well, they don't believe it. I guarantee you they wouldn't believe that. I guarantee you that.
So you think if AJ goes down in week 1, they would think the season is over?
What I'm telling you is if they decided to trade AJ Brown before the season for a draft pick, they're not trying to win the Super Bowl this year. And there's no way you can sell it to anybody that they're trying to win the Super Bowl. Nobody's buying it.
I think they would still be trying, but I agree that their focus would be on 26 more than 25. Yes. But the nature of their roster is even without AJ Brown, they are one of the best rosters in the NFL. That's
you got Eagles fans already questioning whether or not they're trying to win the Super Bowl right now with what the moves they've made. There are people already questioning that. So you're telling me if you add in trading A.J. Brown, you're not going to signal to the fan base that you're not trying to win this year? I don't know why that's hard for you to comprehend.
No, I agree with you.
You got good sense.
With
you got good sense.
And
I know damn well you understand exactly where I'm coming from with this.
Yes, and I'm
the
agreeing
season's
with you
done.
on
As
that.
far as winning the Super Bowl, it's over.
So that's where we disagree. I agree on the signal of it all, of what it would mean if they traded him, but I disagree with you that they would have no chance to win the Super Bowl. And the fans that say that they're not trying to win this year, I think that there's a distinction there. There's a difference between not going all in to try to win it and not having a chance. The Eagles, as currently constructed, if you took A.J. Brown off the roster, would still be one of the top 7 teams in the NFL, which gives you a chance to go out and win a Super Bowl. And that's just true. It just is.
I don't think so.
You don't think they're all right. So where do you think they are now?
Don't know.
Top
know.
3?
All I know is they had the 29th ranked passing offense, and they had a great
in yards.
They had a great rushing. AJ had some of his fewest yards. He barely got to 1,000. Like my only point is that you remove this level of talent from the team. How do you feel like? So it's going to be Johan Dotson, Devontae Smith,
you could draft
Graham Calcaterra. Those are our offensive passing weapons so far.
Yeah,
who have you added to that? Well, who have you added to that?
You added whoever you take at number 4. You love Travis Hunter so much.
You just told me we're taking a defensive end.
Yes, but you won't accept that he could be a good player. So yes,
no. I didn't say he wouldn't be a good player. Don't put words in my mouth. I said he's not A.J. Brown. There's a difference. Abdul Carter can go be fantastic somewhere else. He can go be fantastic somewhere else. Matter of fact, if the Eagles wanted to trade 2 first-round draft picks and a 2nd-round pick to move up there to get him, I wouldn't have a problem with that. I would have a problem with trading an all-pro wide receiver in the prime of his career. That's what I would have a problem with, coming off the Super Bowl. That's what I would have a problem with.
And to be clear, I don't want to trade AJ either, but we're not talking about trading AJ for nothing here. This is how many players in the entire league have the value of the 4th overall pick. There's not many. So we all agree AJ is a massively talented player that's a huge part of the team. But I also think that as you rebuild for this second iteration of a Super Bowl team, age has to be taken into consideration. And as does
27.
Yes,
27.
Abdul Carter.
Not
Abdul Carter is
37.
what?
Well, he's going to be 28 at the start of next year.
And he's had knee problems. That is
never had
reality.
surgery. He's never had surgery.
I don't know if that's. I'd have to. You sure about that? He's never had surgery.
Well, he hasn't had it since he was with the Eagles. I know that.
Right,
much.
since he's with the Eagles. Right, and again,
it's only his 4th year with the Eagles, so he hasn't had surgery in 4 years.
I think AJ will be
What's Abdul Carter's injury?
So just real quick.
Hold on. What's Abdul's injury?
He has the foot injury for sure.
Whoa.
Yeah, but he's 21.
You mean damaged goods coming out of the draft?
Just real quick, AJ Brown did have surgery on both knees when he was with the Titans in 2021.
But not since with the Eagles.
But not since he was with the Eagles. Yes, not since he was with the Eagles.
2021.
Yes.
5 years ago.
Yes.
Right.
Awesome.
Well, not really.
Well, sure it is.
Well, that he had surgery in both knees. But
5 years ago is the point I'm making.
No, I go.
He's been a 3-time All-Pro since the knee surgeries.
Yes. I think he's arguably the best player on the entire team.
I'm talking to a kindergarten.
No, I agree. He's probably the best player on the team. But I think you just don't value Abdul Carter in the 4th pick as much as other people. I know. That's why you wouldn't trade AJ for him.
Yes.
But let me ask you this: do you think the Titans would trade the 4th pick for AJ? Straight up? I'm sorry, not the Titans. My bad. I'm sorry, the Patriots. Do you think the Patriots would trade the 4th pick straight up for AJ?
I think it'd be foolish if the Patriots traded for A.J. Brown, quite frankly.
But don't you think that's telling as well? Like, in terms of the asset that the 4th pick is as compared to A.J. Brown?
No, that's a move of a desperate team. They may not know what the hell they're doing. I'm sorry. That's all that is. I've seen desperate teams do foolish things because they fall in love with a player or what have you. I don't know. I'm just telling you, I wouldn't do it. The Eagles are in a position right now where they could be a dynasty in football, where they got a chance to potentially repeat as a Super Bowl champion. That's what I know. And I know trading A.J. Brown says that's not happening.
I see, but that's your opinion. I think they would still have a chance to win the Super Bowl, especially if Abdul Carter.
Yeah, you'd be in the minority. You're being the
I don't
minority
think
thinking that. Sure, you would
I think
be.
I don't. I
Sure
don't think
you
I
would
would be. I think.
Well,
I think
put a
they would
poll
still,
up there. Put a poll up there. That
Put a
if
poll up.
If
Put a poll
AJ
up.
Brown wasn't on
Jack.
this, is not on this team. Yeah,
Jack, put a poll up. Jack, put a poll up.
However you want to word it,
Yeah,
Jack.
let's
However
talk
you want to
about the
phrase
word.
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Would the Eagles still have a chance to win the Super Bowl without AJ Brown? And leave my name out of it.
Well, that's a good point. We should leave Elliot's name out of it. Elliot,
Yes.
before we let you go, you're doing tons of great Go Birds pods on the draft. Are you going to release an Elliot Eagles specific big board, like a final big board before the draft on Thursday?
Well, good news. I have my top 10 players for the Eagles coming out on Sunday. That'll be in the Go Birds feed. And then next week, I have a bunch of big boards coming out. Top receivers, top players, top edges. So that'll all start on Monday.
When did you turn into a draft Nick? This was not. This is
always
not in my
been a
Elliot.
draft
No,
guy.
it's
Always
not.
been
Let him do
football
his
guy.
job.
Well,
Let
first
him
of all,
do his job.
hold up.
Job.
First of all,
Don't get your back up because
Yeah.
I'm critiquing
challenging
wondering
him.
about
Yeah,
him.
you've been wrong for the last 3 years with every pick you made.
Whoa.
For
It's
the
our
Eagles,
guy
you've
here.
been terrible wrong, terrible.
I was wrong about Quinyon. I'll admit that. That's
And you were
fine.
wrong about Peter Skoronski and guards and everything else you
Whoa,
were
whoa,
doing
whoa,
in
whoa,
the first
whoa,
round.
whoa. I was on the Bijan bus. Don't put me on the Skoronski.
I felt
was
like
on
you were
the
half
Bijan.
in, half out on that. You weren't really with us.
I will say, though, my quarterback evaluations have not been great. I've missed on Paxton Lynch, Cardell Jones. I've had some misses, but that's okay. That's why you keep swinging, you know?
All right. The Go Birds podcast, you can get it wherever you get your podcast. Comes out every day, Go Birds Daily. You get more of that, more of Elliot. Elliot.
You deserve to be ripped over this, too. I just want you to know.
Wait, we can't.
I can't look. If AJ goes down, we'll see if you still think they have a chance to win the Super Bowl. I hope he doesn't get hurt, but I'll be curious to see what you say.
Why would you even say that?
Yeah, why would you even say that?
Yeah, come on.
What
Are
a
you not
bad
even
guy.
an Eagles fan?
No, I hope AJ has a monster.
No, you want to be
And I
right
think he
so
will.
bad.
No,
You want to
I
be
don't.
Yeah,
right
you want
so
AJ to get hurt.
bad. You want AJ to be. Are you
I can't
nuts?
believe he just said that.
Oh
Would
my
you
God.
ever? Why would you ever root for one of your takes over the success of the team? Now?
Yeah, come on, Elliot.
All right,
Yeah,
this
would.
call officially isn't fun anymore.
All right. All right, Elliot. Thank
All
you,
right,
buddy.
I'll talk to you.
All right, brother.
Elliot's a champ, man.
He's gonna.
Elliot's a champ.
I don't know. He might need an ice pack. after
Yeah,
that one.
yeah, that was a tough one for Elliot. That was one of his tougher ones in a while. And by the way, I largely agree with him, but I just let him every once in a while. You got to let Elliot go. You got to let Elliot go. All right, joining us next.
I didn't want you to get hit with any shrapnel.
Nope. That's why I got in once, and I was like, I got out safe, and I was like, that's it. All right, 215-592-9494. It is on the record Friday. If the Eagles traded A.J. Brown for that fourth pick, would you be mad or would you understand it? Joining us next for his weekend forecast is the very important and well-known and famous
And we say he's the top 100 most influential person.
I would say better chance than some other people.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Tornado Shapiro joins us next. We're at Chickies and Pete's in South Philly. Baseball is back. Watch all the action at Chickies and Pete's this season. Find a location near you at chickiesandpete's.com. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Man, you've heard me talk about my friends from Scott Honda, Scott Auto Group, all of my Scott family, Scott Kia, of course. I recently stopped by Scott Kia to check out some of the latest 2025 models, and I was blown away. The all-new Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for only $229 a month. The all-new Kia Sorento S model SUV for $238 a month, and the all-new sleek K4 EX starting at $196 a month. Visit Scott Kia Springfield or go to scottautogroup.com. Tell them Fritz sent you, and as you know, it's always smooth sailing with Scott.
Subject to credit approval, not all buyers or vehicles qualify. The Phillies welcome the Marlins to the bank. Leading off starts at 5:45. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. First pitch is at 6:45. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Bryce Harper unloads and lines one into the lower seats.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
When your AC loses its cool or your water heater loses its heat, it throws your whole day off. You can't think straight. You're like, what grade are my kids in? I'm not left-handed. There's only one cure. Hutchinson Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Heating will show up same day and get your AC or hot water back in shape with 100% satisfaction and no emergency service fees ever. Hutchinson will get you thinking straight until you forget your internet password again. Schedule now at hutchcomfort.com.
Wawa's new $2 for $6 menu is here. Craft the order you want and save big while you're at it with your favorite options now priced at $2, $4, and $6. Grab a $4 smoothie and $6 classic turkey hoagie, or a $2 iced coffee and $4 roasted chicken sandwich. From built-to-order hoagies to snacks, drinks, and more, pick one deal or try them all. Wawa's $2 for $6 menu. Available now for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
If you're serious about what's under your hood, then you need the highest octane on the market. New 94 Octane, available exclusively at Sunoco. Nothing else will match it. Go to Sunoco.com to find a participating station near you.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity.
So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Through June 23rd, get 400 megabit Xfinity Internet with free equipment and unlimited internet data. Plus, get one unlimited 5G mobile line included, all for $40 a month for 1 year. And ask how you can get a free 5G phone. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply with paperless billing and autopay restored bank account. Xfinity Internet required. Taxes, fees extra. After 1 year, rate increases to $70 per month. After 2 years, regular rates apply. Actual fees vary and not guaranteed.
Hey, it's Michael Jenkins with a Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly. We're heading to the hardwood of the association, where Miami makes the trip to Atlanta for a chance to continue in the postseason. The numbers are telling you it's going to be a close game, but we're going with the better coached team from South Beach. They're coming off a big win against Chicago, and they have been fantastic against the number late in the season. Just listen to this. Miami is 11-4 against the number in their last 15 games overall. They're also 13-6 straight up in their last 19 games in Atlanta. With a coaching edge and their recent success, take Miami on the money line tonight. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app and take your game to the next level with the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now at Verizon, we're locking in low prices for 3 years guaranteed on my plan. And you can get a single line for just $45 a month when you switch and bring your phone. That's our best price ever on unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees, guaranteed for 3 years. Because at Verizon, we got you. Visit your local Philly Verizon store today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
Heading to the ball game today? Ride Transit to the game. You'll have a stress-free ride, so you can just sit back and enjoy the game when you arrive. Visit SEPTA.org to plan your ride. Check DCTMA.org/Commute95 for I-95 construction updates.
Is today the day? The day you try something beyond your usual at Wawa? The day you decide to live a little closer to the edge? The day you put dill pickle ranch on your crispy chicken sandwich? Or your panini? Or your pizza? We dare you. We dill pickle dare you. Try Wawa's new lineup with dill pickle ranch and crispy pickles. Now for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunk Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
I'm Red.
And I'm Link.
And we're the hosts of the podcast Ear Biscuits. We're just two lifelong friends who've been talking about life for a long time.
From being dads to businessmen to all the random things we experience, nothing is off limits.
And now we're talking to you. We're answering your questions, giving advice that you may or may not want to take, and listening to your hilarious stories.
So leave us a voicemail to be part of the show at
1-888-EARPOD1 on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Where every moment of Phillies baseball happens.
And that is gone!
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. We're at Chickies in South Philly. Big games, big events. Always better at Chickies and Pete's, the official sports bar of your world champion Philadelphia Eagles. Coming up at 4, we'll be joined by Todd McShay, talk a little Eagles draft. And right after Tornado Shapiro, more fuel to the Eagles trading to 4 rumor from Boston. More fuel. But
Did they not just hear Ike?
I don't know if they did. But joining us now, a guy who proclaims himself to be the world's most accurate and famous meteorologist, Tornado Shapiro.
A beautiful holiday weekend. Could spring actually be here to stay? Well, I guess we'll find out after a proper introduction.
It's the game day forecast from the world's most accurate and famous meteorologist, Tornado Shapiro.
Excited to see Zach Wheeler back on the good foot. Of course, we're going to be down the ballpark. No hot dogs at the ballpark tonight, friends. It's Good Friday. You got to try. It's time to fry some fish. Bring on the Marlins or any other fish options from South Florida. You know, I work down there at 92.7 FM, WWWSKNK, The Scent. And we had a weather gal named Sally Sunshine. She opened up a little place on the beach, Spike. Her fish taco was out of this world.
Oh, my God.
No.
Sally was like the old Tell Us Milkshake song. Sally's taco brings all the boys to the yard, and they're like, "It's better than yours."
All right. Okay. What are you talking about? I get it. I get it.
And that's just Sally. We also hung out at Connie's Clam Bar, nice fat hunk of clam on the half shell, Clam's Casino.
Clam's Casino.
She'd throw that clam on anything and make it taste like chicken from under the sea. It was closed on Tuesdays. Even Connie needs a day off. And if you're a little more blue collar, you're going to go walk down to the dock for $8. You can try Fiona's fish fry. Fiona loves to force her crab cakes on you. And then you can try Tracy's crab trap, Candy's cod sandwich, Terry's tuna melt.
Okay.
Just don't get stuck down at Granny's Grouper. Ike, have you ever had Granny's Grouper? Might be too much Old Bay for you guys.
All right. The game's not even in Florida. It's in Philly. It's a home game. They're playing in Philadelphia, Tornado.
Well, last time the Marlins were in town, I took them up to Fisher's Seafood on Street Road. It was me, Ike, Trader Jack McEwen, Dontrell Willis, and Michael Barkan, and Giancarlo Stanton. Now, we called him Mike back then. And Dontrell was wearing his signature jaunty hat and doing his crazy wind-up, started breakdancing. Barkan was beatboxing next to Dontrell. Now, Trader Jack, he didn't go in for that. He gets up from his lunch and traded Dontrell on the spot for two 60-year-olds and a 70-year-old to be named later. But only about 2 hours later. You couldn't wait too long there. Jack had a thing for cougars and dinosaurs.
All right. It sounds like you do have a bit of a history with the Marlins then.
Yeah, I spent some time down in Miami. One time was me, Ike, Ricky Ricardo, Johnny Ola, Vicente Padilla, and Sonny Crockett.
That's not even a real guy.
Ricky slipped off into the coat room with a weather gal by the name of Spicy Sanchez. 2 minutes later, Ricky came back with a face full of red. Turns out Spicy had laughed at his little Havana. And to this day, Gloria Estefan music is banned from the Tasty Cake studio late at night. See, Ricky gets triggered, and the little guy can't handle it.
Okay.
Tonight, low of 58, 2% chance of free sip, winds out of the southwest, 15 miles an hour, but fragrant.
Well, it is a holiday weekend.
I remember the last Easter egg hunt at Veterans Stadium with
Sure you do.
myself, Riel Cormier, Ricky Leday, Santo Trafficante, and a weather girl by the name of Patty Cottontail. Patty whispered to me, if I put my jelly beans in her basket, she would show me her peeps. That was an Easter miracle. Well, not so much. I reached into her basket. All I came away was a fistful of Easter grass.
Okay, we're done. We're done. Give the weather forecast. We're
Tomorrow,
done.
mostly cloudy but hot. All the way up to 82 degrees. Sunday, fun day, more clouds but still mild. For the Easter parade on South Street with the best dressed baby contest. The Phillies plan to enter Alec Boehm. At least they can win something this weekend. Come on. He'll be in the Easter bonnet with all the frills upon it. There you go, Jack Spritz. Lyrics from Irving Berlin to Milkshake by Tellis. Big one report. Come on. It's covering some ground. Wear your bonnet and bring an umbrella. 50-50 shot of rain on Sunday. Rain or sun. Definitely you're going to get one or the other. Enjoy your holiday weekend. Take a mental break. You could use it. Music, please. Tornado.
All right. Okay. Poor guy at some point is going to get his music, his outro music. That one was on the edge. So before Tornado, I mentioned there was a little more. So our first rumor with the AJ Brown.
Ike is not thrilled.
Yeah. Our AJ Brown into the top 10 thing came from Howard Eskin saying that the Eagles had explored a top 10 trade for AJ Brown. This coming from Nick Stevens at WEEI, right? It was from Fitzy or whatever.
Fitzy,
yeah. Here's what he said about it.
Earlier today, a little birdie with some really good intelligence, a well-sourced phone call came to me to offer this possible scenario. If somebody that we wanted the Patriots to select very badly, Abdul Carter, were to fall to fourth, and I know this scenario is slightly unlikely, if he were to fall at fourth overall, how would you feel about a certain team that recently won the Super Bowl calling up your New England Patriots in desperation and want of Abdul Carter and offering a certain wide receiver who has admitted that he loves New England and would love to play for the Patriots, and possibly more selections in a blockbuster draft day trade? That's right. I got a call earlier today saying that the Philadelphia Eagles really, really, really want Abdul Carter, and that they would consider, or rather are planning, to call your New England Patriots on draft day if Carter falls to 4 to see if Mike Vrabel would like a reunion with A.J. Brown and possibly more draft selections and compensation to come.
Okay, that coming from our sister. Yeah, that coming from our sister station, WEEI in Boston. Well, that's two. That's two. One was general, top 10. We supposed yesterday when we were talking about it, 4 with the Patriots. It's not the first time we've heard the Patriots connected to A.J. Brown, as Fitzy said there. Mike Vrabel even mentioned it on their radio station. I don't know, man. It just feels like it could happen. I'm not saying it will.
I don't.
Abdul Carter has to.
Listen,
Yeah.
I'm going to react the way I'm going to react.
No,
That's
absolutely.
not going to change. So
Absolutely.
I understand this stuff is out here. I'm not saying that there's no way it happens. I'm just telling you how I would feel, and I wouldn't do it.
Right.
That's what I'm saying.
Dude, we were talking about the Eagles draft on Thursday, being like, okay, we'll come in the next day, talk about who they, because we're going to be on YouTube because the Phillies are playing. We'll talk about who they took at 32. Maybe they trade up to 27 or something. Dude, if they were to trade to 4 by trading A.J. Brown, I mean,
it would be the story of the draft.
It would be insane here. I mean, it would be shocking. I guess at this point it has to be less shocking. But
No, because I don't think people really believe
it until it would happen.
Yes.
Right. 215-592-9494 on the record Friday. If the Eagles did it, would you be mad or would you understand? Jeremy in Vineland, you're on WIP. What's up, Jeremy?
Okay, so in my opinion, AJ is the best player on the Eagles, and there's only one thing that happened this offseason where I could see that it'd be okay if AJ left the Eagles, and that would be if the Eagles called up the Steelers and tried to grab George Pickens. By them grabbing DK Metcalf for 2, George Pickens only having 1 more year on his rookie deal, you got to think, even though they're not publicly saying they're willing to come off him, but them grabbing DK for 2, you could probably get Pickens for 3. Now, Pickens ain't AJ, but he's AJS, and he still offers that outside threat where they're going to keep 2 safeties high still. So Saquon can still do his thing. If you add a hypothetical like that, then I could maybe entertain the AJ thing, but if we don't make a move like that, I'm not doing it. And another thing, I wouldn't do it. I would hope that we got Travis Hunter, because last year, you seen it wasn't the front that was taking care of business on the defense. It was the secondary, and we still got all our linebackers. So I would want Travis Hunter, in my mind, to play corner.
Yes. And he would play wide receiver.
Now, I don't think.
How you feel about Pickens, Ike? How you feel about Pickens?
I like Pickens.
That could be and look, we could probably do it for a 3 because they got DK for a 2. They already, Pickens should already be signed right now if they planned it on extending him. And you could probably get him for old Smitty money. You could probably get him for 29 or for 25.
Yeah, he's not getting number 1 wide receiver money.
So he's probably going to get 25 mil, which is a bargain now for a threat like him. You knock off that money, you bring in a top draft pick. When you do something like that, now that'll start making sense on getting rid of AJ. Otherwise, there ain't no way.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Pickens, I don't think there's ever been any question about the talent. He has some maturity issues, I think, sort of going on out there in Pittsburgh. It always seems like something is, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like there's always something going on with him.
And we kind of deal with that with AJ a little bit too. I think the thing that intrigues me the most is he's in the exact same situation as AJ was. No quarterback, still a deep threat.
Right.
And I just think that the future is bright with him. I think you plug him in with the Eagles, he might not be AJ, but you're looking at AJS.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll be thrilled here as he's probably going to get the ball a ton, right?
Well,
I mean,
it's not about getting the ball a ton. It's the fact that the team would want him. I mean, he's about to be partnered up with DK Metcalf, and they still don't have a quarterback. So I'm not seeing the Steelers being a better situation for him.
No. Yeah, I agree, Jeremy, and I do think. And give us your a famous redhead, Jeremy.
Oh, come on, man! If you around my age, it's got to be Nicole Kidman, man. There ain't nobody else.
Yeah, Nicole Kidman's a good one. Absolutely.
Yeah. I started to name Nicole Kidman first.
Oh, really?
She's the first redhead.
One of the first 7 you named before you named your own.
It was long-winded.
Yep. 215-592-9494. You know what you should trade? You should trade your old drafty windows and doors for new ones. You should trade, and you don't have to call a team in New England. You can just call Guida. You know, you call them at 877-GO-GUIDA or go to GoGuida.com. And you have these old drafty windows that are like making your energy bills go up. They keep your home value down, and you're a little self-conscious about it. Admit it. Like it's cold outside. It ends up being cold inside. It's hot outside. It ends up being hot inside. Call Guida. Right now, interest-free financing, 36 months, no money down, and depending on the size of your job, could get up to 72 months. 72 months of no interest, lower energy bills, and you just feel better because your house is worth more and you've taken care of this big project that you've been putting off. And Guida also, on top of that, is going to give you 20% off every window and 20% off every single door. The financing is subject to credit approval, and there's a minimum purchase required, and there are restrictions. So just do what I did. I'm going to have all my windows and doors replaced by Guida. You can do the same thing. Call 877-GO-GUIDA, get your free in-home estimate, or go to GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com. You would have to imagine, well, I guess you don't have to imagine, but you might imagine that if the Eagles did make a trade like this, they may have their eyes on another receiver. I wouldn't know if they would go into the year with the specific receivers if they made the deal.
Right.
Maybe there's a
Okay.
second trade. Or
Well, you're going to need other moves to convince people that
Yes.
you're
Oh.
trying to win this year.
Absolutely.
I mean, Jahan Dotson would be the two, right?
Well,
Yes.
he caught a touchdown pass in the Super Bowl.
Well, no, he
He's at
didn't.
the
Oh,
1 yard
NFC
line.
Championship.
It was
yeah.
underthrown.
Oh, right.
That's why I didn't catch it.
Close to a Super Bowl.
Saquon would have caught a touchdown too, but that was.
215-592-9494.
I needed that one.
No, I know.
Yeah.
I'm with you on
Yeah,
that.
I don't get any pushback when I bring up the Saquon.
The Saquon stuff. Yeah.
I needed that one.
Ernesto in Delaware, you're on WIP.
Yo, what's good, guys? How y'all doing?
What's up, Ernesto?
Yo,
Joe
Jack,
San
I'm looking-
Liquido, man.
Uh-oh.
Where?
Maybe there is an A.J. Brown trade lurking.
I'm looking at Jack on the YouTube. You looking good, man. Yo, Jack, do not play with the camera, bro. I'm around.
Don't
the same
play
age
with
as
them.
you, bro.
What?
No,
I'll
bro.
kill him.
Bro, I need you to, man. We around. I think you like 4 or 5 years older than me, bro. Please, the camera gives like 5'9" energy, bro.
He does have 5'9" energy. Yeah.
You feel me? Just back him down, bro. Take him to the hole. Don't play with your food, man. Just kill him. All right? I don't know
Yeah.
about the tennis in the
I've
ball.
never really been a post player, but I'm going to be in the post against the camera for sure.
Please, man, because I feel like you're gonna start shooting threes and mids and start.
Nah,
breaking,
I am
bro.
wet
Don't-
from downtown. Everyone knows that.
Bro, don't play with your food, man. But you already know I'm a Cowboys fan. I'm praying to God Himself that this trade happens. man.
I'm sure you are.
I'm on my knees praying because this little run that y'all on started in 2022 when AJ came, and it's been horrible. It's been miserable. But let's be realistic here. It's not happening, man. To get from 32 to top 5, it's not just going to be AJ. It's going to be AJ and additional picks. Maybe another one next year. It's going to be 2 or one of the 3s or the 4s.
That's basically a second-round pick.
Essentially, but it's going to take more. You got to make up so many points from 32 to the top 5 that I highly doubt on how we feel comfortable giving up AJ alone. But if you really look at this, the people, this trade tells you who has trust in Jalen. The people who are willing to get rid of AJ are comfortable with him just leaving. The people that want to hold on to AJ know that Jalen's a liability. Know that Jalen is not enough to take y'all to where.
It's not that he's a liability. I know he needs AJ. I don't care. I don't have any shame in saying that. Hold up. I don't have any shame in saying my quarterback needs a top 3 wide receiver. What's wrong with that?
There's nothing wrong with that. But you have Smitty. Smitty not a one. Don't they call him Skinny Batman? Don't they call him a one?
I love Smitty. Smitty.
Alrighty.
He's a nice compliment to AJ. He's a nice compliment to AJ, but he's not. I don't think he's a top 3 receiver in the league.
And I get that. But you got to understand, AJ without AJ, Jalen was 9-8. 9-8 was his ceiling.
Yeah.
We saw what he was without AJ.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, AJ unlocked him to another level. But this trade shows who really believes in Jalen, who really does or wants
listen,
AJ here.
You and
Realize
you and your little divide and conquer nonsense. That's not going to work. This is reverse psychology. This is you trying to say, well, if you really believed in the quarterback, you'd be okay with letting your 3-time All-Pro wide receiver go. You know how goofy that sounds? No, that sounds goofy. No, because I'm trying to win a Super Bowl. I'm not trying to prove how great Jalen is. I'm trying to go win another Super Bowl. The more he stacks up Super Bowl, listen. Don't be mad because your team can't do what we do. You try to. It's too bad your quarterback doesn't play well in the biggest moments. Your quarterback has had a ton of talent around him throughout his career, whether it was would throw up the X. Who am I thinking? Dez Bryant.
Prime Zeke.
Amari Cooper. Prime Zeke. CeeDee Lamb. Brandon Cooks when he could still play.
Yeah.
I mean, like, how many players did your quarterback need around him, and he still couldn't get it done?
all those losses that we have, how many were 30-plus loss? How many
Man.
were 25-plus loss? You can't win a game when your defense is giving 25, 30.
You also can't win a game when you throw 2 pick sixes in the first half and 3 interceptions.
When you're down 21,
Not against the Packers. What happened against the Packers?
Yeah, that's the one I'm talking about.
You
Yes.
have the ball. When you're down 21-0, that literally makes.
But hold on though. But here's you know how you also get down 21-0.
What's up?
Because in football, when the other team scores, you get a chance to score.
I get that, but it's not.
So hold
it's
on,
not
you get down, But what I'm saying is though,
100%.
I agree, but you got to score points. And when you contribute to the 21-0 by throwing pick sixes, you can't blame the defense. Like Dak Prescott threw pick sixes in that game against the Packers, right?
He threw one pick six.
I thought it was 2. Was it 1?
He threw the one. He threw the one that made him up 21
Okay.
right before half.
Okay. But he threw 3 interceptions though, right?
Yeah.
I know it's so hard to remember. I know.
We're not here talking about that.
I know, but we are. Hold on, you're a Cowboys fan trying to give us advice about our quarterback, and you're really trying to sneak diss our quarterback. So I got to come back to your quarterback. You're trying to tell me that we don't believe in our quarterback because we don't want to get rid of AJ Brown. How much do you believe in your quarterback?
I believe him.
Good. Yabba dabba doo.
No. I believe my man. I have faith in my man.
Oh, my ass.
Fuck himself came in first time in the radio. He said he's not elite after he took out to the Super Bowl.
Well, listen. Listen. I'm working on Spike. I understand he has a blind spot.
Wait, don't move the goalposts.
I told you,
your
divide and
quarterback.
conquer. Divide and conquer is what he's doing.
No, not on this show.
Dak Prescott's not elite either. So
I never said he's elite. He's
Yeah.
He's top 12.
Congratulations.
He consistently throws 4,000 passes.
Amazing.
4,000 passing yards.
How many playoff wins? How many playoff wins? How many Super Bowl appearances?
This was Jalen's best playoff.
How many NFC championship games? We'd have been in the Super Bowl twice already with Jalen.
Daniel Jones and Christian McCaffrey.
I know, and he didn't make the Pro Bowl last year. We all know this with Jalen.
This was his best playoff run. Like, come on. Like, let's be real. Like, don't be OG's disciple. Let's be real.
It's not about being an OG disciple. And listen,
Listen,
I'll get my back up and defend my quarterback when a non-Eagles fan definitely is in here trying to diss.
Yeah.
It's bad enough I got to deal with in-house stuff.
Yeah. All right. Well, not on this show.
All I'm saying is if you guys get rid of AJ, defense is going to load the box, and it's going to be over for Saquon. Nobody's going to.
Yes. I agree.
All right. Do you have a famous redhead to give us, Ernesto?
Danny Bonaducci.
That is a good one.
You should have said Jason Garrett.
I work with Mr. Bonaducci. So did Taz. Taz worked with Danny Bonaducci too.
Did you call him Mr. Bonaducci?
No. The Twitter.
You should have said Jason Garrett.
That's
right.
The Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. For the best selection of diamonds to fit every budget, visit the home team at Mark's. Experience the difference at marks-jewelers.com. Ike, what do you think the response is here? Would you think the Eagles still have a chance to win the Super Bowl next season if A.J. Brown was not on the team? Yes or no?
No.
What do you think the number's at?
100%.
71.5.
A lot of homers in that.
A lot of homers in there.
Well, we have a good guy to talk about this with next. Todd McShay joins us on the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. We're at Chickies and Pete's in South Philly.
Hey, see Joe Conklin at St. Matt's in Conshohocken on Saturday, April 26th. Not September, April 26th. And it's benefiting the Plymouth White Marsh baseball team. You know where you get your tickets at? JoeConklin.com. Still on me?
Yeah,
which one is it?
Turn me up. Turn up.
There it is. I got
It's
you. Damn it, I didn't realize it. All right, I want to tell you about my friend Jim from Mark's Jewelers. Now, you've heard me talk about Jim and the team over at Mark's for years. Now, did you know Jim is a diamond nerd? That's right, I said a diamond nerd. It's true. Jim hunts the world for diamonds that he's proud to sell. Diamonds will set him apart. And that's because before you ever visit Mark's Jewelers stores in Montgomeryville, PA, and Mount Laurel, New Jersey, Jim has purchased your diamond and put it in his inventory. Mark's Jewelers, for diamonds that will make you proud. Start your journey at marks-jewelers.com.
It's BG Live on 5-5.
This is such a fairy tale ending now.
Join 94 WIP and Brandon Graham in a candid conversation. Some stories you know.
Brady back again. He fumbles the football and the Eagles have it.
Some stories you don't.
We're going to be in your dreams tonight, I promise you.
Hear it all at BG Live on 5-5 at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. Get your tickets for BG Live at 94WIP.com.
I just want to thank everybody.
Presented by Ashley Furniture. Feels good to be home. And sponsored by Auto Lenders. The smartest way to drive tariff-free.
I can't believe you scored tickets para Nati Natasha.
After saving so much at T-Mobile, I thought, ¿por qué no darnos un gusto?
There she is.
Nati, can we get a picture?
Claro que sí.
Wow, that's a nice picture. The S25 takes awesome selfies. Tag me and I'll follow you.
Get a new Samsung Galaxy S25 phone with Galaxy AI at T-Mobile and 4 lines for $25 a line.
With autopay discount plus taxes and fees. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us at canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See details at T-Mobile.com.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM insurance offices lies a mysterious room of long-forgotten, moldy mascot memorabilia. Often pitched by ad agencies, always rejected by NJM. Is it real? We may never know. But what is real is NJM's dedication to doing what's right for their customers. Astoundingly, they're proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Learn more at njm.com.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Stop! Where's everybody going? Club Risque, the Delaware Valley's premier gentlemen's club, where there's always something happening. Free lunch weekdays, happy hour specials 6 days a week, the hottest entertainers in the world 7 days a week. And this week, it's adult film superstar Giselle Blanco, appearing at all 3 Club Risque locations, Philly, Bristol, and Northeast Philadelphia. Giselle Blanco, tonight through Saturday. Club Risque, your home for all UFC and championship boxing, shown on their multiple TV screens. ClubRisque.com. Hey, baseball fans, there's no better place to bet the long ball than BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. Swing big on your home run bet with BetMGM's Home Run Boost Token. No opt-in is required. Just log into your BetMGM account to receive your Home Run Boost Token. Then activate your token when you place a bet on any player to hit a home run. If that player goes yard, you'll score a bigger payout. No matter the showdown, BetMGM is the best place to bet the long ball. Claim your MLB Home Run Boost Token today and don't miss your chance at a bigger payout on the winning home run bet. The action is on deck at BetMGM, the king of the big swing. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 1 to 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Spring is back at Dick's House of Sport. Baseball, softball, and golf season are in full swing, and you can find the hottest gear that'll take your game to next level performance. Test your skills or schedule a fitting in our golf simulators and multi-sport cage. Plus, fine-tune your gear with repairs, re-gripping, customization, and more expert services in store. And while you're here, score the latest spring clothing and shoe styles from the brands you love, like Nike, On, Kalia, and Adidas. Sport happens here at Dick's House of Sport.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings, because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up, Oscar! La, 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 la.
Oh, by the way, Ivan's no longer on the project. His wife got a new job, so they're moving across the country.
Robin's top researcher is deviating to a new market. This isn't standard.
And now we're short-staffed. Who's going to finish all these projects?
She needs a cluster of new data analysts, and there's no margin for error.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Find what you love, love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines.
Only at Total Wine and More. Drink responsibly. Be 21.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet, Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, I'm Kelsey Grammer. Wounded Warrior Project supports injured veterans by connecting them with fellow warriors, by serving them through mental health and wellness programs, and by empowering them to live on their own terms. No one should face a battle alone. Join us at woundedwarriorproject.org.
I'm Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Aaron Rodgers on the Pat McAfee Show did the Pittsburgh Steelers a gigantic favor. He announced over and over and over again that he's difficult, that he's about him, that he has no interest in making life easy for the Steelers, and that if they bring him in and trust him, they're going to regret it. So Mike Tomlin, listen to Rodgers and move on. I'm Bill Ryder.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. We're at Chickies in South Philly, as we always are, Fridays, until the Eagles season begins. Baseball is back. You can watch all the action at Chickies and Pete's this season. Find a location near you at chickiesandpete's.com. Or if you're going to the game, you stopped at Chickies here before, which we see a lot of red out there. Todd McShay of the Todd McShay Show at The Ringer will join us shortly to talk. Oh, there he is. Wow, look at that. Todd McShay. Todd McShay Show is on YouTube and Spotify. You can also subscribe to the McShay Report. Appreciate your time today, Todd.
How's it going, man?
We're good, man. We're good. Before we get into the draft specifically, there have been a couple of rumors over the last couple of days about the Eagles potentially trading up to 4 by using A.J. Brown if Abdul Carter was there. Just, I guess, your general top-line thoughts of that.
I mean, there's so many rumors right now, to be honest. I just, you never know, and how he's creative, and certainly he will, there's no stone left unturned, but I also, it seems extreme. So we'll see how it all plays out. But I think, I hear so many things now this time of year, talking to general managers and kind of people around the league, and I think there's a lot of conversations going on, but I don't know that everything's backed in something that's truly going to wind up happening.
For sure.
What Todd, when you're thinking about, still on this hypothetical trade situation here, I'm just thinking about the cost to move up from 32 to 4. The biggest jump I can remember is I think the Chiefs went from 27 to 10. Well, I think when they went
that cost them, if I remember, what was that? It was a third rounder that year, plus the first the following year. But was it 2 firsts? I can't remember. But I think it was 1 first, right?
Well, they swapped the picks. They swapped the first round picks, right?
Yeah.
And then it was 1 more the following year. And you're right. I think it was a 3rd round pick.
Yeah, it was an additional 3rd that year, and then a 1 the next year. But the trade chart is obviously is dated. If you go and study kind of recent years and kind of take a look, when you get up into the top 8, 9, like the price points are a lot different. It's like 1 through 8, 1 through 9, somewhere in that range. When you get to like 10 and beyond, it's not quite as unreasonable. You get down to 15, it's a lot different from moving up to like 27 to 15. Or let's say I was looking at the Giants, right? If they wanted to make a move from 34 to 15 this year, and it would probably cost them a 3rd rounder this year and a 2 next year, okay? But if they were to try to move up into the top 10, it would be a 3rd rounder this year, a 1st next year, and maybe some change, like a 4th or 5th next year as well. So there's a huge difference when you start talking about getting in that like top 5 range.
Todd McShay with us to talk about the draft and the Eagles. It seems like, you get to this point, and I'm looking at everybody's mocks and everybody's top 100, and it seems like out of the top few guys, there's less consensus that I remember. We've talked about a bunch of different players here, and I'll see one guy have them at 10 and one guy have them at 28. Does there seem like there's less consensus this year than previous years?
It's a good question. Here's the deal, right? I think just about everyone in the league has the same, let's say six, about the same six guys, and then Cam Ward would be in that mix to make it seven. That's Travis Hunter from Colorado, Abdul Carter, the edge rusher, Penn State, Mason Graham, defensive tackle, Michigan, Ashton Ginty, running back from Boise State, and then Tyler Warren for a lot of teams would be up there in that, whether it's a top tier or top two tiers, however you want to look at it. And Jalen Walker is another name that the majority, not all, but the majority of teams would have kind of up in that range. And again, with Cam Ward mixed in. And we all know Cam Ward's going number one overall. So those are seven names, right? Where it gets fascinating this year is that, and I've talked to a lot of different people in the league. Some people say it's like, it starts at 8. Some people say it's like 11 or 12. But whatever that number is, let's call it 11. From like 11 to 33 or 34, there's not that big of a gap. Like in my 100 scale, I've got all of those guys from about 11 to 35, and just looking at my board now, all have 91s, 90s, and 89. So it's like all real tight in that group. So you're looking at a bunch of guys you expect to be starters, really good players, but not, come in massive difference makers, Pro Bowl type players right away. And some will and some won't, but that's kind of the range that all of those guys are in. So what's interesting to me is, will there be a team that's trying to target one of those players that I just mentioned, one of those seven guys, knowing that Cam Ward's going number one and Travis Hunter's probably going to go number two. So that limits that group down to five names. And if it's not there, I just can't imagine in a draft where with NIL, the COVID hangover year, and transfer portal, like there are so many more players I think that are experienced players coming in the draft in that like late second, third, fourth round range. Why would you want to give away other opportunities to take a hack at a potential starter or sub-package player to move up to get the same range of guy somewhere in that 11 to 30 range?
Right. Todd McShay with us. Todd, before we ask you about a few specific players that could be in play for the Eagles, the Eagles have had a lot of success in the draft the last 2-3 years. When you look at that, I guess the question is there a point at which there has to be some luck involved in hitting at a high rate and that luck sort of wears off? Or do you look at a team that has been consistently successful in the last few years and say, no, they've just gotten really good at it?
Well, when you're picking late in the first, which the Eagles have been for a while now, the vast majority of years, right? What tends to happen, and you see teams that are consistently up there, like sitting in the back of the first round. The Baltimore Ravens come to mind, right? Like Green Bay Packers and some other organizations. So when you look at those organizations, the ones that are winning and in the playoffs, so they're picking late in the first, and also their general manager and their personnel department, they have patience on draft night, and they're much more interested in maybe moving back than they are racing up to go get a player. And we're speaking generalities, but typically those organizations find that because so many teams are crazy about quarterbacks and are doing their best to find their guy, and if you're in the playoffs, typically you have your quarterback. So there's teams moving up or overdrafting quarterbacks. Then the offensive tackle run always, it doesn't last as long as teams want it to. And so teams get eager and move up for those guys. And so what happens is really good football players at other positions, and even especially the defensive linemen and defensive players, typically wind up falling. And you get a player at 27 or 31 or 32 that probably belongs in the top 22 to 25 picks. So that increases your odds. And I think Howie's done a really good job with that. What Howie does is different than some of the other organizations that are consistently picking back there in the bottom of the first. He moves around a lot, and he's smart about it. He's not doing it because he's racing up just to get one player. He'll make a slight move forward and a slight move back, and all along, he's kind of like one step ahead in the chess match of acquiring picks, so that when he goes to move up 2, 3, 5 spots or whatever he goes to do, he all of a sudden he's already, for the last, not just this draft, but like last year, he's been working towards getting that draft capital to do so. So I think those are a couple of the reasons why we see that. And I think when you're sitting at 32, if they wind up picking there, or if he makes a small move back and then a small move up, you're going to wind up getting a really good football player. And it's going to be, there's going to be teams moving up for quarterbacks that maybe don't belong in the top 32, right? And so let's take advantage of that, maybe move back or just sit there at 32. And there's going to be a player that should have gone 4, 5, 6 picks before it.
Well, that quarterback position, Todd, often causes teams to do things in a desperate situation. Shedeur Sanders is obviously a big topic and a big storyline in this year's draft. Do you see him going in that top 3? It looks like the Giants are doing some final homework on him. I think it was a private workout with him today. How likely do you think he goes up that high, or do you think it's just doing their due diligence, I guess, and they're not going to take a quarterback at that number 3 spot?
Do you ever remember a year where like 4 or 5 quarterbacks have been traveling the country, and then teams, like multiple teams, have been firing up their private jet and taking their whole front office and coaching staff and flying all over the country like this? Like, it's pretty wild, man. Like the Giants had, it was actually yesterday morning, they had a private workout in Boulder. Then they jumped back on the plane after that, and they head down to Tuscaloosa. And they had a private workout today with Jalen Milroe. Then they jumped back on the plane, and they're going to Louisville, Kentucky, for Tyler Shuck. They already last week had a private workout with Jackson Dart. And I'm looking at my calendar, and it's 4/18. We're like, when they're done, there's going to be like 4 days before the draft. So I don't remember a year like this. But to answer your question, I truly believe all this late due diligence that's going on with the Giants and also with Cleveland and some of the stuff you're hearing about with New Orleans, it's for that second tier quarterback market, if you will. Cam Ward's going 1 to Tennessee.
Right.
Travis Hunter's going 2 to Cleveland, as far as all the intel I get. There are some mixed messages out there, and I think it's because the Giants are still trying to figure out, there's kind of a split opinion inside the building on Shedeur Sanders. But my understanding is it's much more likely that split decision is on, hey, how far do we want to go trade up with that 34th pick back into the first round to get him? It's not at number 3. And so my belief as of this moment is that Abdul Carter is going to be the pick 3. And then the most interesting pick in the draft then becomes number 9. And it was, but then it got really ratcheted up when the Derek Carr shoulder information came out recently. So, and if New Orleans passes on Shedeur, and I don't think Kellen Moore, who spent time obviously in Philly as the offensive coordinator with Jalen Hurts, and spent time with Dak Prescott and Justin Herbert as offensive coordinator all 3 spots, he's used to and wants a quarterback, sturdy build, stronger arm, mobility. That's Jackson Dart. That's not Shedeur Sanders. So there's a really good chance, unless a team trades up in the top 10 for Shedeur, that we get to the 10th pick. Shedeur's sitting there. Everyone knows that he'll fall to 21 to Pittsburgh, and Pittsburgh will take him. So then the clock starts ticking. It's Cleveland at 33, Giants at 34, and I don't think New Orleans at 40 because they already passed on him, and I don't think he's the guy for the reasons I just gave you.
Yeah.
So at that point, it becomes fascinating. Cleveland, the Giants trying to kind of jockey for position to get somewhere in the teens to take Shedeur ahead of Pittsburgh at 21.
Yeah, I like the Dart kid more than I do Shedeur Sanders. He looks like a more natural thrower from the pocket. His athleticism is underrated, so he's a better athlete than most people would necessarily view him as. I like the kid out of Ole Miss. I
really like him Lane Kiffin helped him a lot with like predetermined, and there's not a lot of concepts. But they run the sail route to the left side. They'll run it 3-4 times a game. So like, when you watch his tape, you can see that he's going to need probably a year to develop the understanding and do some of the things at the line of scrimmage, pre and post snap, that you need to do. But I've watched 161 snaps with him versus pressure this year. Like, when I tell you it was so far superior to all the other quarterbacks in this class, it was enlightening, to say the least. So there's a lot to work with there. Now, for a guy like Kellen Moore in New Orleans, it makes a lot of sense. But I like Stefanski with Cleveland. I think you look at Kirk Cousins and some of the quarterbacks that he's won 10 and 11 games with. They're not the biggest guys, don't have the biggest arms, aren't the most mobile, but they're fast processors. They're brilliant in the pocket with their accuracy and timing and anticipation and all those things, and that's what Shedeur is. So I agree. Like, I get the same grade on both of these guys. Dart, to me, fits for like more places in the league because he has those traits. Shedeur, in the right system, used properly, can have a really, really good career. But I think he's a little bit more system limited, if you will.
Todd McShay with us. You can check out the Todd McShay Show on YouTube, Spotify, and subscribe to the McShay Report. Todd, is it okay if I just give you a few guys we've been talking about and you give us your top line thoughts on them for the Eagles? All right. Malachi Starks.
I like Malachi Starks. It was difficult to watch as Nick Eamon-Wari, the safety, trots out there at the combine and in his workout gear at 6'3", 220 pounds with 32.5-inch arm length, running a 4.38 40 and breaking the combine broad jump record by 4 inches and the best vertical jump ever by a player at the combine over 200 pounds. And then you watch Malachi Starks and it's like, there's a difference here. He ran a 4.5 40. 7.263 cone was the slowest. The short shuttle was the slowest. Like, the vertical jump was the third worst. And then so you have to go back and you put on the tape again, and you're reminded he's just a better football player.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean? Like, he's smooth.
Okay.
And so
You had me worried there for a minute.
No, I know, but that's what happens. You leave Indianapolis and you're like, Eamon-Wari, there's no way he gets out of the top 15. And like, I guess I got to bump him up. And then you come back, and one of the first things I did, like, I need to go back and really watch the tape. And I was like, all right, calm down, Todd. Like, let's look at how smooth this guy in his pedal, how great he is reacting, how much ground he covers, how much of the game it just comes second nature to him. Then I go into my notes from the Kirby Smart stuff and coaches around there and scouts I've talked to about how he's like one of those force multipliers. He's going to change. He's going to come in and become a leader in your defense, and you can trust this guy. He's durable, SEC, like all. So I like Malachi Starks a lot. And if he gets down into the 20s or all the way to 32, which because those workout numbers work great, but a team's going to get a damn good football player wherever they take him in the first round.
How about Mike Green?
Mike Green's tape is a lot of fun to watch. And he was awesome at the Senior Bowl. You look at his frame and you think to yourself, I wonder if he can, convert speed to power. Is that going to work? Because in the NFL, the vast majority of the guys that are successful have a power element to their game as edge rushers, right? And to see his power, like when that viral clip against Connerly, the tackle from Oregon who could be a late first-round pick, just plowing him. And then you turn on the tape and he's doing the same thing over and over again. He's just got an aggressive, he's like a street fighter versus the run. Violent, sudden hands. And you start to see the traits match up. He's coming from Marshall. He had like a blistering fast 3-cone time of 6.85, which stacks up with some elite guys. I think he's going to be a really good pass rusher. It's kind of that like wide 7, wide 9, off the edge with the speed, but also the power element that you need.
And last one, how about Maxwell Hairston?
Oh, that's my guy. I love Maxwell Hairston. I'm just gonna put this on the line. I think the first time I don't know if I've said it before or not. I think Maxwell Hairston might be the second most explosive all-around athlete in this class behind Travis Hunter. He can play zone. He can play man. He had a shoulder injury last year. He does have to improve as a tackler. Even before the shoulder injury, like it's an area he's got to improve. But you see, he ran a 4.28, and like When you get down to 4.28, I actually start to worry the opposite direction. He's the fastest guy at the combine. Is he just a track guy? Like, we're sure is it kind of that tight switch? He hasn't had any lower body injury stuff. He was the fastest player, as I said, also at a 39-inch vertical, a 10.9 broad, all in the top three in the cornerbacks, right? Yep. Then you watch him on tape, his eyes are fast in zone. And then he can turn and run in man-to-man. Elite ball skills. He's going to take the ball away for you. 10 pass breakups, 6 interceptions, 3 pick sixes in less than 20 games played. I think he's vastly underrated. I know he's only 5'11 and a quarter and 183. He'll put on a little bit of weight. He'll get a little bit stronger. But he's just electrifying with his feet and change of direction and his speed to cover. I think he's going to be a damn good football player.
Todd, we appreciate all the insight, man. You're the best. Todd McShay Show is on YouTube and Spotify. You can subscribe to the McShay Report. We appreciate all your time today, man.
Appreciate it, Todd.
Yeah, of course. Great catching up with you guys. Have
all right, thanks, Todd.
week.
You know what I love about draft guys, like the real draft guys?
The terms.
Oh, they love it.
They love it.
They love it.
They love it. Like his turn on the Malachi Starks thing, it was so dramatic.
Yeah.
He was like, you see all this, and blah, blah, blah. But then you look at the tape, and he's a better football player. Football player.
Yeah, hey, turn the tape on. I don't need to know what a guy does in shorts.
Yeah.
And I love the 3-cone talk.
Yes. Yeah. But it's great, man. It's all part of why the draft is so cool.
That's what made Mayock so good for so many years. Is
Yep.
like the bend around the edge. They all got their term. It's so good.
And I'm proud of myself. I was.
You were about to jump in there.
Well, I was going to do the whole Todd.
Yeah.
In case you guys don't know that.
Oh, yeah, with Mel Kiper?
Mel Kiper.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I
know it's hard not to.
I refrained from doing it.
Yep.
And I didn't know how he would take it.
Yes. Well, he saved it though. He saved it, and he liked it. Maxwell Harrison was your guy.
Oh,
right?
that was my guy. Yeah,
he loves your guy.
That made me feel good.
Yes,
that did.
I could tell. I looked over. All right, 215-592-9494. The rumors are out there that the Eagles would be interested in the number 4 pick if Abdul Carter falls there.
Back to this,
and they may offer AJ Brown on the record Friday. If it happens, would you be mad or would you understand it? Coming up next, 215-592-9494. We do find out if Ike Reese holds on to the belt for a 3rd consecutive week. He was the first 2-week holder of the belt. Will he be the first 3-week holder of the belt? We find out next. We're at Chickies and Pete's in South Philly. Big games, big events, always better at Chickies and Pete's, the official sports bar of your Philadelphia Eagles. This is WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Spring is in the air, and so are incredible savings at Elite Acura. Now, Elite Acura's Spring Performance Sales event is the perfect time to experience Acura's legendary performance and luxury. Right now, current Acura owners can lease the stunning new 2025 Acura MDX for only $529 per month, or get behind the wheel of the stylish and powerful 2025 Acura RDX for just $429 per month. Gotta hurry in, because you know what? These spring offers won't last. We're talking about a luxury lineup. You know this thing won't last forever. Head over to see my friends at Elite Acura. They have over 150 new and certified pre-owned Acura vehicles in stock for you to choose from. Experience the perfect blend of precision-crafted performance, cutting-edge technology, and sophisticated design. Make sure you visit Elite Acura on Route 73 North in Mapleshade, or check them out online today at EliteAcura.com. And remember, nobody can compete with Elite.
Loyalty and conquest leases are 36 months, 10,000 miles. Not all will qualify. See dealer for full details. Offers in 4/30/25.
Go Birds Radio. Listen Saturdays 1 to 3 only on Sports Radio 94 WIP. Sponsored by BetParks online sportsbook and casino app. You love to play. You play to win. You bet. BetParks.
Fade Rodon. I'm Joe Ostrowski here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Yanks starter Carlos Rodon is off to an awful start with a 5.48 ERA and a high walk rate to boot. Rays pitcher Drew Rasmussen, quite the opposite. A sub-1 ERA and 15 punch-outs with only 2 walks. Take Tampa as a dog. I'm Joe Ostrowski from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this: if something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
If you're serious about what's under your hood, then you need the highest octane on the market. New 94 Octane, available exclusively at Sunoco. Nothing else will match it. Go to Sunoco.com to find a participating station near you.
When it comes to restoring cars, Diego's got skills. And with Total Wireless in his corner, the whole world sees them. With the dual camera system on his new iPhone 13, he can take amazing car photos and post them on the fly with super fast 5G, and even turn this hobby into a full-time gig. His claim to fame? Claiming iPhone 13 with 5G on us. Get iPhone 13 with 5G on us when you switch to the Total 5G or 5G Plus Unlimited 3-month plan. Total Wireless, in your corner. For limited time while supplies last. Valid in store. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires port in and ID verification. Restrictions apply.
Stop! Where's everybody going? Club Risque, the Delaware Valley's premier gentlemen's club, where there's always something happening. Free lunch weekdays, happy hour specials 6 days a week, the hottest entertainers in the world 7 days a week. And this week, it's adult film superstar Giselle Blanco, appearing in all 3 Club Risque locations, Philly, Bristol, and Northeast Philadelphia. Giselle Blanco, tonight through Saturday. Club Risque, your home for all UFC and championship boxing, shown on their multiple TV screens. ClubRisque.com.
Hi, it's John Ashell, the car czar from Colonial Hyundai. As part of our grand reopening sales event, Hyundai has shipped us a special selection of additional brand new vehicles. Right now is your opportunity to purchase any new Hyundai in stock at the lowest possible price. No games, no hassle, just the best possible price on any new Hyundai. These vehicles with locked-in savings are available on a first-come, first-served basis. Here at Colonial, we want to prevent you from paying more than you have to. So now, through April 30th, don't miss out on the best financing in the business and drive off with 0% financing. Our brand new state-of-the-art dealership is built for savings, built for service. And every new Hyundai comes with 3-year complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
In stock vehicles only. Tax and tags additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires April 30th.
Hey, it's Michael Jenkins with a Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly. We're heading to the hardwood of the association, where Miami makes the trip to Atlanta for a chance to continue in the postseason. The numbers are telling you it's going to be a close game, but we're going with the better coached team from South Beach. They're coming off a big win against Chicago, and they have been fantastic against the number late in the season. Just listen to this. Miami is 11-4 against the number in their last 15 games overall. They're also 13-6 straight up in their last 19 games in Atlanta. With a coaching edge and their recent success, take Miami on the money line tonight. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app and take your game to the next level with the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Have you always wanted an attractive, healthy smile? Well, PI Dental Center is the place for you. I've been a patient for 24 years, and PI Dental Center has been transforming smiles for 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their teeth-in-a-day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. If you're looking for a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental Center. Visit PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com.
Stars and Stripes Harley's dedicated team of finance experts are ready to get you approved. Credit so bad your mama won't lend you money?
I love you, dear, but tails to the nose.
Let the credit rebuilders of Pennsylvania get you approved at Stars and Stripes Harley. 100% of all credit applications considered. See starsandstripesharley.com.
On approved credit.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Hereeth my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey sports station. This is the afternoon show. Brought to you by Guida Door and Window. Call 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit GoGuida.com. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Oh, we're back.
It is the WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. We're at Chickies in South Philly. If you didn't know, baseball is back. You can watch all the action at Chickies and Pete's this season. Find a location near you at chickiesandpete's.com. Thank you to Todd McShay. If you missed Todd McShay on the WIP afternoon show, you can use the Odyssey app, use Rewind. We do have our own draft expert, the WIP afternoon show, to give his not yet. Relax.
I know. He is just
relentless. Unbelievable. This
relentless.
Guy. By the way, while we have Todd McShay on, he's like pointing to his watch and looking at me.
Well,
I was like, I got it.
Yeah, earlier I was like, we'll do a live one. It'll be fun. He's like, all right, right when I arrive.
Yeah.
I gotta go to the game. Right. Or maybe we could do it Monday. Look at the nerve.
I know. But before that, we have something very important. Every Friday at 4:30 on the WIP afternoon show, we announce who has the belt at WIP. Now, the belt goes to the WIP employee who brought it the most that week. And for 2 straight weeks, Ike won the belt
over
2 weeks ago. And they kept it last week.
Yep.
And the question is, does he keep it for a 3rd week?
There could only be one. The boss, the chief, the top of the mountain. The WIP Afternoon Show presents The Belt.
Fight for the rights of every man. I am the real American. Fight for what's right. Fight for your life. By the way, how many times do you need to tell Lakin we need an actual belt?
I know. Well, again, we didn't have the Eagles Insider of the Year award until the week of the award.
All right.
So,
we started the belt a month and a half ago. So, all right. So, Ike is the current belt holder. The question is, does Ike hold on to the belt? Here is the result. This week, the belt changes hands.
Oh, because he usually steps up on Fridays.
The new holder of the belt is Paul Jolovitz. Jollies.
No one's clapping.
No one's clapping.
Please clap.
Ike doesn't even care.
He's sick.
It's unbelievable. Paul Jolovitz comes in and takes the belt from Ike for his basically full show aimed at Daryl Morey, including line after line after line, crushing Morey. Buzz, let's hear some of the excellent lines from Paul Jolovitz.
Seattle phone book has a man named Dennis Knox in it. Why am I asking you this? Because the trivia question I'm going to ask you, I have 3 questions. I won't go to the phones. Who has won more in the NBA? Daryl Morey, Sixers general manager, or Dennis Knox of Seattle, Washington? Picked randomly out of the phone book. Randomly. Pick anybody you want, because Daryl Morey has won Squidoosh, always will win Squidoosh. Horrible general manager, doesn't understand risk reward.
Horrible.
I would do a better job than he does. I should never, ever say that about a professional general manager in a professional sport.
Do we have another one, Buzz?
The general manager of Niagara Falls wanted the water to keep rolling, and he chose Daryl Morey as his water movement specialist. Niagara Falls would stop tomorrow. There'd be a dam that appeared near the falls. You wouldn't know who built it, how it got done, but Daryl Morey was just the
Daryl Morey Dam.
Yeah. Or damn, we got Daryl Morey.
Wow.
Roasted him.
Is there another one, Buzz?
He might be the worst executive in the history of sports, not Philadelphia sports, because of the expectations thing.
Wow. Paul Jolovitz holds the belt at WIP. The question is, will Jolly do enough to keep it, or will someone else do it to steal it away from Jolly? Will Ike become the first 2-time holder of the belt?
Well, I should have been the first 3-time holder.
Well, you
thought I had a strong week.
Strong Friday.
Strong Friday.
Excuse me?
Well,
wow, I'm just saying, I thought I had a strong week.
Well,
that's all I'm saying.
The show was strong.
Jolly, though, we're gonna need Angelina.
Yep.
And the people monitoring the show to make sure that he stays on top of his game. Most likely will not be listening. Anyone from this show.
Not even on this weekend.
He's not on this weekend?
No.
Well, he can keep it on Twitter video.
Yeah.
Twitter video.
I'm sure
Twitter
that would
video.
go well. That's where he puts all his picks.
Yes.
He tweeted by the BYU pick 6 times.
Yep. He's hot as fire. All right. Before we get to the High Hopes Jackie Baseball Report, we do have our own draft expert.
Come on.
It's like he wants his own intro music.
Now he's walking. The guy's been waiting for 25 minutes right out here. He's walking as slow as he can.
Kind of looks like kind of Patrick the Starfish.
Yeah, I know. Okay, Andrew, the official draft analyst of the WIP Afternoon Show. Hi, okay.
Hey, what's going on, fellas? What it do?
Say your thing.
What
Come
it
on.
do,
All right.
Andrew?
What it do, Andrew?
Hey, man.
This might backfire.
Yep.
We got a guy, all right? The Eagles are making a splash in this draft, and it's going to come on the D-line. We're taking a defensive tackle out of Michigan, and no, not Mason Graham, but his counterpart, Kenneth Grant. A guy out of Michigan, 6'4", 331. And let me just tell you, we're getting freaky.
Wow.
Whoa.
Getting freaky.
We're getting freaky. This guy's a freak. He clocked a sub 540 at 360 pounds. He had 50 pressures and 8 sacks in 2 years. And guess what? He can get up. He's got 10 passes defended, second all-team Big Ten. He's sneaky athletic, man. You watch that Penn State tape of him chasing down Katron Allen. He's able to maintain his run gaps and be ferocious on that D-line. There is no offensive lineman that wants to block him one-on-one. He's going to terrorize him. He eats up blocks, creates one-on-ones for other D-linemen. He's ferocious, kind of like Vita Vea. So I think he's a great guy, either round 1 or round 2, depending where he falls. And I think he's a great fit for our defense.
Wow. Voice crack.
Oh, voice crack. Uh-oh. Not a big game player over
not
here.
a red lightsman.
Nope.
Guess what? We're going to finish, though, because he's going to fit really nice next to Jalen Carter when we win the Super Bowl next year, so it doesn't matter.
Oh, you're feeling soupy?
I'm feeling soupy. I said 2 and 3 years, and guess what?
Yep.
It's going to happen.
So they're getting Vita Vea with the 32nd pick?
Better than Vita Vea.
Wow.
Whoa.
Big comps only on this show.
All right. Well done, okay,
Good
Andrew.
job, Andrew.
Hey, appreciate you, fellas.
Yeah.
Good to see you.
There he is. Okay, Andrew. That I got to give him credit. Aside from the voice
I
cracking
know.
like a teenager, he pulled it off.
That's what we want to hear.
He pulled it off.
That's what we want to
He
hear.
pulled it off.
Now, who is better, McShay or okay, Andrew?
Oh, okay, Andrew is better than McShay.
All day.
I love him. And he, by the way, he stepped up here as a backward hatsman.
Well, he's young though,
Right.
You know, I mean that'll change.
The Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. For the best selection of diamonds to fit every budget, visit the home team at Mark's. Experience the difference at marks-jewelers.com. If the Eagles traded A.J. Brown for a top 4 pick, would you be mad or would you understand? 77.3% say they would be mad.
Do me a favor. You know I don't normally do this, right?
Yeah.
The clip we played earlier with the guys from Boston,
Yes.
or whatever. Can we replay that?
No. We wouldn't want to have Buzz scrambling back there.
Well, here's the thing. I want people to realize that we as a show or as a station aren't making up anything.
Oh, of course not. We didn't even think of it. Yeah.
So I want people to actually hear the report coming from someone else and we're reacting to it. Because some people out there just read Twitter and don't actually listen to the show.
Yeah.
Les Bowen. So you can actually hear the cut for yourself.
Wait a minute. Les Bowen is whining about it?
Yes.
Oh.
He made the mistake of tweeting at me.
All right.
Well, that's the mistake he made there, Les.
Let's grow up.
Yes.
All right. Buzz, do you have it?
Earlier today, a little birdie with some really good intelligence, a well-sourced phone call came to me to offer this possible scenario. If somebody that we wanted the Patriots to select very badly, Abdul Carter, were to fall to 4th, and I know this scenario is slightly unlikely, if he were to fall at 4th overall, how would you feel about a certain team that recently won the Super Bowl calling up your New England Patriots in desperation and want of Abdul Carter and offering a certain wide receiver who has admitted that he loves New England and would love to play for the Patriots, and possibly more selections in a blockbuster draft day trade? That's right. I got a call earlier today saying that the Philadelphia Eagles really, really, really want Abdul Carter, and that they would consider, or rather are planning, to call your New England Patriots on draft day if Carter falls to 4 to see if Mike Vrabel would like a reunion with A.J. Brown and possibly more draft selections and compensation to come.
By the way, this the day after Howard Eskin reported that the Eagles had explored a top 10 trade for A.J. Brown. And you can say what you want about, first of all, Howard is informed on Eagles stuff. And you can say what you want about the other guy, but like what we do is react to the news that people talk about.
Yes.
And Les and other people like Les can sit on Twitter and whine about it, that it is like childlike or it's dumb or blah, 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 blah. This is what we do. This is what makes it interesting. And that is why it is a topic of conversation. You can cry on Twitter because no one is listening to what you say anymore. Or you can do a little bit of Googling before you start whining that we're making things up, and we're talking about dumb things and blah, 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 blah. So there, we didn't make up anything.
Yes.
We're just following what other people said.
And just talking about it on a Friday.
And by the way, not just following about what some guy tweeted that we don't even know. Like, these are two sources that are major media sources that we reacted to. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
All right. Sorry.
I'm sorry.
No.
Because I normally don't react to stuff like that. But you don't quote tweet at me, Les.
Yeah.
Yes.
Get out of here. High Hopes Jackie Baseball Report right after we tell you about how to make yourself a we're high performers here.
Oh, here we go.
You know, you want to be a high performer when you're making love.
There it is.
I'm just going to be honest with you. I'm just going to be honest with you. I'll be honest with you. It's cool. None of us are what we were, 10, 15 years ago. It's okay.
Well, 10, 15 years ago, I was in high school.
Well, not what you were. I think that's fair to say for you as well.
Okay.
In more respect than one.
Yeah.
Blue Chew is the way that you solve this. It solves a problem for you. It solves a problem for you. It solves a problem for the lady who you're trying to please. It solves a problem. It's all online. Look, this is true.
Yeah.
It's all online. You don't have to worry about stupid doctor's visits because they have medical professionals online to meet with you. You don't have to worry about stupid trips to the pharmacy. You don't have to, it's a chewable, so you don't have to worry about a stupid glass of water. No. All you worry about is being a hero in the bedroom for Christ's sake. That's all you got to worry about. You go to bluechew.com. You take care of all of this. And you get the first month for free because of the WIP afternoon show.
That's what we do. We're looking out for our people.
We called our friends at Blue Chew. We were like, how about we pay for their first month?
Yep.
So that's what we're doing. You go to bluechew.com.
Incentivize.
Just try it.
You yelling at people?
Yeah. You just use code 94. You get your first month for free. All you do is you pay for the shipping. And then once you move past that, it's all made and shipped here in the United States, so it's cheaper. It all comes right into your mailbox, so you don't have to worry about going to the pharmacy. It's great. Same active ingredients as Viagra and Stax and Levitra, Cialis. Just go to bluechew.com, use code 94. Your first month is free, and then you can.
You want to give me a pregnant pause in there?
Sorry.
Chew it and do it.
Chew it, do it. Chew it, do it. Chew it, do it. Chew it, do it. Chew it, do it.
Maybe send less one of those packages.
I was going to make the same joke.
Yeah. Let's talk a little Phils. We haven't done it all day.
It's time for the High Hopes Jackie Baseball Report. Here's Jackie Baseball.
All right, some quick news and notes to get out of the way early here.
Some notes.
Marsh is still out of the lineup, even though there's a righty on the mound tonight.
Is that Phantom Jack, or is it really his name?
I know. Well, so Marsh is not on the lineup, but Castellanos, even though he was removed from the game yesterday a little bit early.
Had a hip thing.
He is back in there. So the Ripken streak continues.
There you go.
We are taking down Cal Ripken's record one day at a time. So Marsh out of the lineup. Castellanos in the lineup. Bryson Stott is in the leadoff spot again. Andrew Painter is pitching in Clearwater tonight. Even more exciting. So a lot of fun stuff is there as well. Justin Crawford went 4 for 5 up at Lehigh Valley yesterday.
He hadn't hit too well recently.
He had a cold streak.
Yeah.
Now 3 of the hits were infield hits, and 1 was a bunt. And then he flipped 1 into the outfield his last at bat, so he's heating up. But I know people are all Justin Crawford up, and I think it's an interesting option if the outfielders keep getting hurt here, or hurt and are also not producing.
Well, yeah. Though, yeah, he's a AAA, and you would think you kind of want him to smoke AAA.
Yeah.
Right. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Like if you're bringing him up,
you don't want him struggling then.
Yeah, and you want him to bring you want to feel confident. You don't know that he's going to succeed here, but what you don't want to do is bring a guy up and have him hit a $189 to replace another guy who's hitting 100 and another guy who can't. You know what I mean?
You don't want to come up and fail, and then that kind of messes with his mess with his psyche.
Especially because what people will. It's not like there's a ton of prospects up here where you could just throw him in there and he's just one of many. People will be looking for him to succeed.
People are going to view him as the savior. He's not. I think he's going to be a good player.
Yeah,
I don't
but
think
not
he's
yet.
like a savior.
Right.
Savior type.
Right.
But I think at worst he would provide a spark. He gets on the bases. He makes things happen. He laid out a bunt last night and beat it out. And I think like with Marsh, he's 0 for April. We know that. Johan Rojas, for such a great tracker of the baseball, it's just not a good defense. Like overall defense,
Right.
his arm is weak, all that stuff, and the plate does nothing. At worst case, I think Crawford comes up and puts the bat on the baseball. It's not always going to be home runs, impactful, but he won't strike out, I believe, at the same clip.
So you're in favor of this?
Well, I think this team needs a spark. I've been on that track for a little while now because they look dead. Like they look like they're almost have a malaise out there at the start of the season, which is annoying because the hope was if you bring everyone back, they're going to be pissed off, and they don't exactly look pissed off.
Well, here's the thing, and listen, I'd be excited to see the kid, but there's a difference between having an initial sort of jolt where the fan base is excited that the young kid is up. He still has to produce. So I don't know what that does for the other players on the team if he's not coming up and at least hitting the ball well, playing good defense, right? If he's doing the same thing.
But I guess my pushback with the players would be, well, look at the other center field production. It's not like you're getting anything out of that position.
I hear you. I hear you. My only thing is, and you would know this, you're a clubhouse guy.
Oh,
no offense, Mike. They love Brandon Marsh, right?
They do.
So you're bringing up an unproven guy.
Would they look at him a little
So
sideways?
I just wonder what would that do? And now the trade deadline, I think.
Yeah, he's probably closer to the trade deadline.
I don't know about now. Although I'd be excited, but I don't know how long that excitement would last if he's not producing.
And he's not ripping the cover off the ball. Yeah. There's Rincones has probably produced more. A guy named Otto Kemp. He actually started in left field for the first time.
Otto Kemp?
Yeah, he's starting in left field.
It's a good name.
He never started in the outfield ever. All of a sudden, he's playing left field last night. I think that's notable. And it's also notable, Crawford had only played out left field 4 times in his entire minor league career. He has now started there 2 out of the last 3 games. He started there tonight up at Lehigh Valley. So
is the idea to move Kepler to center?
So that's what I was going to bring up. Kepler in his career has played over 1,100 innings in center field. Now, that was in more 2018, 2019, before COVID. But I think at worst he could stand there and could catch the balls at him. I don't think he's going to make diving catches in the outfield, but I don't know. I think that there could be a move from that standpoint of looking to get someone up to play left field and then Kepler take down some time in center field. So we always like to check in. There's been some meltdowns or some questioning already about Juan Soto and the Mets. I don't think he exactly helped himself by saying that he missed having Aaron Judge hitting behind him.
Yeah,
they called him the best hitter in baseball. I'm sure that $750 million. I'm sure Steve Cohen was thrilled to say.
Yeah, I'm sure. By the way, I'm sure Pete Alonso, who has hit 350 this year behind Juan Soto, was thrilled to hear it as well.
Yeah, like I misses Judge. So
and they gave you a suite.
They gave him a suite. He could have just stayed with Judge for $5 million less. I mean, what are we talking about here? Either way, Spike's old co-worker up at WFAN, Sal Licata.
You'll love this, Ike.
I heard it.
Lost his mind on Juan Soto. Here he is.
Juan Soto has stunk to start his Mets career. I never thought I would be at this point with Juan Soto, a guy who I begged and pleaded the Mets to go get, a guy who I wanted more than any player ever in my fandom. I wanted Juan Soto. The Mets delivered, and every single time this guy has come up in a big spot this year, and there have been plenty, he has failed. And yesterday, a despicable 0-for-5 with 3 strikeouts, leaving a small village on the base pass as the Mets lose a series. You don't pay $765 million to a guy who gets on base 40% of the time. Bullcrap. Every single time he's come up in a big spot, he has failed this year. He did not do that with the Yankees. I don't want to hear the excuses from Soto. I don't want to hear people tell me that the walks are good. I want to start seeing some production now.
I love Sal.
Now,
Quite the rant.
And listen, it's early too.
Yep.
And his point is, he wants Soto to come up with a hit in a big situation.
Right.
Not like he doesn't care about the on-base percentage,
Right, that's
the
what
fact
he's
that
saying.
you're walking and all of that stuff.
Yeah, because I'm sure the other Mets fans, because there's a divide with Mets fans now. The other Mets fans will go, his on base percentage is
Like
413.
something, yeah.
It's like, I don't care.
And I would agree with that.
Yeah, of
We're
course.
not paying you for your OBP, man.
Yep.
I know. And he's the one with the price tag. He's going to always be around.
Oh,
Yeah, it's pretty outlandish. And then last thing here, we are monitoring the Jordan Romano possible move to the closer role with Alvarado. Started looking a little
shaky.
dicey.
Yeah,
little dicey.
last few outings.
Yeah.
I said to Jack today, I was like,
It's so week to week with these relievers, man.
It is.
Well, Alvarado
was cooked 2 Mondays, or Romano was cooked 2 Mondays ago. Now he's kind of interesting.
Yeah, well,
he made a mechanical change. Spike, you love those.
Well, by the way, Alvarado. Well, no, somebody mentioned to me on Twitter that his where he was his arm slot. I guess
Alvarado or Romano.
Romano.
Well, they changed his leg kick.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yes.
Well, the velocity is back up, and Alvarado, I understand he's going to be a guy that that will make a sweat every once in a while, but you can't make a sweat and get hit hard all over the place too. There's one thing to walk guys, blah 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 blah, but he hasn't looked. I'm okay with a little bit of nervousness with a closer, but Alvarado has looked shaky the last few times.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yeah.
He changed his leg kick?
Romano did, yeah.
Yeah. Did they not notice this in the spring?
Well, it was like that in the spring. He got away from it, and they got him back to where he was in the spring. That's the
spring just – it was 2 weeks ago.
What do you mean to tell you? Well, I think he changed it because I think he changed his leg kick because he's trying to find more velocity. And the idea is the higher you raise your leg, the more velocity you get. But I think that also screwed with his command. So I think they wanted to tone it back down, and they also may have found something with the arm. I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was much lower in spring training.
Okay.
Yes.
There you go.
There you go.
Well, there's a lot going on with a windup.
Well,
Do you know what I mean? Like
I agree.
mechanically, I guess you
you broke it down for us.
Well,
Yeah.
listen. They say that pitcher always has to repeat his mechanics. If he can't repeat his mechanics, he's not going to throw strikes.
Is that what happened to you?
No, I found Keystone Light and lost my cutter.
Okay. Jack, what's coming up at the top 5 and 5?
It's an on the record Friday.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go on the record with 5 things.
Wow, just on the record.
Yeah. I got some things I got to get off my chest.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
That is coming up next. It is on the record Friday, 215-592-9494. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Builders, designers, contractors. I know you're working hard
And
out
Spike.
there. And Spike. Yep. And mostly Spike. Yeah, Spike finally got his appliances in from National Appliance Warehouse. I haven't seen him smile this much in my whole entire existence of knowing him.
Went to the house yesterday just to look at them.
Yeah.
Oh,
just
they look shiny.
Just look. Were you on the outside of the window just looking in?
Oh, they look shiny.
Did they have to call the cops?
Dude, my oven has an air fryer in the oven.
I know.
All right.
I know.
Sorry, do your thing.
You can get everything from National Appliance. You can experience the same joy that Spike experienced from National Appliance Warehouse. All you got to do is get down to their 15,000 square foot showroom in tax-free Wilmington and Middletown, Delaware. Again, they have over 100 brands from Sub-Zero to budget. So whatever appliance you could possibly need, they have covered for you. And of course, you're going to get a great price that is guaranteed by Price Assure, which is a piece of technology specific for National Appliance Warehouse that instantly updates price tags all throughout the store if it finds a lower price elsewhere. I mentioned tax-free Delaware. And, of course, they always have great savings events going on as well. On top of all that, you're going to get a great experience. National Appliance Warehouse and Mark Stamack can truly build a difference-making team down there. We talk about culture mattering with our sports teams. Well, it matters here, too. You walk in, you truly feel like you're a part of their family. They're knowledgeable and there to take care of you. And on top of that, they do installation, delivery, and a whole lot more. So visit nationalappliancewarehouse.com or their showroom in tax-free Wilmington or Middletown, Delaware today. And as always, tell them Fritz sent you.
It's BG Live on 5-5.
This is such a fairy tale ending now.
Join 94 WIP and Brandon Graham in a candid conversation. Some stories you know.
Brady back again. Brady fumbles the football and the Eagles have it.
Some stories you don't.
We're going to be in your dreams tonight, I promise you.
Hear it all at BG Live on 5-5 at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. Get your tickets for BG Live at 94WIP.com.
I just want to thank everybody.
Presented by Ashley Furniture. Feels good to be home. And sponsored by Mid-Penn Bank. Supporting local communities since 1868.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, and it's no surprise. Same game parlay from Bet365 just keeps getting better.
Well, it's even easier to make a bet. Choose from the most popular markets like hits, run line, totals, and home runs. So many to choose from.
Download the app, start building your bet, and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Spring savings have arrived at Conacelli Autoplex on Ridge Pike and Conshohocken, and you don't want to miss out. Conacelli has over 2,000 new and certified Toyotas, Hondas, Hyundais, Genesis, Nissans, and quality pre-owned vehicles of many makes and models. Gas, hybrid, plug-in, or electric, Conacelli has it all, and at the right price. Low financing, incredible lease offers, top dollar for your trade, and so much more. Search Conacelli.com or visit our family-owned and operated dealerships on Ridge Pike and Conshohocken to see why Conacelli is a nice place to do business.
My friends swim no matter the season, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. Now, thanks to Skyrizi and clear skin, count me in. With Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC part solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
This is Zach Gelb with Honesty Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Many Knicks fans are asking if Tom Thibodeau is the right guy for the Knicks. And when that question is happening after Tibbs became the first Knicks coach since Pat Riley to register back-to-back 50-win seasons, shows you how far the Knicks have come the last few years under Leon Rose and Tom Thibodeau. I think the Knicks will take down the Pistons in 6 games, and once New York advances to the second round, I think that will guarantee Thibodeau coming back for a 6th season. I'm Zach Gelb.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studio. This is Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. Stream the screams. Catch Phillies baseball with the Odyssey app on 94 WIP.
You by BG Live.
What?
That's right. A special one-night-only event with Eagles legend Brandon Graham on BG Day, May 5th. You can get your tickets right now at 94WIP.com. It's at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. Hope to see you there. All right, let's get to it.
Each the 5.
Number 5.
At 5.
5.
With Jack Fritz.
Beautiful 5.
So it's an on-the-record Friday, so I would like to go on the record with 5 things currently happening in my life.
Oh, what you got?
Number 5 is this week. I had to help my brother-in-law move something.
Ugh.
The worst thing to move when you're moving is a solid wood.
Oh, come on, man.
Dresser.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
dresser's tough. Always heavy.
They suck, man.
Yeah.
They're always heavy. They never fit.
Did you take the drawers out first?
They would not come out on this thing.
Oh, that makes it impossible.
We had to strap on for this one.
We had to strap on with the wood?
We had to get the straps. It went underneath the wood, the big wood drawer, and we had to carry it out of the guy's house.
So you put your hands on the wood.
No, not even. All we had to do with the strap was stand up, and it moved.
I'm not touching this.
Just let you know,
Jack. This is why.
But for some reason, I have a vision of man, which movie was it where they had to go over there and clean the boss's windows, and they had to take a dresser or something up the steps, and it was 2 guys they had to strap to. What movie is that?
Damn it!
It was something with Ben Stiller in it, right?
Yes. Oh man,
I can't.
I can see it. Yeah.
Not something about Mary, was it?
No,
it was something.
Was
about
it?
Mary.
Is that?
I think it was him and Woogie.
Dude, I remember once my roommate and I, when I lived in Conshohocken, we got
it might have been him by himself. He had to take it up by himself.
That's impossible.
We got a big TV when we lived in Conshohocken. This is years ago, but it was when TVs were still heavy and
awful to move.
So we're going up the stairs, and we got it 3/4 of the way up. Couldn't get any higher. Had to go all the way back down. I swear we both almost started crying. We started calling local movers to see, and they were like, "You need us to move one thing up the stairs?" Right. No, that's not what we do. Eventually, a neighbor helped us. Jack, I know you're a young man.
Sure.
This is why when you move from that house, you gotta hire a mover.
So I already talked to Jill about it.
Yeah.
Because I was like, everyone tells me we have to hire.
Start saving now.
And she was like, we're not doing that. I was like,
I'll
we're doing
contribute
it.
to the fund.
There's one thing you won't be able to do that people used to be able to do 20 and 30 years ago is call up friends and family members to come help you move.
Now I did help my brother-in-law. So,
you're rare.
A good guy.
Yeah.
Don't ever call me.
Nope, me neither.
not moving.
Yep.
I usually just call my dad. So
Yeah, I'll give you $100.
Yeah.
Yeah, rather than help you, I'll contribute to the fund. All right.
It is the worst thing to move. Fourth thing I want to go on the record about is that Cowboy Jim is a top 5 caller.
Whoa!
He is. This new evolution of Cowboy Jim is. I'm so pro. It's not even funny.
Top 5?
Yeah,
Top 5?
yeah. Like he's dropped the Cowboys thing. He knows it's over. His evolution into just roasting the show, getting in, getting out,
and hanging up on us,
which is great.
I can't even hang up on him.
We don't want to extend this thing.
No,
it was short phone calls. That's the idea. We are a long-winded show with some of the phone callers.
Yeah.
In a perfect world, they're in and out.
Yep.
Cowboy Jim, an unbelievable evolution. I look forward to more first-class trips on every plane that I'm on.
I know what this is about.
No, it's not about that. I forgot about that until right now.
Okay.
I just think he's on a really, really, really upward trajectory.
Wow. That's huge.
It is huge.
Oh, he probably feels good about that one.
Oh, yeah.
Yep, it's good. The third thing I want to go on the record about is I'm going 5-0 against Joe DeCamera. 5-0.
That's what I like to hear.
Not losing a
5-0,
single
gotcha.
competition. I don't want to go most Malone, fo.
Right.
Because I'm going for 5. And once I get a date, then I'll start really ramping up the working out process. I'm taking it dead seriously.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not worried about him at all. It's not about beating him now. I really just want humiliation.
Yeah, and just embarrassing him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hold on. What are the 5 events again? Basketball,
golf,
tennis,
basketball, golf, tennis, some running thing. And we're trying to figure out what to do for baseball, but I don't know.
I think you should pitch against him.
I guess so.
Yeah.
I guess so. I'm kind of.
Well, do you get to hit him?
Yeah, I don't know. Again,
right? Does he pitch?
I think we should just do take infield, see who looks better out there.
Oh, there's no way he's fielding ground.
There's a 0% chance.
That's no way.
He is fielding a ground ball. 5-0. 5-0. The second thing I want to go on the record about, and I think this is actually universal. It's not like a scorching hot take, but it's so frustrating to me. And I had to complain to Spike about this the other day. I just miss the person on the other end of a customer service call. I'm so over. I'm so over
automated,
the AI.
Yeah, the automated service.
Talk to our bot. I don't want to talk to the bot. I want to talk to a human being. The bot does not understand what I'm dealing with. I would die. I would die just to talk to a human being when it comes to customer service. I don't want to press all the buttons to get to maybe eventually talk to someone, and then I'm on hold for 25 minutes.
Do you ever do the thing when you're on with the automated thing and you just go, agent, real person, real person?
That's what I do. Yeah. No, it breaks me. They break me. I want to talk to a real person.
Well, I mentioned yesterday I had to go to the Xfinity store to get the modem. And the fact that a real person was there
to help you,
like helping me.
Yeah.
And he's like, yeah, I get your modem.
Yeah. It's an absolute game changer.
Yeah. Oh my God. Having a real, and then you can say, here's the problem. And he can go, oh, I understand.
I can help you with that.
A little bit of empathy.
We've gone way too far. We've gone too far with the little bots. I miss it.
Agree
I miss it so much. But the number one thing I want to go on the record here on this On the Record Friday is I've never seen someone act softer than Spike Eskin today.
What?
This is out of control.
I've been fine once I had my Advil.
What did you need an Advil for?
My head. I had a headache.
You had one drink last night.
It was a double bourbon.
You've been hungover all day for one drink.
Well, my body is not used to it anymore.
Oh, my God. Like, you sit here like, Taz, I ordered I DoorDashed Advil.
Well, give me a break, man.
Please go get it for me.
Look, I want to be top notch for you guys.
Has anybody ever DoorDashed Advil?
I'm sure.
I did today.
But they're on their deathbed, like a night out, the night out of drinking. This guy had one drink.
It was a double.
I don't care.
It's a heavy pour.
I'm sure.
I can't drink during the week. I can't.
Well, sounds like you can't drink, period.
I can't drink during the week because I got up early. I can't drink during the week.
Oh, my God.
Look, man, I just don't have it in me. I'm washed. I'm sorry.
been on edge all day.
I've been fine. Once I 3 o'clock when I got the Advil.
Then you got DoorDash.
Oh man, the DoorDash Advil got me, and that took me out right there.
It's unbelievable.
And then Taz reminded me, I didn't know it. There's a pharmacy 30 yards away. I'm sorry. Look, I felt it when I woke up this morning. I was like, oh, that drink was a mistake.
Oh my God.
Look, I don't have anything yet. I'm washed. I don't have it.
You still not eating anything besides celery?
I eat things other than celery. I'm just vegan. That's why I've been snacking on those fries over there.
Oh man.
On the crab fries.
I knew he was not going to let that go.
Yeah, that's your number one thing you got to get on the record.
I had to get on the record.
Unbelievable.
It was a tough one.
Unbelievable.
Tough scene here at Chickies and Pete's.
Tough. You're the tough scene.
I disagree. Down 20.
My head hurts. You know,
but
my wife's away. I got.
Oh, you thought it'd be a big night out.
What's that?
You thought it'd be a big night out with your big one drink. And
yeah.
Look, do we need to call it Dare?
That crushed me.
Dare. What do you know about Dare?
We had Dare. We had Dare.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And then, people started mocking you with the shirts later.
Right.
And
If I was going to have a drink, I should have a light beer or something.
Exactly.
You can't have a double.
You can't have one drink and expect to go to work the
All
next
right,
day.
shut up. I'm here. I thank Ike for carrying me a little bit today. It's one of those days I got to carry me. This hour is sponsored by Guided Door. I know what you're saying on Twitter. You always carry. I get it. This day, I understand. I suck, and the show would be better without me. And it should just be I get it. Dad got me the job. But today I needed it more than other days. All right.
Sounds like you're gonna pour yourself another drink. Huh?
Seriously.
Yeah, I might. All right, this hour is sponsored by Guided Door and Window. Get 20% off all windows and doors with no money down, up to 6 years to pay it off interest-free. Call Guided Door and Window today at 877-GO-GUIDE or visit GoGuida.com. Tasty Cake Dom, you're on WIP. What's up, Tasty Cake?
Wow, this is
I checked with him twice.
Well, how long ago, though, Buzz?
During the last segment, during top 5.
Okay. But then
He's lying.
I don't
I'm not.
You are. OG Wade, you're on WIP.
What's up, fellas? How we doing today?
What's up, OG?
OG.
Man, what the hell are y'all doing to my show? I mean, Jack, first of all, y'all do these Blue Chew things. Then Jack strapping on after the Blue Chew. It's almost like you putting the cone over you, like it ain't enough for you. You know what I'm saying? Like, then you got Spike. He's taking an Advil after a Blue Chew. Like, it ain't working. You know what I'm saying? Like, what's going on here? Ike, you got something? You know what I mean? Is it working for you, Ike? That's all I need to know. Are you good?
No comment. I'm good.
Okay. All right. Now, let me do this here. Because let me ask y'all guys a question. Now,
we found the guy that would be pro trading AJ, by the way. I forgot.
Exactly.
Get to it. Get to it.
Hold on.
Let me lay my plane.
If you could say 26. Well, you lose $26 million, right? If you trade AJ, that's your dead cap hit, right?
Mm-hmm.
Would you rather do that, lose the $26 million in 1 year, than you losing $85 million over the next 2 years, whereas though you don't need that player? Because
how do you figure we don't need him?
Because I'm not saying we don't need AJ. We don't need the caliber of AJ. I think AJ is too much for this offense. I don't think he's used in the way that he obviously wants to be used. And I think to go ahead and use him the way that he wants to be used is going to take us out of our element. You know what I'm saying? And I'm just thinking, and let's be frank, OG was the first one that said this stuff. Now everybody's saying it. Now Spike's saying, oh, Howard's informed. And then all these other guys, where the hell is my credit, Spike? I know Howard's big shot, but where I get mine at?
You never reported anything.
I put some on game months ago about the AJ thing.
No, you said you wanted it to happen. There's a difference.
Saying it now.
Oh, my God.
I said my insiders told me, all right?
You don't have any insiders.
I don't know. He's been on this one for a while, Spike.
I ain't supposed to tell you who the hell it is. What would be the use of having an insider?
You don't have any insiders. Justin is not an insider.
I said Ike is my insider. Now, about that one. Hey, listen. And let me tell you something else too, Spike. I know everybody want to put Patrick Mahomes, this and that. Let me ask y'all a question. And then this to the whole Delaware Valley. Name me two good defenses and defensive coordinators that Patrick Mahomes beat in them 3 championships.
We're not doing this.
Here we go.
What are you talking about?
Jalen beat all the top damn
right.
defensive coordinators.
All by himself.
Okay?
All right. Why are we doing this today? What are you even talking about? What are you even?
Show.
This? No, it's
my
not.
show.
All right.
Now he's mocking you.
Yeah,
I know what he's doing. We're not debating Jalen and Patrick Mahomes. There's no debate. It's silly. I'm not talking.
I just read my point, so Punk, I got it out now. So
All
you ain't got to debate. You lost any damn way. Now
All right.
I got it all.
Is that it?
Are we good?
All right.
Who's your redhead?
Oh,
Yeah, who's your go-to redhead, OG
he's
Wade?
gone. Yeah. All right, Tasty Cake Dom, you're on WIP. What's up, Tasty?
Yeah, I don't know what happened there, Spike. I apologize.
Nah, it's
Buzz's fault.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really wanted to call today just to say happy belated anniversary.
Oh, thank you,
And,
Tasty Cake.
You know, what a terrific first year.
Thank you.
Guys are aces in my book.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
And I thought the show Wednesday might have been. I was more glued into that show Wednesday than I can ever. I've been listening to WIP and calling WIP for 27 years. Wednesday was fascinating. Just that
the grades,
the callers that critique other callers, I always find fascinating because it's usually never positive.
Never positive.
It's never
not
yeah.
possible.
And just you guys critiquing the callers. You guys went on a little bit of thing where you threw out about 10 or 12 names, and just like your input on what you thought of different callers. I just found that fascinating.
Oh well, thanks. We I appreciate you liking the anniversary Grade Us show.
Yeah, I thought it was a terrific. I thought it was a really terrific show.
Thank you.
A great week. And for me, just to say out there, I think Corey is a terrific caller. It's hard to call. I've never been able to do it. It's hard to call every day and be interesting. I think Corey's pretty great.
Yeah, Corey's solid.
Oh,
Absolutely, great caller.
I gotta say to Ike, I'm surprised at today's calls. I do think Corey's terrific, but I gotta say to you, Ike, and you know this.
You know,
on his best day on planet Earth, Terrence Crawford would never lay a mitt on Floyd Mayweather. He would be frustrated swinging in air for 12 rounds. You know this, Ike. No.
I don't know that.
No contest.
I don't know. Listen, Floyd was a great runner. He ain't really like mixing it up.
Best defensive player of all time.
Sure. Yeah. But I'm a boxer. I'm a boxing fan that likes. I'm not a big fan of the defensive guy. And quite frankly, Crawford is a counter puncher as well.
Yep, but
he's a counter puncher.
So when Floyd fought the greatest counter puncher of all time, Sugar Sean Mosley, Shane couldn't touch him.
Past his prime. Shane was past his prime. What about Oscar De La Hoya?
Yeah.
What about the De La Hoya fight?
He got tagged a little bit in that.
Mm-hmm.
But Pacquiao didn't do much against him either.
Oh, past his prime.
Marquez didn't do anything much against him either. Okay.
Not the same caliber of fighter.
I'm going to say on this. Boy, in 16 years I've been talking to you, this is the third time we disagreed.
Wow. What was the first two?
Wow.
Do you remember the first two, Don?
Well, the second one was this week when Ike's campaigning for Nick Nurse.
Oh,
no,
yeah.
That was – no, hold on. You took that the wrong way.
Yeah,
Don, let me tell you something. I don't care about Nick Nurse. No one cares about Nick
You
Nurse.
took that the wrong way.
Nobody cares.
And then the second one, Spike, and I like your input on this, was 1,000 years ago when Miami wanted second. There was an argument, a caller that were talking to Ike and Anthony, and they were saying who had better talent, LeBron or Jordan. And Ike and Anthony were trying to tell me that Dwayne Wade's better than Scottie Pippen. Come on.
Oh,
Boy, he's a better offensive player.
Yeah, I mean, LeBron definitely had more talent than Jordan did.
Yeah,
you mean like
Scottie,
on the
Dwayne
team?
Wade,
On the team, you mean?
I'm saying
Yes,
that as a
LeBron had a
player-
more loaded team than Michael Jordan
well,
ever
I'm
did.
talking specifically, Dwayne Wade is not a pimple on Scottie Pippen's butt.
Can I let me
Oh,
just
my goodness.
let me just give you my opinion on Scottie Pippen? Great player, has become massively overrated.
Overrated,
No,
yes.
Jordan never won a series before he showed up.
He's become massively overrated.
1-9 before Scottie
Here's the
Pippen
thing.
showed up.
Here's the thing.
1-9.
Dwayne Wade won a championship as the best player on the team.
Shaq was there.
And Dwayne Wade
did you want it until Shaq showed up?
Did you watch the playoffs? Dwayne Wade had one of the most incredible finals performances I've ever seen. Meanwhile, Scottie Pippen pretended to have a headache or had a migraine and couldn't play, and then sat out a final play because it wasn't called for him.
Like the year that Jordan
Scottie
left,
Pippen's
he
a
won 53
loser.
games.
And it was an embarrassing playoff defeat, by the way.
53 games without Michael Jordan.
Congratulations, Dwayne Wade won a championship without LeBron.
With Shaq?
Okay, with Shaq. That was first, but Dwayne Wade was the best player on that team.
1-9.
No, Scottie Pippen's a little overrated.
Yeah, stop it with Scottie Pippen.
Little overrated.
I think I just cooked there. Huh?
Man, that is wow. Okay,
I
mean, there was that. So that was the first one. And
Okay.
I mean, Scottie Pippen, best defensive player of all times. He guard anybody. Guard a center, guard a guy.
I mean, he's not the best defensive player of all time.
He never even won. Did he even win Defensive Player of the Year?
Well, Jordan made a fake prop him up like a good defensive player, so they gave it to him.
You know.
All right.
They
Jordan
rigged
is a
his
great
steal
player.
numbers.
Okay,
Everyone knows
all right.
that.
That's a 16-year-old debate that I'm going to let lie.
That's probably a good idea,
Jack
Tom.
asked me, Spike. Jack
I
asked me,
know.
I think Jack critiques me off air, and he says I have a tendency to be repetitive. So I'm going to not. Once I say something, that's it. It's done.
Okay.
I love you,
But
Tom.
now on the Spike
Yes.
spun me. I was going to call you on the record, Spike, 4 weeks ago, on the record Friday. I called and I said, I'm not worried about the Eagles off season, even though they gave away half of their defensive line and half of their secondary. I wasn't worried. I have complete trust in Howie. And then Ike scorched Elliott, so now I completely flipped.
Oh,
Oh, thank you.
I don't.
Ike completely flipped me. We can't lose AJ.
Okay, so if they did it,
Yeah,
if
he
they
has that
did
effect,
it,
yeah.
you would disagree. You would
I
disagree. with
I never really, your dad, and I mean, there's some credible people saying it, but I can't believe that they would actually do that and trade.
But if they
AJ.
did-
But what I was, my point. Don't want to
Yeah.
be a hypocrite. Is I say all the time I have complete trust in Howie, and if you have complete trust, then you can't criticize his move, right? No matter what it is, until, like I said, I lit Elliott up, and I thought everything he said I agreed with.
All right.
TCK.
He has that way with people.
All right. Thank you for the call, TCK. Well, TCK bringing up boxing debates. Scottie Pippen versus Dwayne Wade.
That's bad. That's a hot topic.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that was back in the day.
Back in the day.
Yeah.
After we learned that Spike DoorDash is Advil.
I DoorDashed Advil once because I wanted to perform to the best of my ability at this
Jeez.
radio show.
Yep.
All right.
Yep. Did you use promo code 94?
Yeah, seriously.
DoorDash? Oh, no, that different performance.
Yes,
Sorry.
yes.
All right. 215-592-9494. Leading off coming up in a moment for us to get you ready for Phils versus Marlins. We're at Chickies and Pete's in South Philly. You know baseball is back. You can watch all the action at your local Chickies and Pete's. Go to chickiesandpete's.com. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. I know that Colonial Hyundai respects your time. I know that Colonial Hyundai respects your wallet. And because they respect you, they respect your wallet, they respect your time, they are not only going to get you the best possible deal that they could get you on a Hyundai right now until April 30th with their grand reopening, but they're going to do it quickly because they respect your time, and they're going to do it easily because they respect you. That's what John Ashdale, the Car Czar, does. And because they're having this grand reopening, they got this very special selection of new Hyundais that they can get you the best price ever. And it's first come, first serve. So it's still April 30th. So if you want one of those new Palisades they have on the lot, first come, first serve. You want a new Tucson, first come, first serve. Kona, first come, first serve. The Ioniq 5 and 6, sometimes hard to get right now at Colonial. First come, first serve. They have locked in savings available until April 30th. And every new Hyundai at Colonial comes with 3 years of complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain with Hyundai Assurance. Financing as low as 0%. Come on. Shop online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai. See dealer for full details.
Burst pipes, leaks, clogs, corrosions, or even a loud, mysterious noise. Don't wait for one of these plumbing problems to strike. Contact Horizon Services today. Horizon has the expertise to solve any plumbing problem because they've seen it all. Horizon has same-day service 24/7, so you won't wait around. And if it's a bigger job, say a water heater installation, Horizon Services has money-saving warranties, rebates, and flexible payment options. Schedule now at horizonservices.com. With Horizon Services, help is on the way.
With Caesars Palace Online Casino, Iconic Play is just the beginning. Download today and register with code RADIOLAUNCH. New users get a $10 sign-up bonus, a 100% deposit match up to $1,000, and 2,500 reward credits after wagering $25. Must be 21 and physically present in New Jersey or Pennsylvania. In Pennsylvania, affiliated with Harris Philadelphia. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Includes all rebates and incentives. Offers cannot be combined. Excludes taxes and tax.
Still trying to get past second base with other dealers? You don't know Jack. Choke up on the bat. Dig into the box. You're already in scoring position with Jack Dell and the team at Dell Chevrolet during Dell Chevrolet's Grand Slam Sales Event. Dell Chevrolet continues to hit it out of the park on its quest to be the Delaware Valley's #1 truck destination with over 300 trucks and SUVs in stock ready to roll. Worried about financing? Jack Dell is a time-tested expert when it comes to finding a gap and muscling one deep in the hole. Buy with no money down and 0% financing every day at Dell Chevrolet. Plus, with the Dell Vehicle Exchange Program, you can get out of your old vehicle and into a new car or truck and keep your payment the same, or maybe even make it less. Dell Chevy is located on Route 30 in Paoli. If you're worried you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Online at DellChevrolet.com. Say habla español.
Jack, sell them for less.
Attention! Now, why does Jeremy have a megaphone?
Yeah, well, he's pretty jazzed about the new Mega Millions from the New Jersey Lottery.
More mega!
It's got a built-in multiplier now, and more eye-popping jackpots.
Something mega got more mega!
Even better odds of winning. It's more...
Mega? When I say more, you say mega! More!
Play Mega Millions today. Now $5.
Mega!
Must be 18 or older to buy a lottery ticket. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business, powering possibilities.
Now through May 4th, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra and subject to change.
Transforming your land with a John Deere compact tractor is as easy as connect, latch, load, haul, spread. Cutting grass is as simple as roll, click, mow. Box blading is as effortless as hook, lock, grade. And backhoeing is as convenient as turn around, switch, dig. Because when you've got the versatility to tackle just about any job and dealer support in your own backyard, you just have to get in the seat. Find the right compact tractor for you at johndeere.com.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
The best seats for baseball games are not in the bleachers. They're at Delilah's. Catch all the baseball action on Delilah's gigantic screens with the world's most beautiful showgirls on the runway and happy hour specials from 5 to 8 p.m. 7 days a week. Headed to the ballpark? Show your proof of attendance for free admission, pre or post game. Baseball games were made for Delilah's, the gentleman's club and steakhouse with ample free parking and late night dining. Details at delilahs.com. Delilah's, always on top.
Philly sports on the go. Download the Odyssey app and stream Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Close.
Yep. PJ and his daughter over there, very, very confused by the entire
Of course.
thing.
Terrified, I think.
Yep.
Yep.
That video, he was filming her watching us.
She's
that will
like-
be an all-turn video. Yeah. We're at Chickies in South Philly. Baseball's back, as you can tell by the crowd here. You can watch all the action at your local Chickies and Pete's. Find it at chickiesandpete's.com. The Twitter question brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. For the best selection of diamonds that fit every budget, visit the home team at Mark's. Experience the difference at marks-jewelers.com. All right. Sorry, I did not have the Twitter question up. Here I go as I find it. If the Eagles traded A.J. Brown for a top 4 pick in this draft, would you be mad or would you understand? 77.4% would be mad.
Good to hear.
Bruce in D.C., you're on WIP.
Hi, Mike. Jackie Baseball. How's it going? Good afternoon.
What's up, Bruce?
All right, all right. Hey, look, man, I didn't have a chance to get in the word yesterday on your anniversary.
I know.
Because everything got sped up. So, look, let me just say, I've enjoyed the show, Spike, since you've been on there. And anytime, I'll just take one example. This whole thing with Jolly. When he talked about grabbing down boy by the throat and coming down his throat, I was like, oh my God. Then y'all turn around and play the Blue Chew commercial after that. I was dying.
Yep.
I was dying. I'm like, who does that?
This show.
Yeah, that was not even on purpose, I don't think. Sometimes it just happens.
Yeah. Can you imagine if Daryl Morey was a female?
We probably wouldn't. Yeah.
That would not be played.
Yeah.
Yes. We're all class on this show.
Yeah.
and then Spike, you came on the show, replacing Johnny Marks, and I just call you Spike Tasmanian Devil Eskin, for cutting down people that say some ridiculous stuff. And look, and I just love that. And I think
that's a catchy nickname.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, Tasmanian Devil. That's him.
Yeah.
Come
on, Jack.
That's what he is. That's what he is. And thank you today for chewing out that Cal Dookie fan, calling up and talking about David. Come on, man. Stop that. And Cowboy fans, man, y'all come up to the station, especially the afternoon show. You better come correct.
That's right.
Don't come with no stupid stuff. Bow down to your NFC East daddy, because we own y'all right now.
That's right.
Okay. All right. I'm off of that.
All right.
All right. So now here's the thing. What was the question again? I'm sorry.
A.J. Brown. Come on, Bruce. A.J. Brown. Trade A.J. Brown. Come on, lock in.
Would you?
Lock in.
All right. So A.J. Brown, not no, but hell no. It's just like what Spike said. I was saying earlier, is that it's ridiculous. We're in the middle of a Super Bowl run, and unplug that piece and to think that it's just not working out. Maybe that's a conversation in the next year, depending on how things happen when he gets close to his extension. We'll see how things go, but not right now. It's too early for that.
All right. Yeah. Bruce, you have a famous redhead?
Yeah. Cyndi Lauper.
Cyndi Lauper's a good one.
Cyndi Lauper, redheaded?
Yeah, but she had a lot of different color hair.
I remember a lot of colors.
But I think the base was redhead.
Yeah?
I think so. Yeah, I think
Okay.
so. Herb from the Northeast. You're on WIP. What's up, Herb?
On a Friday.
This is ridiculous. It's 5:35. I called at 10 this morning. Joe Giulio passed me for 2.5 hours.
Wow.
Okay, you guys passed me for off and on. I was on, what's his name? Buzz, you called?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, but he got his real name. He interviewed me a long time ago. Listen.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
He put me up and says, "Oh, you're going to be the next caller at 2:30. I'm the next caller at 2:30. Then 3 o'clock. Then I had to hang up. I went over to King of Prussia, back and forth. All right, I'm finally on at 5:35. I agree. Did Jack Fritz show you that picture?
I did show him the picture yesterday. Yeah,
Okay.
He didn't even need a blue chew.
Now, listen, okay. Last night, I was watching ESPN, and I'm going to tell you, I'm 95% sure that the Cleveland Browns are taking Travis Hunter. They called him a unicorn.
This is an official report?
Yeah. It's almost like Todd McShay just said that.
He's a player that comes around once in a lifetime. Deion, the last time Deion came out and played receiver, played halfback, safety, whatever you want to say. Okay, but listen, this kid's got the talent. It looks like he's going number 2. It's been AJ Brown knows since last year that his name has come up before the Super Bowl about trade talks, about this and that. But he got his raise, he got his money. There's no problem. He's a player. I like the guy. I ain't got nothing. The problem is there's a lot of people on this team making a lot of money.
Yes.
And the next 2 or 3 years, we're going to have to sign a lot of players.
He's like recapping all the calls.
The quarterback is probably going to be the next 65.
Jack said that.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
You did the McShay
So
thing.
he's going to have to
Does he think we don't hear the show?
deferred compensation. Okay? They're going to have to make a deal with Jalen Hurts. Deferred compensation.
Deferred compensation like the Dodgers.
Exactly. Well, something like that. I'm not saying, he'll get a nice amount, but at the same time, at the end of his playing career, he'll get a nice lump sum of money. It's like 401k. You understand?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
So, so anyway,
what's your 401k like?
The only way I would approve this deal, I hope Howie Rosen, you listening to me right now. This is HR. We both have the same initials. Okay?
That's right.
Oh, yeah.
So, listen here.
What's your last name? Repshaw?
No, it's from the Northeast.
Rifkin.
I want the number 4 pick, and as I said 2 days ago to Julio, I'm keeping the 32nd. And I'm taking, and then I'll tell you what else I want. I want the 2nd or the 3rd, and I want another first-round pick.
I can't do this
in
today.
2026.
You too hungover.
Okay? Another first. You want if the guy's worth
Oh my
2.5.
He's got a headache, Herb.
2.5 first
He had
round
one drink
pick.
last night.
Number 32.
Oh my!
is
He
like,
just keeps going.
I think he's doing a good job.
He DoorDashed Advil here, Herb.
33 is the 2nd round. Okay?
There's a pharmacy across the street.
So listen, I want Tyler Warren. That's my player. If we're giving away,
Oh, I know.
If we're
You said
giving
it
away,
100 times.
I want Tyler Warren.
Oh,
Why?
What do you like about him, Herb?
Tyler Warren can block. He can play on the inside. He can play
They're never
on the
going to get
outside.
Tyler Warren.
Okay?
Yes, they are.
They're never
He can
going to get
do- he's
Tyler
a
Warren.
wide
Shut up, Spike.
receiver,
No
tight end.
chance.
Shut up,
6'5".
Spike.
Look at his size. 6'5", about 260, and he's going to get bigger. And you can put him in the
I'm going
slot.
to throw up.
You can put him anywhere behind the
Okay.
All right, the text line brought to you
Yeah,
by
we got to get to
in the
text line.
backfield, high formation, blocking.
The text line is brought to you by Benari Jewelers. Don't settle for
26.
ordinary. Choose extraordinary.
Okay.
Choose Benari Jewelers next in a Newtown Square. Online at BenariJewelers.com.
That's the only way. And then when you get the 32nd pick,
Text line, text line, text line.
I'm a Super Bowl champ, and Ike still won't call me by my name. Jahan Dodson.
All right, Herb.
All right, Herb.
Later.
See you, buddy.
Hold on, didn't I call him Jahan?
Now you call him Johan again.
Yep. You did.
Yeah.
Damn.
We're
Yep.
back to Johan.
Yep.
Very disrespectful.
Yep. Poor guy.
I didn't even realize at that time.
Yep. Yep. What's next?
On this Tell the Truth Friday, Ike finally told the truth when he said he felt like he was talking to a kindergartner when talking to Elliot. Mark and Motko.
Did you catch that one?
I did catch that one.
Yeah,
Yes, I
there it
remember
is.
that one. Yes.
He finally broke. 2.5 years, 3 years of talking to Elliot.
Yeah.
It's the first time.
Elliot felt like he was taken aback by that whole
Oh,
thing.
the text line destroyed Elliot today.
Oh, I thought Elliot did a good job.
He did, but still.
No, he was
Yeah.
terrible.
He got
Okay.
destroyed.
He was terrible.
What's next?
Hold me now. I'm 6 feet from the edge and I'm thinking. Elliot, after that call with Ike.
Yeah.
Have we ever had Elliot sung once?
Once, probably
Yeah.
not good.
Yeah.
Battle could probably do it. He's a rock radiosman.
Yeah, he is. What's next?
Just want to be clear. Ike does not think we should trade AJ. The Eagles at the NovaCare complex.
Reverse worm.
That's right.
Some
That's
reverse
right.
worm
Ike's
action.
trying to get his
Right.
worm in. No,
Yeah.
Listen, sometimes I got to be passionate about things,
Yep.
man.
Yep.
because you feel it. You feel there might be some little.
Well, I don't know.
You were talking loud enough. They're right over there. They could probably hear you without the radio. What's next?
Tough one for Elliot today. I haven't seen Ike cut someone off like that since that time he cut me off in the pharmacy parking lot and then sped away laughing. Jack at Chickies.
You did. You're flying out of there.
When?
This is like 3 years ago. This is an old bit.
Out of here?
No, it was at that when you.
Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking
Yeah,
about.
yeah.
Coming from work. Yeah,
instead of
city.
waiting in line to make the right, Ike went through the parking lot. And
Joe,
then,
don't be telling my secrets, man.
Well, and then he cut me off getting on the Schuylkill going eastbound.
well, yeah, because
These guys are driving like old ladies.
Well, because we're in line.
Well, no, when people I see red when we're all in the left lane waiting our time, and these people
And
go
you
down
go
the
right
right
by
lane.
you.
Yeah, I want to do the thing where I get in the middle so they
Yeah.
can't go by.
So I do that, but I make sure Ike's around me.
yeah.
Yeah.
Like
I get nervous and when I do that
well,
sometimes.
especially
You don't know who you're going to get
Exactly.
that's behind you.
And I say, not worth it, but I'm still mad.
Yep. What's
Just let
next?
everyone know I'm mad.
What up? How you guys doing? The exact last moment that Elliot enjoyed on his call today.
Poor Elliot. What's next?
His breath stinks. He dresses poorly. He's cross-eyed. I love him. Todd McShay on Malachi Starks.
That was a yeah, he went from saying he went from having me feeling like, yeah, there's no way we can take this guy.
Yep.
To like
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I'm still nervous. That's pretty slow.
4 or 5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
well, listen, some guys are game speed guys.
Footballs, guys. Yeah.
Watch the tape.
Yeah, turn the tape on.
What's next?
Jolly won the belt? Oof. Gonna be a rough night for me. Daryl Morey's throat.
All right, next.
Keep it moving.
Shout out to Spike, who defended the show against allegations of being childish and dumb by repeatedly saying, "Ba, ba, 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 ba." Frank and Ardmore.
Well, wouldn't be me if I didn't do it that way. Let's get you ready for some baseball.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. This is Leading Off, sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. Sports Radio 94 WIP, an Odyssey Sports Station.
Living in this big new world with my head in outer space. I know I'll be A-OK. I know I'll be A-OK.
It is Leading Off, sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. Phil's starting a weekend series against the Miami Marlins, the 8-10 Miami Marlins, the 11-8 Phils. Phil's a game out of first place behind the Mets. It is Zach Wheeler going for the Phils against Sandy Alcantara for the Marlins. The Phils are minus 225 favorites with an over-under 7.5.
Is that strong?
That's
or?
a pretty high line.
Yeah, that's a pretty high line.
Like Sandy Alcantara's good.
Yeah.
It's Alcantara.
Yep.
No, thank you. He's good. Give us a little on him.
Well, he won the Cy Young a couple years ago. He was
he?
battling back from Tommy John last year, so he missed most of the year. Super power stuff. Phillies have actually done pretty well against them. But it used to be like Nick Maton that used to take him down. But yeah, he hasn't gotten back to his Cy Young pace. Again, 2022, he pitched to a 2.28 ERA. But still, power stuff up in the zone. But, good pitcher.
We need a bounce back game from Zach Wheeler tonight.
Yeah, well, you can't. 3 straight, people start worrying a little bit. 2 you can excuse away, especially against this lineup. I mean,
I just didn't like how concerned he sounded after the last game
with the velocity.
The velocity thing.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Well, because like when you reach back for more velocity, that usually
you lose control,
causes you to lose command.
Yeah,
and the great part about Zach Wheeler is that he's command and power.
So
a little warmer tonight.
A little warmer,
yeah, 70-ish.
Yeah, but it was 75 in St. Louis last weekend.
Yeah, it didn't matter.
Oh, is that what it was? Yeah. Nice.
But it's okay.
So we can't use the weather.
We're finding things. It's all right. It's all good. It's all good.
Yeah, the as I mentioned, Phil's at 11-8, same record they had after 19 games last year.
Does it feel the same?
Does not feel the same.
What's harder?
I don't remember that feeling from last year.
Well, I didn't. So now 11-8 was just when I got here. Okay. And so I don't remember what the beginning of the season actually felt like last year. All I remember is the month and a half into the season when they started cooking.
So when did they start? It had to be afterwards when they started winning all these series.
It was right around now.
Right when Spike showed up.
Okay.
Yeah,
well,
it was right around now.
Hopefully. Yeah, I do. I don't remember the rough start from last year.
Yeah, they were 9. I think they were 8-7 last year. Then they were 9-8. Okay. And then right after that is when it started.
I just remember people were mocking them, saying you wanted to start hot and then you guys did this. That's what I remember the most from last year.
So the player to count on is sponsored by Barlow Buick GMC in Woodbury, New Jersey. Honest pricing, dedicated service every day. I'm going to go for a curveball.
Ooh.
I'm going Bohm.
Wow.
Homer?
Yeah.
Why?
I'm going Bohm. I just he's definitely, stats aside, the unforgivable strikeout in the first inning a couple games ago aside, he's just hit the ball better.
Anything else?
Yeah, and whining mid-count aside.
Hold on, but he's done a better job of controlling his emotions.
Yeah, well, he did do the helmet tap as if he could challenge it. I don't know if you saw that. Yeah.
I like that, though.
Yeah, I feel like that's a little bit of mocking the umpire a little bit. So I'm going Bohm. I just think he's hit the ball better, and I might as well.
Yep.
That's where I'm at. Ike?
I'm going Wills tonight.
Wow, going with the pitcher.
We rarely go with the pitchers. I could go Bryce or Schwarber.
Yeah, boring.
Yeah, that's boring. And I've tried that the last couple of nights. I'll go with Zach tonight. I think, Zach certainly doesn't want to have 3 straight outings where he's not himself.
Yep.
He's a guy, he takes a lot of pride in his performances and being able to be counted upon when he goes out there. One thing about pitchers, and they don't necessarily need to say it, but they like to control what they can control. So in other words, Zach wants to go out there and do his job. If he's going to lose 1-0, 2-1, or something like that, then it's like, okay, well, I went out here and did what I was supposed to do from a pitcher standpoint. And if we lose, then we lose. But he doesn't want to be part of the reason why the team doesn't win. So I think he bounces back tonight. And I'm not real familiar with the Marlins lineup, but I feel at least semi-confident that he can control this lineup tonight.
He should be able to. Now, He did have that weird game against them last year where he got shelled down there.
Oh, God.
No, but they're the Marlins. I mean, do you want me to read off this lineup for you? Xavier Edwards, Jesus Sanchez, Kyle Stowers, Eric Wagaman, Matt Mervis, Connor Norby, Griffin Conine, Otto Lopez, Liam Hicks.
How do you
is that Jeff Conine's son?
What?
Is that guy related to Jeff Conine?
It's Jeff Conine's kid. Yeah.
I was saying, how do you go through a whole lineup and I don't know one player?
Yeah, Connor Norby killed them last year, but that doesn't matter.
I literally don't know.
Give us your player to count on. We got to go to
Sorry. My player to count on is Trey. Career numbers off of Sandy Alcantara, 361 with a 500 slugging percentage and 1 home run. I also need Trey to stop. He needs to stop playing like just a good player and start being a great player. We might have to give up on the idea of him being a star player.
Nah, not yet.
But I'm so over the 1 for 5s. I need a 3 for 5 game one of these games. I know he's hitting 11 of 12 or whatever, but that's not nothing. It's not nothing, but it's also It's a lot of ones.
Yes, a lot of 1 for 4s, 1 for 5.
Give me some 3s.
Scoops Caney joins us next from the ballpark. This is Leading Off on 94 WIP.
Hey, the team at Mark's Jewelers are consumer advocates. I'm talking Jim for Mark's. Now, he's a proud member of the American Gem Society. Now, that's GEM Society. Now, for over 90 years, the American Gem Society has been fighting fraud and false advertising in the jewelry trade. When you give a diamond from Mark's, you can be certain that you're getting exactly what you're paying for. Before buying anywhere else, ask if they are a member. And if not, go to Mark's Jewelers in Montgomeryville, PA, or Mount Laurel, New Jersey. Mark's Jewelers for diamonds that will make you proud. And don't forget, tell them Mike Reese sent you.
I can't believe you scored tickets para Nati Natasha.
After saving so much at T-Mobile, I thought, ¿por qué no darnos un gusto?
There she is.
Nati, can we get a picture?
Claro que sí. Wow, that's a nice picture.
The S25 takes awesome selfies.
Tag me and I'll follow you. Get a new Samsung Galaxy S25 phone with Galaxy AI at T-Mobile and 4 lines for $25 a line.
With autopay discount plus taxes and fees. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See details at T-Mobile.com.
The world is your jackpot at Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa during the $1 million Worldly Winnings drawing. Play and earn entries now through April for your chance at over $1 million in prizes, including 10 $25,000 dream vacation packages. Drawings every Saturday with grand prize drawings March 29th and April 26th. The world is your jackpot at Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa. $1 million Worldly Winnings only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
How do you feel when you switch to Geico and save on your car insurance? It's like finding a parking spot in front of a busy outdoor cafe where you're meeting some old friends from college.
Oh, a space!
And you're about to parallel park into that oh-so-tight spot. And then everyone in the cafe stops to watch. And you nail it in one try, like the parallel parking baller you are.
Mm-hmm. Boom.
Nobody clapped, but you know they really wanted to. Yep, switching and saving with Geico feels just like that. Get more with Geico.
This is Leading Off, sponsored by Nissan, on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It is Leading Off on 94 WIP. Brought to you by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop Nissan at USA.com.
Wheeler's walkout song.
Oh, that's it. You remind me of that every time.
Yeah, because
Such a good walkout song.
Wheeler has a walkout song?
Yeah, like when in the first inning, like before the first inning, yeah.
Okay, I'm going to say like when, because he's warming up, right?
Dude,
so you mean when he comes out of the dugout to warm up?
Yeah, when he runs on the field, yeah.
Okay.
This song before a playoff game.
I didn't know that.
No, it's this song before a playoff game is chill-inducing. Now they sucked in the playoffs recently, but whatever. You get the point.
The Scoops Caney joining us from Citizens Bank Park. Hey, Scoops.
What up, guys? What's going on? Also, have to give an honorable mention to Sir Anthony Dominguez's walkout song. He walked out to the Game of Thrones theme music, given his name.
It
just works. It just works.
This show hates Game of Thrones.
Yeah,
DK,
we're an
but
anti-Game of Thrones show.
These two are just
You're
uncultured.
an anti-Game of Thrones show. No.
Well, I'm not.
Well, I mean, I've never seen it.
Well, because we're not dorks, because
Wow,
we don't need to watch shows with dragons about some weird
All
fake
right.
future history and fire breathing dragon. Do we have to slay it? I don't even know what the hell you're.
Horror movies are so great. Though.
Horror movies are way better.
They suck.
I didn't expect it to go this bad.
Well, I wasn't
Scoops.
expecting to join you guys and get insulted. But
Well, welcome to
I
the
guess
show,
here we
Scoops.
are.
Yeah.
Hey, DK, before we get into this, what do you think about Spike having one drink last night, complaining about it all day, and then
I didn't complain about it all day.
and then getting Advil DoorDash to Chickies? What's your comment on that?
Yeah.
What drink was it?
It was
A beer, a light beer.
No, that's a lie. It was a bourbon, and it was like a double bourbon. And I shouldn't
Okay,
have
well,
done it
that's
in the
not a
middle of the
beer.
week. Yeah. Jack's being a jerk.
Look,
Yeah.
so people get older, and sometimes you
Yes.
can't hang anymore.
He's called.
It
Yeah.
happens.
Well, you know what? Maybe if Jack would lay off the IPAs, he'd be down 25 instead of 20.
Oh,
I know, but I can't. I can't.
Oh, here we go.
Well, he started it. He wouldn't let it go. So, Scoops, first thing, we'll have you join us actually for the injury report, which is sponsored by Martin Law, the law firm for injured workers for over 40 years. A lot of dinged up guys over there over the last few days. So we have Marsh, right? We have Castellanos. What's going on with all of them, if you don't mind?
I don't mind. So, Brandon Marsh was doing some running today. He was doing some field work. He is not in the lineup. He's available in an emergency situation. He was out last night as well with that. He tweaked his right knee on that play he made in center field 2 nights ago. Nick Castellanos, if you guys remember, left last night's game, or yesterday afternoon's game, I should say, early, because when he was running down the right field line, he tweaked his left hip flexor. So he left the game, but he's fine. He's good to go. He's in the lineup. He's, fully ready. And I don't know, I feel like we haven't talked about this much, at least we didn't on the morning show today. Trey Turner got nailed in the hand or arm with like 100-mile-per-hour pitch, and he stayed in the game. He is doing okay. He's back. He certainly felt it, but I think he got lucky with where it ended up hitting him, but it's a little sore. He's okay. And then an update on Ranger Suarez. He did, as long as his flight wasn't delayed, arrive in Philly within the last 30 minutes. So he has landed in Philadelphia, and Rob Thompson said he is a couple starts away from making his way up to the Phillies.
That's exciting.
Where is John Clark at the airport?
Yeah, come on.
For my Ranger update.
Where is Airport Johnny? I don't know. We have to check in.
Yes.
Anything from your buddy Rob Thompson today?
I mean, the whole team as a whole, last night and before the game today, seem, even though they are, 11-8, same exact record as they were through 19 games last season. I think they know that they aren't playing up to their capabilities. When Rob Thompson yesterday was asking, of all the different factors of the team, what is frustrating you the most? What do you want the team to improve the most and the quickest, I guess? And he said the offense. I know that we can hit better than the way that we've been hitting so far, and the guys just have to get there. And he has confidence that they will. Of course, he has to say that as the manager. But I do too. I mean, we all know what this team is capable of. I don't think they're washed. I don't think they're all past their prime. And I do think they'll get there eventually. And I think Zach Wheeler will bounce back and have a good start today. If you remember, I think it was his last start, Rojas made that awful play that blew up the one inning for Zach Wheeler that really lost them the game. So hopefully that doesn't happen again tonight, even though Rojas is back in center field.
Well, Devin, take it from somebody who is washed and past his prime. It happens before you know it. So you might not think they are. Yeah, you wake up one day and you can't even handle one drink. All right, DK. Thank you for, as always. Appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
What to Watch For is brought to you by Xfinity Mobile, the sponsor of WIP's Xfinity Mobile Lounge. Xfinity Mobile customers now get exclusive access to Wi-Fi speeds up to a gig on the go. For me, what to watch for is Wheels.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, he has had bad defense. The Rojas play was the Braves game. That's where it fell right in front of him for no reason. But the last game was when he had the Marsh plays in left field that he couldn't get to. and that also kind of jacked up. And now those are tougher plays than the Rojas play, but it's not like he's had great defense behind him. Again, this Marlins lineup is a AAA lineup.
Trey a little shaky at shortstop the last week or so.
He had a bad day yesterday.
Yeah. And the game
and
before.
the game before.
Yeah, and the game before. All right.
But at least he's making up for it by hitting 222.
We will look. The weather looks great. We'll get to that coming up, and as well as the starting lineups for your Phils. This is leading off on 94 WIP.
You've heard me talk about Scott Honda, where I bought my first car and my current car. I was just at Scott Honda a couple of weeks ago. Picked up the Prologue. Love it so far. An absolutely fun drive. Get down and check it out today. And right now, Scott Honda in Westchester and Vineland have amazing lease offers and inventory on brand new 2025s, such as the HRV Sport Crossover SUV starting at $289 a month, the rugged Ridgeline Sport all-wheel drive truck at $319 a month, the CRV LX SUV at $329, and a whole lot more. It's always smooth sailing at Scott. Visit scottautogroup.com and tell them Fritz sent you.
Subject to credit approval. Not all buyers or vehicles qualify.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Now at Verizon, we have some big news for your peace of mind. For all our customers, existing and new, we're locking in low prices for 3 years guaranteed on My Plan and My Home. That's future you peace of mind. And everyone can save on a brand new phone on My Plan when you trade in any phone from one of our top brands. That's new phone peace of mind. Because at Verizon, whether you're already a customer or you're just joining us, we got you. Visit Verizon today. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply for all offers.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak high. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
WIP guests prepare for their segments in the Xfinity Mobile Lounge. Xfinity Mobile customers now get exclusive access to Wi-Fi speeds up to a gig in millions of locations nationwide. This is Leading Off, sponsored by Nissan. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's the Thuggish Ruggers Ball. It's the Thuggish Ruggers Ball.
Oh, boy.
Wow.
We gotta get Amelia?
Yep.
Yeah, Amelia up here, the newest star of WIP. This is Leading Off, brought to you by Nissan. Nissan makes cars at Thrill Shop, NissanUSA.com. Jack, weather?
The weather report is brought to you by Pella Windows and Doors of Philadelphia. For windows and doors that go beyond, visit the pros at PellaPhilly.com. Spike, back to you.
Oh, the weather tonight, beautiful. Well, we're looking at about 65 degrees, partly cloudy, wind south, 13 miles an hour. I don't know what that means.
No one does.
Sometimes I try to hold on. Let me imagine which
South.
way south would be. Okay, so
that way, right?
Well, yeah. So the stadium's here.
Mm-hmm.
East is there. So north is here. Yeah, south is that. Yeah. So that sounds like blowing out.
There you go.
There you go. I don't know.
We're probably wrong.
Yeah, we're probably wrong. I think
Sounds
it
like
is.
I figured out I figured out my TV outdoor situation.
Okay.
So I was watching the game outside yesterday with the TV.
Oh, there you go.
Very excited.
Do you have an outdoor TV?
No, I just have an extra TV.
He just put a TV outside.
And put a TV outside. It's not hanging or anything. It's on our table. It's not classy.
That's how most of us have outdoor TV.
Exactly
Yes.
right.
Just put the TV out there.
Jill's not happy about it, but I don't care.
Wow, look at that guy.
Hey,
He's
go be a
stepping
man.
up.
she's like, this is out here all summer? And I said, all summer.
The starting lineups are brought to you by the Fence Authority. Make your new fence as easy as 1, 2, 3 at Fence Authority. Leading off, man, it just seems like he's there now. Stott playing second base and leading off. Trey Turner playing shortstop and hitting second. Bryce Harper hitting third and playing first base. Schwarber hitting cleanup and DHing. Hitting fifth and playing right field is Nick Castellanos. Max Kepler hitting sixth and playing left field. JT Realmuto hitting seventh and catching. Hitting eighth and playing third base is Alec Bowman. Johan Rojas back in center field and hitting ninth. And our boy Zach Wheeler is pitching on the mound. We have about 40 seconds for
Gary
around the horn.
Sheffield. Gary Sheffield.
Around the horn.
Dontrell Willis.
Jeff Conine.
JT Realmuto.
Ivan Rodriguez.
AJ Burnett.
Josh Johnson.
Josh Beckett.
Giancarlo Stanton.
Christian Yelich.
Carl Pavano.
Dontrell Willis.
Hanley Ramirez.
Alex Gonzalez.
You said Gary Sheffield. I said Jeff Conine. Shoot.
Juan Pierre.
There you go. Oh, Juan Pierre's a good
That's
one.
A good one. Mike Lowell.
Dan Ugla.
Luis Castillo.
Oh, that's a good one.
Love Luis
Dan
Castillo.
All right, Phillies on deck. Coming up now, we will talk to you Monday. Thank you so much for listening to us all week long.